morning and welcome to the December 10th, 2019 Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll begin with the closed session.
Item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding unrepresented employees.
Any public comment? Seeing none.
Item 2, public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, title County Council.
Public comment? Seeing none.
Item 3, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, title Interim County Council.
Public comment? Seeing none.
Item 4, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, instruction to negotiator regarding potential purchase, price, and terms of payment for the following property affected by the Mountain Ranch Road Improvement Project. Agency negotiator, Dock and Engineering, negotiating party and respective property, APN, JR LLC, as to APN 042-034-013 and 042-034-007.
Public comment? Seeing none.
Item 5, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, instruction to negotiator regarding potential purchase, price, and terms of payment for the following property affected by the Mountain Ranch Road Improvement Project. Agency negotiator, Dock and Engineering, negotiating party and respective property APN, Richard and Roberta Held, trustees of the Held Family Trust, as to APN 042-034-012.
Public comment? Seeing none.
And item 6, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, instruction to negotiator regarding potential purchase, price, and terms of payment for the following property affected by the Mountain Ranch Road Improvement Project. Agency negotiator, Dock and Engineering, negotiating party and respective property, APN, Ronald Beaton and Robert Beaton, as to APN 042-034-002.
Public comment? Seeing none. We will move to closed session. We will return at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for December 12th, 2019. If you are able, will you please rise for Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Clerk, please lead us.
Let us begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll report out on our closed session.
Item 1, conference with labor negotiator Judy Hawkins pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 regarding unrepresented employees. There was no reportable action taken. Item 2, public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, title County Council. There was no reportable action taken. Item 3, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, title Interim County Council. On a motion by Supervisor Stopper, a second by Supervisor Callaway, the board voted unanimously to appoint Sarah Decay as Interim County Council effective 12/14/19 and directed staff to bring a resolution back at the next board meeting to memorialize the appointment. Item 4, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, instruction to negotiator regarding potential purchase, price, and terms of payment for the following property affected by the Mountain Ranch Road Improvement Project. Agency negotiator, Dock and Engineering, negotiating party and respective property APN, JR LLC, as to APN 042-034-013 and 042-034-007. There was no reportable action taken. Item 5, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. Instruction to negotiator regarding potential purchase, price, and terms of payment for the following property affected by the Mountain Ranch Road Improvement Project. Agency negotiator, Dock and Engineering, negotiating party and respective property APN, Richard and Roberta Held, trustees of the Held Family Trust, as to APN 042-034-012. There was no reportable action taken. And item 6, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, instruction to negotiator regarding potential purchase, price, and terms of payment for the following property affected by the Mountain Ranch Road Improvement Project. Agency negotiator, Dock and Engineering, negotiating party and respective property APN, Ronald Beaton and Robert Beaton, as to APN 042-034-002. There was no reportable action taken.
And we got that all done in an hour. So there we go. So thank you very much. We'll move on to announcements from the board and staff.
Announcements. This is a time for county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public.
Supervisors, any announcements? Staff. Madam Treasurer, Tax Collector. It
Good
is
morning.
tax day, isn't it?
Barbara Sullivan, yes, December 10th. So I wanted to remind everybody today is the last day before you get a penalty assessed. You can pay online, you can pay at my office. There's many ways to do it now. You can go on our webpage and pay $1.50 for an e-check. So there's a lot of ways to pay. So hopefully everybody gets in there.
Thank you very much. Other staff announcements. Michael, Kelsey? Here we go.
Good morning. I'm Kelsey Holmes, and this is Michael Magana, and we are Health Education Program Managers from Public Health. We are here to announce that Calaveras Public Health recently won a competitive award for health equity from the California Endowment. The application for the award that we submitted spoke about the lack of data in rural areas, and without data, our ability to know the health and needs of our community is affected. So by collecting data and then writing the oral health needs assessment and then the oral health improvement plan based off the data, we brought voice to an issue. So data is important for many reasons, but particularly for getting more resources like grants, and then also helping us target our health in the community correctly. So the award was given to us for recognizing the disparity of data among rural and urban areas, and then working to address it by collecting data. So we were the only rural county to receive this award, and out of all of California, and we feel very honored. And we want to thank our community for helping us with this process by giving us this data.
Michael Magana, Health Education Program Manager, Calaveras Public Health, Health and Human Services. We're very grateful to be recognized by the California Endowment with this award, especially being the only rural health department to receive such recognition from in California. We've traditionally thought of health solely as physical health. What we've come to find in the public health field is that our health is largely determined by the conditions where we work, where we live, our level of education, and access to healthy food and water. These things, including housing, food access, transportation, health coverage, early childhood education, and so on, determine how long we live and the quality of life that we will have. Health equity, in its simplest terms, means that everyone has a fair and just opportunity to be healthier. I am, as we are, fortunate to have visionary leaders within the agency that enabled us to begin a dialogue around efforts to improve the health of our communities, looking at it through a public health lens, and we look forward to the work ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Where are you going to put that?
It was just in our office. I don't know. Other questions?
I'd like to congratulate you. It's always great when our little county gets recognized on a statewide level for innovative processes and putting that together. So on behalf of the board, I would like to thank you guys and encourage you and thank all of Public Health and Human Services. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stan?
Good morning, Stan Moore from IT. And we've got our GIS team here, Doug Falzoni and Dan Rios. Doug's our GIS coordinator and Dan Rios, the GIS technician 3. The GIS team was recently recognized for an award at the statewide level. This has to do with the emergency evacuation app that Doug and Dan presented here in front of the board a couple of months ago. Real quick history on this. This started with a request from Captain Ballard was here a minute ago, from Captain Ballard, from the Sheriff's Office and our OES department to see what we could do to improve communications to folks during an emergency evacuation situation. Turned into a great collaborative effort between GIS, our OES department, the Sheriff's Office, and CAL FIRE working together. And over an iterative time, these gentlemen put together a design, rolled out the app in fairly short order. It works with Calaveras Alert on an ongoing basis. This is something that we want to be communicating to the public, educating them on how all of this works to assist in emergency evacuation. There were 3 counties from the state, small counties by the statewide county IT organization, that's 700,000 and less, that were given innovation awards at the fall conference. Calaveras County was one of them for this GIS application for emergency evacuation. We presented that in November. It was received very well. And Calaveras County has received an award, and that award will be proudly displayed in the GIS office. So on behalf of the IT organization, I want to once again thank Doug and Dan and congratulate them for this award. Thank you, Board.
Thank you very much.
Just would like to thank Captain Ballard and Sergeant Whitney. Without their help, we wouldn't have been able to get any of this done. So, thanks.
Well, you guys have done amazing work. Thank you very much. And Stan, how you got Doug to wear a sport coat, I don't know, but looking good, Doug. Thank you very much, and congratulations, gentlemen.
Hello,
Staff?
my name's Richard Verasso. I'm the county's recruiter for the Census Bureau. And so I have dozens of jobs for the census right now available, and you could catch an application online at 2020census.com/jobs. And there's over 100 jobs available right now.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Everybody sign up for the census. Very important. Other announcements from staff? Had some good news this morning. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on to recognitions and acknowledgement.
Item number 7 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a proclamation honoring Megan Stedfeld for her outstanding service to the residents of Calaveras County.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. As chair, I've decided that I would like to read this resolution recognizing Megan Stedfeld for her outstanding service to Calaveras County. Whereas Megan Stedfeld was hired on September 10th, 2011 as a Deputy Counsel 1 assigned to assist with juvenile dependency and land use matters. And whereas Ms. Stedfeld was quickly recognized for her hard work and diligence as an attorney, her genuine warmth and kindness to the people around her, and her truly extraordinary gift for working effectively with a wide range of people. And whereas on June 28, 2014, Ms. Stedfeld was appointed as interim county counsel. And whereas on December 27, 2014, Ms. Stedfeld was appointed as county counsel and has served in that position for the last 5 years with remarkable skill and integrity. And whereas Ms. Stedfeld has not only been a strong and effective county counsel over the past 5 years, but she has also been an amazing supervisor to her staff, who all wish her well in this next phase of her life and career, but are also deeply saddened by her leaving. And whereas Ms. Stedfield's staff, in fact, contemplating contacting Yolo County and telling them they don't really want her, but for her own sake, could not bring themselves to do this, to lie. And whereas Ms. Stedfield is that very rare person who is capable of managing complex and often grueling assignments on behalf of an elected government body, while at all times maintaining not just her honesty, integrity, and professionalism, but also her warmth and kindness towards everyone around her. That is our proclamation. Is there public comment on this item? I would like to make the statement that you are going to be deeply missed by this board. You have been a very steady hand on the tiller, and we're not always a walk in the park to work with. So I want to thank you. We will begin. Please,
Hello,
sir.
yes.
Everybody's will have.
Yes, I'm Larry Abernathy, and we're here, the current grand jury for Calaveras County, along with members of the newly formed Mother Lode chapter of the Grand Jury Association. And we're here to just say our farewell to Megan and to thank her for her support and counsel. And we would like to give her some flowers that were not from public funds, because we don't want her to get fired before. And we would like to just show our appreciation. And I'd like to also let each of the people here just identify who they are.
Of course.
Carolyn Steinmetz, I'm currently the chapter president.
Furman Brown, board member.
Brenda McHenry, Pro Tem.
Susan White. Diane White, I'm also with the Mother Lode chapter.
And I wanted to also let you know that Susan here found the flowers and took them to Bret Hart High School, and the students there are the ones that put this together.
Beautiful.
Can we, I don't know who can accept.
Megan can accept.
There we go. Okay, okay.
Let's just not drop the flowers. We have the biggest butts in the room with the flowers.
I don't think I've ever seen the grand jury. I'm going to hide out of the photo. You don't want to have that one.
Oh, there you go.
Good to see you.
Hello. Okay, ready? Awesome, thank you.
Bring them up there with you, Megan. You can put 'em right now. I'm sure there's. Megan, we'll find a spot for him.
Thank you guys so much. That means so much to me.
Thank you, and thank you, members of the grand jury, for all your work. Other public comment? Board recognizes former supervisor. Cliff Edson.
Morning. Cliff Edson, San Andreas, and I was on the board that hired Megan, and very proud to do that. We went through some really trying times in the county during that period, including the Butte Fire, the passing of Sheriff Kuntz, the cannabis stuff, Prop 64. There's a lot more. And Megan, being very new at the job, handled it extremely well. And so we had many meetings, and she read me my rights a few times. There's no doubt about that. But I was learning too. So, but she had the absolute best interests of the county in mind, protecting the county, keeping it out of lawsuits, and just doing the right thing. And so I will forever appreciate that. It's exactly what you were supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment?
Joseph Adams. I live on Lucky Gem Mine Road, and I just wondered about the taxation.
Sir? Excuse me, sir. We're going to have a general public comment next. Right now, we're commenting on Ms. Stedfield's
Well, the
resolution.
comment is, I don't know why the taxes have gone up $33,000 in 3 years.
I understand, sir, but we're going to take, if you could save that comment for just a couple more minutes, we'll make sure you have the opportunity. Speaker regarding Ms. Stedfield?
Camille Bacher, paralegal, county counsel. Megan was the first person that I met the day I came in to interview. And from then forward, it's always been a pleasure to be with her, to work with her, to become friends with her, to be a confidant. As everybody has kind of already indicated, we've had some rough times in this county. We've had difficult board members. We've had difficult members of the public. And while not always can you handle such things with a smile on your face, but Megan has always squared her shoulders, and she's always kept her chin high, and has always been fair. Yolo County's gain is definitely our loss. I will miss you. I wish you well. I wish Kevin well and the children in your new endeavor. I'll just miss you. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille. The public comment regarding this item. Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. Any comments or a motion?
I'm not moving this item. I want that on the record.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, Megan, you know that the controversies that this county has surrounded itself with over the years, they have been difficult at best for those that are in elected positions, but you've always had the ability to moderate that, and it's important to understand the value that brings to the whole in the discussion. So knowing that you've been there and willing to just stay the course is very important to the stability of this county, and I'm sure that it will continue in your future endeavor.
Supervisor Stopper?
I'd like to restate Yolo County's gain is our loss. I have valued the time working with you both as a supervisor and, lightly in the past through Miss Moss as Miss Moss Lewis as a planning commissioner. You've always given sound advice, and when I've needed it, you've definitely been able to reel me back when I've needed it also. So it's in the best interest of the county and everyone here, and you will be missed, Megan. Thank you.
Supervisor Tuffanelli?
Thank you, Megan. I've known you since you were hired here. We worked together a long time. Most of it good. We got along well, even when we had some disagreements. But you always gave your opinion, which is what you're supposed to do. And I will not be seconding this motion or after Marita doesn't make the motion. But just one last comment. When you picked the date, did you realize it was Friday the 13th? Did you? Is there some? Thank you again, Megan.
I would like to just add one, that in my 30 years of service and professional service, I don't think I've ever worked with a council that's been as professional and even-keeled. And as I said, we're not always a walk in the park as a board. Some of us have very strong opinions, but you've been able to manage us, and you've been able to deal with everybody fairly, and I greatly respect that. I'll miss you as a constituent. Kevin and your kids are wonderful parts of the community, and I know that Yolo County will have a great game. So I want to thank Kevin, I want to thank you, and I know many people in our community will miss you as a resident. So, we have a non-motion.
The next step into your life, we wish you success. We wish you prosper. We wish health to your family. With that, I'll move this item.
Motion by Supervisor Stopper. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Supervisor Bills. Very well. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes and thanks Megan Stedfield for 8 years of dedication, hard work, and service in the County Council's office, and wishes her the very best as she embarks on this next phase of her career. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County, State of California, 10th day of December 2019. Thank you, Megan.
Okay, wait a minute, wait a minute. Here, this will make you feel better. Megan, and there's a frog. Here's a bag. There's a couple of whereases on there because that's important. Pair of high heels. What do you have on today? High heels, okay. A cannabis plant. Team building, that's an inside joke. The Brown Act. Oh, God, thank heaven she's leaving. And this is a lunch menu for the Board of Supervisors. Oh, and here's all the litigation in the state of California. I don't know whether to give it to you or to Dennis, but. Thank you.
We're going to call on now for a vote. We've watched this before. Come on, it's like
Oh, I love that. Scoot in. A little bit more, Dennis. Okay, ready? Cheeseburger. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you to all of my staff, all of the department heads, all of staff, everyone, the public. Made some entertaining times here, and I just wanted to say thank you for your support through the years. So thank you. I'm not going to talk anymore today.
Thank you, Megan.
It's been an honor working for this county, and it is bittersweet. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Megan. All right, we'll move on to public comment. I think there's a few new faces in the room, so I will review the rules real quick. Everybody get 3 minutes. I'll ask you not to make to comment only on items that are not on the agenda. If you comment on an item that is on the agenda, I will ask you to return and make your comment at that time. I would ask everybody to be respectful and polite, address your comments to the board, and recognize this is not an exchange. So, with no further ado, Madam Clerk, public comment?
General public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Sir, this is your time now. Sir in the NRA hat. Cynthia? Thank you for your patience.
My name is Joseph Adams. I've lived in Mountain Ranch for 36 years. And we got burned to the ground in the Butte fire. And I can't understand why this county has got something against everyone that got burned out, I guess. I guess they think we should be punished or whatever. Because the land value in the last 3 years, and to the county's estimation, is worth $33,000 more than it was 3 years ago. 3 years ago it was 45 grand, now it's 78 grand. And I have no trees, no nothing. That's what I bought the property for, is because of the landscape, natural landscape it had. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that have the same problem as I do. I know of a lot of people that haven't been, their land value hasn't raised at all. So why are they picking on the people who got burned out? It seems like all of them, their land value is sometimes gone up twice as much. Mine's where it is, I told you the figures. And I just wondered why we're being punished. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So where is it going to go from here? Is that because the pot growers made the land value higher or what? The only thing I have to say is I know people at the state level, and it makes no sense to them whatsoever. And I've asked at the county assessor's office and tax collector's office, why is this happening? They said, oh, it's the state. It's according to what the land is selling for. Well, I know of people all over Calaveras County, and the people that's been burned out has been singled out. And our taxes have gone sky high where other people's haven't. That's all I have to say. I wish somebody would look into it to find out what the hell's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Cindy Herr, and this is my mom. I'm speaking on behalf of my mom. My mom's property tax has gone up in the past 5 years tremendously, $12,000 property tax-wise. My mom's been paying it on time, and out of the 2 years, my mom didn't own the property, and she has to pay taxes on that. And our question is, why are we paying for a property tax under years that we didn't own it? And if anyone was going to ever look into that. So my mom's talked to the tax assessor, and they said that it's because they're behind, and it's what they have on their backlog. So, I mean, how does that work with anybody? So, do you have anything to say more? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Herr. Sanchez?
Good morning, Cynthia Sanchez, D2. Many property owners would love to be here at this meeting because it's during the day, they work, they're unable to attend. I will read some of their property tax issues. This property owner owns 4 properties in D2, 3 of them outside of the burn area, 1 inside the burn area. The 3 outside the burn area, the property increased by $17, the second one increased by $38, 1 decreased by $35. That's pretty much normal. But the one that was in the burn area increased by almost $200. This pattern of increased property and structure values, doubling and tripling, all started in the burn area. Another individual here lost everything on the property. Land value went from $10,000 to $107,000. Next individual lost everything in the fire. Land value went from $40,000 to $80,000. Another individual lost just trees and property. Land value, same thing, $40,000 to $80,000. This individual only lost their property and outbuildings, not their home. Their land value went from $40,000 to $87,000, and their structure, their house that did not burn, went from $130,000 to $289,000. Another individual only lost 5 acres of trees, no structures. Land value went from $50,000 to $100,000. Their house went from $212,000 to $410,000, and their taxes went up $3,000 in a 3-year period. Anyone who has purchased property in the last 5 years, a new pattern is surfacing due to the assessor's backlog. This individual purchased property on Frico City Road, and he closed through a title company. Closing documents showed the taxes to be a specific amount. He received a supplemental tax bill 2 years later. He paid it. The next year, he received another supplemental tax bill, and he paid it. And then a third supplemental tax bill. And he went to the assessor's office, and they say, we have a backlog, this is how we're handling it, and you just have to keep paying the increased tax bills. Another individual purchased property in 2017. Land value went from $15,000 to $30,000, received 3 supplemental tax bills this year. Another individual purchased property in 2017. Land value went from $30,000 to $51,000. 2 supplemental tax bills. Taxes went up $2,000. Another property owner purchased the property in 2016. Land value went from $30,000 to $53,000. 5 supplemental tax bills. This whole mess is due to the backlog of 7,900 transfers. It is now becoming our nightmare.
Thank you very much. If I could have everybody hold their comments in the audience while the speakers are, otherwise people would think they're talking to them. Next speaker.
The next speaker is going to be Pete Torres. For medical reasons, I will be speaking for him. His wife could not be here today.
Thank you.
We'll
My name is
that.
Pete Torres. I live here in San Andreas.
Okay. Pete Torres was not in the burn area. He acquired the property, in what?
Alfreda.
Alfreda, in
4.5 years ago.
4.5 years ago. This year, he received 4 tax bills. 4, all at once, even though they've been paying taxes continually for 4 years. And that's the question. They've been paying almost $1,000 annually, and now it has increased by thousands of dollars. How do you receive 4 years of tax bills in 1 year and are required to pay them? People who are receiving supplemental tax bills, these tax bills are due in a 30-day period. The women that were just up here, May, her, and Cindy, her daughter Cindy, that's what they have incurred. May received 5 tax bills this year. She owes to the county just under $12,000. This is a pattern due to the backlog, and it has now become our nightmare. Thank you very much. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for helping out.
Good morning, D2, Pamela Richmond. We have scrupulously conducted interviews with taxpayers, examined dozens of property APNs, and tax bills received for a minimum of 6 years, from pre-Butte Fire 2014 going into 2019, mostly in the D2 burn area. We are a voice for over 200 people in this district and counting. With few notable exceptions, taxes have gone up exponentially for those in the burn zone. Each case examined has had distinctions: ownership history, losses sustained, size and number of rebuilds, interfamily transfers, and more. This is an actual APN with numbers I was provided and then documented, and is typical of the soaring taxes we have seen, one of the many anomalies that simply cannot be explained, even by members over at the Board of Equalization. This person's assessed value in land went up from $40,000 to $109,490, a 198% increase. The assessed value of structures went up 134%. The total tax went from pre-Butte Fire, a lush land that suffered significant tree loss, as well as lost garage and outbuildings that were replaced, went from $3,358.2 to $5,150.46, a whopping 153% increase in taxes. This, another APN, has an assessed value of land that went from $50,000 to $100,000, back down to $85,000. It went up 200%, back down to 170% increase in assessed land value. Assessed structures went up 209%. The overall tax increase was a 196% total increase in taxes. For this last APN, after new construction was completed, total taxes owed were $1,364.58 for tax year 2019 to 20, with a prior bill for 2017. What makes this one interesting is that the taxes are normal, but what's really abnormal compared to some people getting tax bill followed by supplemental tax bill into the thousands that must be paid within 30 days is this property owner is allowed to pay the bill by April 10th of the year 2023. Wouldn't we all like to have that kind of deferment in our taxes? So we ask once more what's going on in the tax assessor's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Mr. McManus?
Good morning. You know, when we say the Pledge of Allegiance, there's one word that always kind of leaps out at me and resonates with me, and that's republic. You know, we're all lucky to live in a republic. But a republic rests on the foundation of representative government. Now, in the history of Calaveras County, we've only had one president ever visit here, and I think that was Ulysses S. Grant. But he didn't have a town hall meeting or talk to any of the people. Since then, I've never seen a U.S. senator come up for a town hall meeting. One governor, Pete Wilson, I remember, went out to Ironstone. He didn't have a meeting. Our assembly members and Senate members at the state level, they come by every once in a while with a town hall meeting, usually around election time. But where the rubber meets the road is in this room. This is where people can come up and touch their government. We live in the same community. We share the same districts and neighborhoods. People can come to you, whether it's at the grocery store or a parade or a ribbon cutting or a town hall meeting or whatever, and they can talk to you. They can call you on the phone. I've called many of you on the phone. They can send you an email. This is that intimate interface between the people and their government. Now, what bothers me is we don't recognize how important this room is, how important this podium is, how precious this microphone is. It's rare at any level of government for people to be able to come up and address their elected representatives with their problems, with their comments, with their requests, or just to complain or express themselves. What we've lost in this county is representative government. What we see now is, rather than serve the public, I can't believe with all this contact you don't understand, you don't have a sense of what the mood and feeling of the people in this county are in each of your districts and the county as a whole. I can't believe you don't know what they want. And yet we don't see that being handled with our representative government. Instead, we see at least 3 separate agendas where you're thinking of what you want, not about what we want. And we've been very explicit over the years, lots of people come up here about what we want to see from our government. So the people are starting to become disconnected. They don't feel like the government listens to them. They're going to take it to a higher authority to find justice. That higher authority is either the election box or the courthouse. And I respect people whether I agree with their suits or not. I respect them for not letting representative government slide into the abyss, because without it, we don't have a republic. And I hope the board will take that into consideration, that you're here. Thank you.
Very much. Terry? Morning.
Good morning, Terry McBride, District 2. Proud of our district. Did you guys see the newspaper? It was a good one. Did a great job. Talks about being able to file an appeal if your property taxes are way too high, which we're finding too much. He did, in reading it, Ms. Davis spoke of us living in moonscapes, but the market value doesn't reflect that, which isn't true because properties aren't selling. Houses aren't selling. Now they're being rented, which we do need rentals. That's good. She's 7,900 behind. Do you know the city of Los Angeles, which has 4 million people in it, is 1,800 behind. So they are taxing people. Oh, hey, we got this one caught up. Throwing all of it onto a family or senior citizens to have a limited income. It's a set. It's not like they're going to go out and take a night job. Or a family with youngsters and putting food on the table. And they're throwing all these bills, and they've got the state behind them because it's a property tax. You got to pay it. You can lose your home. So a lot of folks are finding they're going to have to leave. Is that what this is all about? Because they can't afford the property tax? My taxes didn't go up in Amador. Other people in Amador, their property tax hasn't gone up. Folks I talked to in Tuolumne, their property tax hasn't gone up. Now, when I say that, you never know. You always add about 1% or 2% in case it goes up a bit. That's all within what's normal. This is not normal. I put a page on Facebook. It's called Citizens Against Abusive Taxation, because that's where we're at. Lots of comments on my shares on my San Andres, Mountain Ranch, Moke Hill, and Calaveras, and other horror stories from other people. It's hurting the seniors, it's hurting the children. And please remember that they have shown that the average family maybe has $400 in the savings account. Where are they going to come up with these thousands? I mean, we've all of us talked to people in tears trying to figure out how are they going to find this money that they have to do. We've had meetings in Sacramento. We've already done that. I've explained it to you, and they've gone quite well, and they wonder what in the heck is going on in our little county that I love. I grew up here. My roots are damn deeper than many of yours, without a fact, and I'm seeing this happen to the people here. It breaks my heart. At what time do our supervisors speak up for their constituents? I'd like to see a vote of non-confidence of our assessor. Is she inept? Are they corrupt? Are they just unable? Are they power hungry? Just what is it? How about a vote of no confidence? Stand up for your constituents, whether they're banners or whether those like me that like the legal growers. And then request a resignation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Terry, appreciate it. Mr. Facino?
Tom Facino, Calaveras Planning Coalition. Before I say anything else, I just want to say to Megan, good move. Yolo County's got good schools for your kids, but I lived in Yolo County for 5 years. She'll be back.
Welcome.
Also want to thank Mr. McManus for his speech. I'm going to make his prophecy come true. On December 9, the Calaveras Planning Coalition filed a case in Calaveras County Superior Court claiming the general plan update is incomplete and in violation of planning law. The case also calls for the county to release the 2011 Mintier General Plan, which to date the county has withheld from the taxpayers who paid for it. Finally, the petition for writ of mandate claims that the county wrongfully refused to include in the plan feasible measures to protect the health, safety, and environment of the people of Calaveras County. According to the prayer for relief, at the end of the petition, the CPC filed the case because our dear friends, neighbors, and family members deserve to benefit from a future that includes lawfully planned economic development, lawfully prescribed resource conservation, and lawfully accessible public documents. What makes the GPU controversial is not so much what is in the plan, but what is missing from the plan after 13 years of work. The petition indicates that the GPU indefinitely defers critical planning for roads, water, sewer, and emergency services. This is shocking, since these key general plan issues were identified by the people in workshops across the county and were acknowledged by the Board of Supervisors all the way back in 2008. The Calaveras Planning Coalition challenges the Board of Supervisors to immediately take steps to complete the deferred parts of the general plan update. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Janice Bassett from Valley Springs. I too am very disappointed in the general plan update. I'm appalled at the way all the work that the citizens dating back from 2008 when I first moved to this county, I was so excited about the Valley Springs community plan that people were developing. And I attended many of the meetings at the multipurpose room that was attended by hundreds of people who were putting their hearts and their minds towards creating a vision for their community. They completed a plan, and then there was another plan, the Toffanelli plan, but neither one. And then there was a merge plan, but they were all just thrown in the trash. I am in agreement with Bill McManus that you guys are supposed to represent us. And I don't understand how you just disregarded all the work of all those people who tried to help you guys understand what it is that the people wanted and to steer you in the right direction, but you just threw it all away and trashed it. So I'm very disappointed. Very, very disappointed.
Thank you. Next speaker. Ms. Corda. Morning.
I brought a bag. I'm practicing being a bag lady. With all this stuff going on, we're all going to be on the streets and no bathroom. Wow. One of my favorite sayings is, the love of power is the love of self. The love of freedom is the love of others. And to me, that is the best thing that someone representing the public should be contemplating on. Also, there's a saying that, or quote or whatever, that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And unfortunately, the people that have been talking today are talking about things that have been orchestrated by state government and our supposed representatives. And it's not a good thing. And I wouldn't want to mention the brand of government, elephant or mule or whatever, but it just gives me pause.
Thank you. Speaker.
Belated happy Thanksgiving to everybody. I haven't been here in a while.
My name is Gina Gonzalez, and I live in Angels Camp, and I belong to a volunteer emergency preparedness group called CERT, Community Emergency Response Team. We were requested by Public Health on November 7th to help support the flu clinic. Mr. Alt, I have a complaint with you, and I want to say it face-to-face in public. We were at Jeff Tuttle Drive right here with a stop sign. In your Suburban, you drove past us twice and almost hit me. I just want you to know that when there's a neon yellow vest, you, and everybody knows that, I guess you think you're better than everybody else, and I'm telling you straight up, that's upsetting to me. We had 3 people there. If I hadn't moved to the left, I would have been hit by you in your Suburban. You went around the stop sign and did not adhere to any of our directions or even stop to ask questions. That is not acceptable to anybody. We are out there in the community doing traffic control at night. We are out there with flashlights. Please adhere to the best. Please adhere to your signs, and please, I know you are important, and you probably are. I don't know anything about your background, but I can tell you that that's not acceptable. It's dangerous, and there's many volunteers in this community that wear these neon yellow vests at night. We all need to stop and adhere to them. We were almost hit by somebody driving past an ambulance. People need to be aware of what's going on and drive carefully in these rains and fog. We need to be careful. We don't want to lose any of our community. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, and I'd like to wish everybody a up-and-coming Merry Christmas. I'm here to comment about the property taxes. I have talked to many folks that have seen the same thing. The property taxes are just going a little bit nuts. You know, you have a lot of seniors that are on fixed income, a lot of people around here on fixed income, and to raise their property taxes along with the crazy raising of all of the insurance, property insurance and homeowners insurance, it is becoming extremely difficult for people just to make ends meet. So I don't see how a burned out area can increase in value so quickly. I just don't see it. I had a piece of property off of, up in Mountain Ranch area. It was burned out area. It had almost every tree disintegrated. The pump was in the well. The septic was a problem. The area in which the house was dug out, and there was a big hole there. And I received a property tax bill this year for double what I paid originally, $700 more. And it still had all of the school taxes and everything attached to it. And there was, you know, the only improvement that happened was the improvement that I made on it, fixing things that were already there, or trying to fix things that are already there. So I don't get how you can take a piece of incinerated piece of property like that and double the taxes on it, or double the assessed value on it, actually. So there's something wrong, and I would appreciate the board looking into it. It's not fair to a lot of people. We have, like I said, a lot of people just surviving up here, barely surviving. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one last speaker. Ms. Garza, you will wrap up public comment.
Good morning. A few days ago, I went to the new Grocers Outlet in Valley Springs. Nice store. But I'm on a budget, so I couldn't buy everything I wanted, but I bought things that I needed. So I go to the checkout stand, and there's this gentleman in the line in front of me, and he's got this cart overflowing with cookies and donuts and ho-hos and frozen stuff. So I'd fire up this conversation with him. I'm like, my God, you've got enough there to feed an army. He goes, yeah. He goes, it's great. And he pulls out his EBT card. And he goes, I pay for it with this. I said, oh, that's nice. So what do you do for a living? You don't work? And he says, no, I'm a trimmer. I work for a farm, and I get paid $100 a pound to trim weed. He says, and I can trim 2 pounds a day. It's $200 a day. It's $1,400 a week. It's $5,600 a month. So then he goes on talking about how Calaveras County is a bunch of idiots. Our supervisors are a bunch of idiots because his income is unreportable, untaxable. So he has free health insurance, he has an EBT card, and he gets cash aid. And he can buy all these groceries where people that work can't afford this. And I asked him, I said, aren't you afraid that you're going to get busted while you're doing this? And he says, nope, the farm that I work for, they used to be legal back in the UO, but when the ban came, they decided they were still going to grow. And I said, but, what if you get busted? He goes, this farm won't get busted. I said, what do you mean by that? He says, just trust me, this farm won't get busted. What does that mean? So, Jack, how is this good for our community? I don't see where this job is good for our community. And Benjamin. A few meetings ago, you talked about how precious your daughter is. You love your daughter. You're going to protect your daughter. You're going to even protect her against this marijuana. What kind of role model are you? What kind of dad are you? Shame on you, Ben. The same thing you're going to protect your daughter from, you're voting to bring back into our community. Hope your daughter doesn't look up to you.
We're going to take a 5-minute break to set up for Ms. O'Connell, we're going to change up the agenda, and Mia will do the government affairs before we move on to consent agenda. Welcome back to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting. We have moved up item 27 to in front of the consent agenda to accommodate some flights home. So, Mia, welcome.
So item 27 is from the Administrative Office to receive a presentation from Mia O'Connell of O'Connell and Dempsey regarding federal advocacy, provide guidance for Calaveras County priorities for the 2019-2020 legislative year.
Ms. O'Connell, welcome.
Thank you so much. Pushing the button. Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for having me today. It's my pleasure to see you. Megan, congratulations. Boy, what a show of support for you. That's incredible. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present the county's draft legislative platform for review and discussion and your direction. I am Mia O'Connell. It is my honor and privilege to represent Calaveras County in Washington. Here we go. For our objective today, I'd like to discuss and hopefully come to agreement, if possible, on our key federal legislative priority areas to define objectives and outcomes to pursue for federal initiatives. Today's discussion will firm up the county's draft legislative platform and provide me the direction I need from the board to pursue your priorities. We, as many of you remember, in September and October of this year, we had discussions, I had discussions with each of you regarding your priorities and updating the legislative platform within the scope of our agreement, which presently is focused on water, forest management, and a broader category of rural development. Those discussions did result in areas of consensus for updating the platform. And those areas are here. I'm going to let that sit for a moment because we're going to go through those in a little bit more detail. Beyond the 8 that we've identified, there were also a number of placeholder issues that I was asked by a number of the supervisors to identify as potential priorities that we'll discuss as well at the end of the presentation. So today's approach will really be to review those 8 priorities to see if the board agrees with those or wants to remove some of them, add some others to focus on really a smaller amount of objectives, or also to kind of consolidate some of these similar areas and to review each area and focus on the federal opportunities. We may even want to consider establishing a top tier of priorities depending on your direction to me. Let us move on right now. So the first issue identified was removal of hazardous trees on BLM lands. I would say that we are well aware of the issue and the need for success on that. We were pleased to see a recent grant award of $88,000 to the county as a result of a well-written proposal, but also the tenacious efforts of our chair partnering with the head of the BLM state office and our efforts in Washington in working with the BLM headquarters to raise the profile of our requests. And in the discussions that I had with headquarters, really kind of talking to them about the need to continue the funding and the extent of our issues. The recommendations from headquarters at that time was really to look at a multi-year funding agreement. Here in the state, that's referred to as a good neighbor agreement. And headquarters promised us that they would reach out to the state and talk to them about our needs, which I believe they have, and to get those needs funded. I'm very pleased to hear in the last couple of weeks BLM's recent interest in moving forward with 2 of the county's shovel-ready projects under the county's tree mortality program. I would tell you that I think our message is coming through, that BLM, both at the state and at the headquarters, is really starting to understand the needs of this county, and that's the effort of our work together, and I'm pleased that we're starting to get some traction and some funding, and I think there's more to be had there. So the question here is this a federal legislative priority that the board would like to continue with? We can open it up for discussion right now on this item and then move to the next, if that's okay, Mr. Chair? Or how would you like to go?
Would be more efficient. Would it be better to look at the whole picture and then narrow down your questions?
We can do that.
Why don't we go through the whole thing and then maybe we'll circle back.
Absolutely, thank you. So for the second item, it really is focusing on healthy watersheds, forest management, locally managed, and also looking really for the first time on increasing funds to Stanislaus National Forest and looking at the Calaveras Ranger District, and it's kind of a Byzantine system they have, but it really is programmatic and kind of getting into the agency and seeing how they prioritize and going to affect that. So in terms of opportunities and outcomes, we've been spending time with the Collaborative Forest Landscape Program, which of course is where UMRA's 10-year program for Amador Calaveras cornerstone projects have been funded over the period of time. And in working with the board and UMRA over the last year, when there was an additional funding opportunity, UMRA's decision was, rather than go after another long-term program, they want to extend it for a year or 2 in this next year, and we'll be working with Forest Service on that. As I also mentioned, as kind of a newer item, the idea would be to really kind of dig into the National Forest System and Forest Service and how they allocate funds to certain areas, and we'll be focusing on Stanislaus and looking to see if we can include additional funds for our area. Moving on to the next priority that was identified, and I'm sorry for the messy slide, we tried to include a couple of different things in here. It's really kind of the infrastructure area and looking at transportation. A State Route 4 realignment has been a priority. It was brought up again as another priority. A number of you asked me to talk to our Public Works Director to get his thoughts on other priorities, and really his view was that safety as a whole needs to be a priority at the county level, of course, both for road projects and for fire protection. What are we talking about in terms of the issues? The issues remain the same for the Route 4 realignment. I believe that remains a high-profile need. And in terms of looking at these additional areas for safety, for road projects and fire protection, really kind of looking at funding for safety measures is the charge here. Warning signs, larger shoulders, off-ramps, these kinds of safety measures for the roads, looking to find federal funds for those activities. In terms of fire protection, fire breaks for high-risk area, no fire zones, public education, self-help for the community, preventative steps, this sort of thing. In terms of opportunities and outcomes for funding, last week in our discussions with Federal Department of Transportation, they advised us that their very large infra program, which is about a $900 million program, with a 25% set aside. In other words, 25% of those funds are for rural areas. We see that as something that would be obviously very useful to us. That notice of funding opportunity is going to be going out later this month, is what DOT told us, with applications due in the spring. So we're gearing up for that, and we're in discussions with the Public Works Director to kind of look at the Route 4 and maybe some other areas if we've got some bridge needs, this kind of thing, while there is a funding opportunity out there. Other opportunities we see are DOT's high-risk rural roads program. Also the Senate Transportation Bill. The authorization bill is being developed right now. There is a provision in there that's a safety incentive program to put funds for the kinds of things we were just talking about, protection for the population on the roads. And it's interesting, in the Senate bill, the focus is really on urban and state funding. We'd like to open that up to the rural areas as well, especially given with the safety kind of numbers we have. In terms of fire protection, of course, fire administration is out there. FEMA, we've been able to identify that FEMA's got an interesting program, fire prevention and safety funds for community risk reduction, more or less preventative type activities that we would avail ourselves. That's an opportunity we see there as well. Let's move on to the fourth priority item as it was identified in discussions with the board, and this is a familiar one, Cosgrove Creek. The issue there is vegetation and sediment need to be removed in order to provide the capacity in the stream to carry the flood waters. As some of you may know, in terms of opportunities, over the last couple of years, the Corps was asked by the county to look at a flood protection project for that area. They did a significant study. It was determined that there was no federal interest in constructing a project because it didn't meet the benefit-cost ratio. However, we turn and look at it and say, well, there is a significant maintenance issue that would go to provide more capacity to reduce the flood threat. So the idea here would be to really look at a regular regime of maintenance, looking to the federal government for permitting and this sort of thing, so that the county can go in on an annual or whatever is determined basis to really do a regular regime of getting that sediment out of there, getting the vegetation out of there, providing the capacity so the floodwaters can move through quickly and not back up and flood our neighbors. The fifth area was one in which, rather than the county going after funds, this would be more of a support for others kind of an approach, and we have a couple in that category too. This one would be supporting CCWD's efforts with the Corps of Engineers, the Bureau of Reclamation, in addressing the failing and outdated water and wastewater facilities across the county. At this point, CCWD has two requests that we have been generally supporting. One, a $1.1 million to go in and do some construction work with the Corps of Engineers under their Section 219 program. It's the first phase of the Copper Cove upgrade for their wastewater treatment facility, and that would be funds in the Corps of Engineers work plan. The second phase of that is more of a holistic one. There's an existing authorization for construction of $3 million. The effort within the Water Resources Development Act would be to increase that to about $13 million to cover the full range of the upgrade of the treatment plant. So two tracks there. Again, this would be a more or less support for others, supporting CCWD's efforts, not directly funding the county. We have another in that category here, the broadband access area. You know, of course, we know the challenges, the geographic challenges, and how tough it is to put in broadband across an area like ours, and to have it pencil out. Lots of challenges there. I would say that the outcome, the kind of effort that we look for there is really to support the private sector. Again, this is kind of a support for others regime. Support the private sector in their efforts to go after USDA Rural Utility Service funds for broadband access. The next area that was identified was to develop a job training center in the county for forest management and other marketable kind of skills, kind of developing a skilled workforce to create those jobs. I heard from a number of you that the Motherlode Job Training Center and a couple of our educational institutions here in the county do very good jobs in this arena. I must say that the general consensus when I was talking to the supervisors was to take this item off of the list because it was going to be handled by the private sector. Supervisor Stopper asked me to leave it on so he could have a discussion, and that's what we've done here today. And the final priority that was raised was dealing with the FEMA grant, closing out the FEMA grant and looking at the federal process there. Of course, the issue is the county is still awaiting some of the reimbursement funds from damages from the Butte fire. In terms of opportunities there, you know, it's the funding opportunity. In reviewing the IG report, talking to staff, this appears to be more of an issue of county staff getting the guidance and direction and assistance from OES to manage the grant award, file the appropriate paperwork, do these kinds of activities in order to comply with the federal rules. I think the request should be made, if it hasn't already, to OES from the county to really provide the technical assistance and guidance in how to comply with the federal disaster relief regulations. So, you know, we can ask the question whether this should remain as a federal priority or whether this should be in another category. Let me take a moment too, right now, to also talk about the placeholder issues. I can run through those quickly and then we can get into a discussion of all. The placeholder issues that I was asked to put on, the first one that came up was assistance for the homeless issue here in the county. I was asked to put that on the agenda for discussion. The second one was the cannabis issue. And in that case, some of the discussion was perhaps in this arena, it was more or less just advising the delegation of our perspective in our position on the cannabis issue rather than doing anything on the federal front, but we can save that for discussion. The third item was to look at reverting small BLM properties to local control. Supervisor Mills, that was your item that you brought up. You also brought up the need for a secondary route out of Saddle Creek and Copper Cove to Highway 120 rather than use O'Byrne's Ferry Road. So those four items were brought up by two different supervisors. We put them here on the placeholder for discussion today to see if we should consider those or not for inclusion in the priority list. Why don't we open it up for discussion right now,
Sure.
if that's acceptable?
Mia, what would be the best way for us to convey information that you need so you could do your job for us on our behalf? We have 8 items. We've got these discussion items. Would it be better to check off whether we even want to talk about these placeholders, or better to go through each of the 8 for you?
Either way, it doesn't make any difference. We can start with the placeholder issues. We're here right now. The screen's up. Why
Okay.
don't we do that?
Generally, what we'd do is we could talk about them, and then to add them on, we'll do a poll of the board, see if there's any interest.
Excellent. So I'm going to call on Supervisor Callahan to discuss the first 2 issues, which she raised as placeholder items.
Yes, there's a lot of funding and on the federal level for things happening with the homeless. The issue is across the United States, but I'm, of course, more concerned about Calaveras. I think our Health and Human Services Director has done an outstanding job to bring resources in to the county, but I think there's more that we can do. And I'm not an expert in it. I just know it's an issue. I know there's funding there on a federal level. There's things like the board in their initial agreement with Ms. O'Connell said it was water, forest, and rural development. There is funding out there for case management, social services, housing construction. Of course, maybe increasing the availability of Section 8 housing. All this can help under that umbrella of rural development. I think it would behoove us to spend some time in, especially in working with our Health and Human Services Agency, on finding out, because they know better and they have a community team that helps them, what kinds of things can we utilize your services for to bring those resources, those grants or funding to Calaveras County, similar to what you're doing with our Public Works Director. So I would like to see homelessness as a topic. I just want to make a preface. Excuse me. I believe it's important that if we're going to use Ms. O'Connell's services, that we need to do something where we get a return on investment. The investment is the county is paying her company to bring resources and to represent our needs in Washington. I want to see a return on that investment. And because there is funding out there, there is a need in this county. This is just one of the issues I'd like to talk about. I'd like homelessness to be addressed as one of a placeholder issue for Calaveras, for the use of the services in Washington. Do you want me to go on?
No, we'll do a poll on that. Let's do a poll. Who would like to see this continued as one of the items of priority for Ms. O'Connell as she plans out of work? Do a poll of the boards. Who has Toffenelli?
I have a couple questions first.
Certainly.
Mia, if we add to this list of 8, at what point does your plate become full?
That's a good question. It's one I ask myself. I think through the discussion of the 8, we may have a situation where some of those 8 come off of the list, or certainly come off as a priority, maybe as a support, which is a lower level of involvement. So, I think there might be some iteration of this 8, which would help to address the question that you're bringing up. I do want to say I agree with Supervisor Callaway that we have seen some federal pots of federal funding that are out there. USDA, in fact, has a rural housing program that I think we should explore, and there's a couple of others. So there are some opportunities for federal funds, as the supervisor mentions, Hopefully, through this discussion, we'll narrow down the list of the 8 and get to something more manageable. And in that case, I think this would be workable.
You have
Yeah, question?
Being down at the CSAC conference this past week, there's legislation passing down from the state to hold us accountable for affordable housing. At the same time, I discussed with some of the state reps there. This goes hand in hand with what we're discussing right here. The governor's signed orders that are making costs to building housing more expensive, and then they're going to hold us accountable. Now, I'm wary of Section 8 housing, but affordable housing, and along with workforce development with these rural development things, a lot of this is handled through CMCAA. And how we're able to facilitate bringing in these funds, which we're on with Mariposa County. We got a JPA with them. I think it shouldn't be just for homeless. I think at the same time, if we're going to work towards something like this, affordable housing needs to be in there, along with workforce development and developing jobs for people so that they can work to the point where they can support themselves, not just the homeless initiative.
So you would support this with the expansion to include affordable housing?
Right.
Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, it would have to be expanded to include workforce housing, not just affordable housing. That's the key component.
Sorry.
And within the realm of penciling out that it makes financial sense, the idea of spending $400 a square foot on a house just makes no sense to me, whether the federal government pays for it, the state does, or we do. So I would like to be sure that we understand the value of what we would be putting into it.
The question of whether a house costs $400,000 to build in California and $200,000 to build in Kansas is a state issue, not a federal issue. So those are things that we can be lobbying for on the state level. I'm looking at this as, what are we going to do on a federal level to bring funding into Calaveras County? Changing they're not going to do anything about the 400,000, but they are going to help. There is funding for housing construction for the homeless, and that's funding for that. But the 400 is a state issue. It is not a federal issue.
Yeah, but that depends on what the funding that's available is for. It may not be specifically for building houses for the homeless. There's so many different funding sources that they're supposed to be used for, so.
Well, under HR, I think it's 1978, I can't remember, I read it, because I wanted to tie it into the goals that you had, in the prior board had set, that it would be providing housing construction. So that's a project that we could have in Calaveras. But anyway.
Let me ask a quick question. Supervisor, excuse me.
She is present.
Mia. You're back there. We're talking about a lot of different things up here.
Yeah.
Do you see a path in amongst what you're seeing up here that you might be able to drive us through, or is this just a big oblique monolith?
From what I've looked at, housing, for example, under the USDA programs really focus on, it's interesting, grants for low-income rural areas. And I think, we need to get into talking with the USDA folks and others about, okay, what is the threshold? What are your criteria? but in many cases, you see, rather than specifically homeless housing, it's low-income housing for areas, and we'd have to look at that to see low and, you know, what's the criteria. But to me, you could probably tie in the homeless housing funding issue along with the affordable low-income housing. You could tie those two together and search for funds under that program, especially through a rural lens, which USDA allows us to do. I think that would be a useful endeavor. And some of it is for, you know, grants straight to the housing department here at the county level. I think that would make sense. We could put something together like that. And honestly, I haven't, because the issue is just coming up, I haven't spent a whole bunch of time on, you know, is this construction? Is this, you know, rental units that are being transferred? You know, there's a lot to be looked at. And I would spend some time looking at that to try to get a good fit. But I think you could tie together both the homeless and, you know, the low-income assistance together, and we could spend some time looking at funding for rural areas like ours. I think it would probably be worth our while.
Maria, would that work for you?
Yes.
Gentlemen?
Yeah, let's bring it forward, at least have a discussion when we get to the 8 that we have already.
Any objection? Okay, next item.
Okay.
All right, here I go again.
Cannabis.
This is, I'm looking at it again from the federal level, on whether you support cannabis or you don't support cannabis. It is an issue in the United States. And we have at least 33 states where cannabis is legal for medical purposes. And reading what's happening in Congress on the federal level, the whole banking industry, I think that we should support somehow the banking system as it, I mean, do I want them to take marijuana off Schedule 1? Yeah, I do. So, I mean, let's get that off the table. But that's maybe a little bit down the road. I just think that we need to support Congress, I'd like us to say, because it's such a huge market within the state of California and Calaveras that I would like us to be supporting some kind of banking mechanism. I would prefer that nationally, then I would prefer California setting up their own rules and the other states setting up theirs. I'd rather see it from a federal level. And I'd like to see us take an approach of support on banking. Thank you.
Supervisor Stopper?
Congressman McClintock is working on something like that right now with, I believe, a senator from, or a congressman from Oregon. I believe Colorado's involved, along with a Southern California congressman. And they're writing something up with legislation that's moving here forward, I do believe soon, probably coming up in the new year. But that's all I have to say about that. I don't think that's a high priority for us to be pushing, because I think that they're very well aware of this issue at the federal level, and they have been working towards a resolution on this for quite some time. Hopefully they can finish something.
Supervisor Mills?
I agree. It's not really a high priority for us on a local level. This is a larger national discussion. As long as it stays within the realm of a Schedule I drug, all of those things which the Controlled Substances Act still apply. And so the Congress is going to, not the Congress, but the Senate is the one that's going to have to make this discussion happen through the change of a treaty. And I would just say, that would be something that we're not going to be able to spend a whole lot of time and affect the change locally. It's not going to affect us here locally, and that's the key. So I wouldn't be in support of it.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
I wouldn't be in support of it either. Again, going back to the last item, Supervisor Callaway said expending funds for a benefit. I don't see that here.
And, fortunately, our U.S. Congressman is in line with the majority of this board for legalization of cannabis and is carrying legislation. So I feel like if he needs their help, I'm sure he'd ask for it. But I think he's probably got it lined up. So I will also, sounds like there's, Gary, no? Ben? Goodness. Yes? No? 4-1. BLM Properties.
That's mine. This is something that I wanted to be put into the mix of the discussion because of the number of BLM properties and the experience that we've had with item number 1 in removing trees from BLM lands. Maybe we need to broaden this spectrum out a little bit. The Resource Conservation District here in Calaveras County has expressed interest in being involved in reversion of federal lands to local control. And since they are USDA Title IX, it wouldn't be real difficult. This is something that the state of Alaska has been doing for years. It's just a matter of bringing it into the forefront of saying, do we just want to talk about BLM in relation to trees, or do we want to talk about BLM and how they're being operated within the realm of Calaveras County, and what can we do as a county to help to regulate or control our future on these small parcels that are scattered all over the place here, many of which were at one time mining claims that probably never were perfected or are in some state of not really having good paperwork on them anymore. So I would like to just include this with item number 1 of what we do regarding BLM and their discussion.
Okay. I'm going to skip over protocol and I'll comment because I've been working closest with BLM. I'm not going to support this. Not that I don't think these lands ought to come back eventually, and there are many scattered orphan pieces of property around, but in many ways it picks a fight with BLM because we're now going to say you have to give up something to us, and we are making great progress with our state and federal office in a very friendly way, and I don't tend to poke people in the eye when I've got my hand out for money, and so I'm not going to be supporting this. Stopper?
I would agree with Mr. Garamendi in the fact that also at the point where if the county were to take possession of these properties from there, that we're incurring a cost to the county that we may not be able to sustain in the future. And we need to put some serious thought into what we are willing to acquire and not acquire. And a lot of these BLM lands, growing up here and having hiked the countryside, are on, no one took those originally because they're on such steep side hills that they're not useful to anyone. So at the point where you can continue your good work and incur the costs of the tree removal to BLM, hopefully in the future, I would prefer to circumvent us paying for the removal of those trees if we can make that happen.
That's a very good point. Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yeah, I won't support it either. I don't think, not knowing what it is we're getting into here, what properties, additional properties we're going to take in as county property, the condition of them, again, there's a lot of trees that were burned on a lot of these different properties that are still standing. What's going to happen? We take on the responsibility of it, not knowing how many, what acreage, adding to what we have already now. We were having a discussion, Jack and Mr. Alt, just on our ad hoc facility about properties that the county owns throughout and some of the problems we're having. So I'm not in favor of it.
Supervisor Callaway?
I don't support that.
Okay. 4-1. Next item? This one I probably assume is yours too.
Thank you. This is a longer term and maybe just to begin a discussion. Copperopolis, due to its expansion that's going on right there right now, is creating a problem of emergency access out of that area, that basin. We can't be continually thinking about pushing everybody northbound to Highway 4 and expect that that's the answer. The problem with the Oberns Ferry Bridge and the narrowness of the bridge, the problems with the amount of traffic flow that is on that bridge in relation to how much is on Highway 4. Those two actually are pretty much balanced, around 4,000 plus cars a day in both directions. So being that Tulloch is a federally controlled reservoir, I just see that at some point in the future, with the number of homes that are scheduled on the books to be developed in that area, that we're really going to have to take a serious look in the next 2 to 5 years of finding an alternate exit out of that zone for emergency purposes as well as traffic safety.
So, Supervisor, do you want to include this, or?
I would not want to include it at this time. It's just to begin a discussion for a longer term.
Very well. So, Mia, recognizing that the plane's not going to wait for you if we don't keep moving, maybe we should go back to the 8 and
Yes.
discuss those.
Thank you.
What time is your flight?
2.
Sacramento?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get you going.
Sir,
Yes.
if I make a quick suggestion on this as we move forward, because the employment issue will come up here very soon, that some of the supervisors were asking to leave off. I think that goes hand in hand with workforce development, and we could build that together with affordable housing and everything. That would be my suggestion. Instead of removing it, we put it all together as one.
So, Ben, help me understand. So you're suggesting we take the
Here, yeah.
Marita's item.
Marita's item, the assistance homeless, and see if we can't blend that with item 7? Is that correct?
Right.
Yes.
I mean, if we can give people jobs and bring them to the point where they're
Mia,
self-sustaining.
you're the professional. Does that make any
It's
sense?
just easier said than done, a
All
little
right.
bit here. I mean, I don't want to discard it out of hand, but what we were originally talking about under number 7 for a job training center is, it's a big endeavor.
Right.
To put together essentially a job training program. That's really what we were talking about, and going through economic development or rural business development to seek grants to develop a job training program for the county. At the same time that we know that others who are expert in the area are doing the same thing. If what you're saying, however, is expanding the homelessness and low-income affordable housing effort to include housing for, economic development, workforce.
Yeah.
Lack of a better way to say it. That's a different matter. That does fit in. If it's a housing matter, that would fit in, but not to,
Oh, right.
building a redundant job training center effort when we have some in place.
I understand what you're saying, and yeah, my suggestion, it was incomplete. Instead of keeping that placeholder there as the for what was originally intending, put this in its place, including workforce development. This was my suggestion.
Are you saying,
Taking the place.
are you saying for increasing the housing priority that we've just established for homeless and kind of low-income housing, to expand that for workforce housing? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
That makes some sense, and I think the fit is better. We'll have to work through it, but I see the logic of that. If what you're saying, let's just say, for example, that Motherlode is, training, parts of our community, and, needs housing for those efforts and that program, yes, I think you could make a fit there.
So do you think we could merge
That's-
those into a 7 that's sort of
So
different?
we take
That's
7
where I was
out as
going.
it stands, and we fold the concept of workforce housing into the homeless and low-income housing. That fits. So I think 7 comes off the list, and the concept of the housing for the workforce, folks who are going through a program gets folded into the low-income homeless concept. We can do that.
Any objection to that, or support? Ben, does that work for what you had in mind?
I do, because I do, with the job training center, I think Mia makes a very good point on the fact that there's other people out there providing it. It's going to hard for us to accommodate money from the federal government to move forward on that. And I think that's something that we could work forward in a better manner towards workforce development and working with the people that are already dealing with that type of situation.
You see if there's a consensus on the board to take that back. Supervisor Stefano?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yeah.
Supervisor Callaway? Yes. Garamendi, yes. Okay, so work on 7 and try to make it do that. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, I would say we
Makes
would
sense.
essentially take out 7 as it stands and expand the homeless low-income housing to include the workforce housing. I think that's a better way to think about it.
Great.
Thank you.
So are there other, we have 8 items. Some of these we've discussed in the past, but some of them may want to be modified.
Correct.
Or dealt with 7.
Can we just start at 1 and go through the list?
Yeah.
Certainly. 1.
Yeah.
Everybody,
Is this an issue we still need to keep on?
The-
I mean, based on, we've received funding, we
have,
paid, I mean, is this an issue we want Ms. O'Connell to still be involved in?
well, I think that the issue is certainly expanded beyond Butte Fire, since now we're doing
Right.
all the tree mortalities. I guess our Director of OES has some input. What do you think? You're the professional.
Good morning, Board and Ms. O'Connell. We were very successful in receiving that grant funding, and at this point, the Good Neighbor Agreement is a little far off in our planning. So I would feel like we've done good work here, and that when we're ready to approach the Good Neighbor multi-year agreement, that we could revisit it. So maybe into the parking lot at the end would be a good place for this one. We've made great headway in this to this point.
I might argue that, we're working on all these CAL FIRE grants. A lot of them are on BLM property. They're overlapping, and even if we're not getting money from BLM, having Mia be able to go into the secretary's office or director's office and talk to him has moved a lot of obstacles for us.
It has.
Just keeps things going. So while it's maybe not specific, it's certainly an important role as far as I see.
Yeah, and as we see in recent developments, 2 of the county's shovel-ready projects come forward. That's not just serendipity. That's our efforts together, and stepping out of that to maybe or maybe not reestablish a relationship with the next party doesn't seem like it's really a good idea given where we've been. I think it's we have a good relationship. We have their ear. We're starting to get some funding. Why stop?
I would be in favor of continuing. I think we're in a good place right now. I think we need to continue it.
I agree with Gary, sorry, but number 8, close out FEMA grant and federal process, would this be good consolidating the 2 together as? Okay.
Yeah, I would let you answer that question, but
I think they're separate.
I think we're mixing apples and oranges there.
Yeah, I don't, yeah.
Let's finish 1 and continue on if we may.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
So, Dennis, you support keeping 1 on?
I agree with 1. It's an ongoing process. It's going to be years in the process, and as long as we can establish this pattern, hopefully it'll
And get
just
the
keep
funding,
going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
We're in a good place.
Okay, 5. We'll keep that on there. Sorry, John.
No, that's, I'll take all the help we can get.
2?
Number 2, looking at supporting Emma and also spending more time looking at the funding for the Stanislaus National Forest and trying to dig in there and look at the programs that will benefit our area. And also to see, to the extent we can, maybe a lift for the Calaveras Ranger District and the good work that they're doing there. It's going to take some time. This is more of an internal effort, but we've done that before. That's what we're doing right now at BLM. This is a new area for us to dig into. Forest Service, it's a good group, it's a good agency. They seem very open to working with us. I think it might be worth our while given the amount of acreage we have on the Stanislaus and how important it is to the county. To the extent we could get some additional funding for some good management, I think it might be worth it.
I would be in support of continuing this. I'm well aware, I used to sit on UMRA, the board, so I'm well aware of the good work they do and their focus on the watershed, especially in the Moke River area, so I'm supportive.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, with the caveat that you're familiar with the 2Care project or program over in Tuolumne County and the millions of dollars that they've received. It's very important for us to engage our RCD and possibly look at 2Care's methods that they've used there, especially the Master Stewardship Agreement's been highly successful there. We were in the process of putting one together here. I know Kathy was involved with it, Brian was involved with it. Maybe if that's something that we need to do, please let us know.
Yeah.
And we'll as a board discuss how we're going to push that forward. But yes, we've got to keep this one moving.
Supervisor Callaway? Karamandy, yes. 5-0. 3.
3, so State Route 4 realignment, we talked about the federal opportunities, and we see one coming our way. Also the concept of, infrastructure, highway, bridge, kind of funding opportunities. We had identified State Route 4 as kind of the poster child. I know that we have an aggressive bridge replacement program. We've gotten funding over time, but I think, there's more opportunity with the transportation authorization bill being drafted now and grant funds out there. The idea would be to look at, infrastructure, generally comparing notes with our priority list for the county to see what projects might be eligible for funding as it comes up. Also, the concept of looking at funding for safety measures for our roads. I think there's some opportunities. We see them, again, in the Senate Transportation Bill, to give ourselves a chance to look at those opportunities for our area and really try to highlight the rural funding needs that seems to be getting more and more traction, and I think we can be a good voice for that.
I'd like to change number 3 to infrastructure, not just making it State Route 4, but including, there's the Bridge Reinvestment Program that was passed. We have on our agenda later today the Capital Improvement Program, and so there could be other projects. Ms. O'Connell's already working with our Public Works Director on helping to set some of these infrastructure priorities. So, and we could even include like Cosgrove Creek in that, because that is somewhat of an infrastructure issue. And just cap it as infrastructure, and we could have line items under that that might come in and out depending on where federal funding is at the moment.
Supervisor Toffenot?
Yes, I want to caution that what Supervisor Callaway is intending to do here, because the State Route 4 realignment has been in the works for years. You talk about the general plan for 13 years, this state realignment, and if we try and clump it together instead of actively pursuing the fundings for it separately, we could be asking for some problems, because we're just about at this point right now where we have a shovel-ready project. We're ready to go. We're looking at getting easements. We have a design. We're close to going forward. Now to just lump it aside in an infrastructure thing, I think is a mistake. I think we need to focus on those funding to get this project complete and not kick it down the road a little bit, because again, it's been in the works for many years. And we're finally at that point that we're going to have a shovel-ready project here quickly, and we have some funding. COG has a good-sized portion of funding committed to it, but we're still not have the total funds that we need for the total project. And again, you look at the pull station area on Highway 4, there's still a number, even though they did improvements there, there's still a number of fatal accidents going on there. And that road needs to be straightened out and widened for the safety, which lumps into this too, safety project for our constituents in the county. So I would caution that.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, thank you, because Gary and I are both on the COG, so we understand that this is something, if we can't stay focused to this one project and the value of it, please understand, when you're looking at 140 going to Mariposa, you're looking at Highway 108 to Sonora, 88 to Jackson, all of these major cities in the foothills have a major highway getting to them that is a safe access. There is one that doesn't, Calaveras County. And so Highway 4 is critical. It is the single most dangerous road segment in the county, and it has to maintain its priority. And if we don't look at phase one, at least phase one, and getting that on the ground in 2021, 2022, all of the other stuff is not consequential. So I would stay away from Cosgrove Creek. I would keep this as a priority.
Supervisor Stopper, you have something?
Well, Cosgrove Creek is on here, is the next one, so we keep that where it's at.
So
I think I hear what Supervisor Toffanelli is saying, and I think keeping this a priority and singular until we get to a finish point, and then we could expand to something else after we're done with this.
Okay. Keep it. As is. Change it, keep it. Okay.
Moving on to Cosgrove. In that case, the federal government switched the category for us from construction now over to maintenance. So the issue there is to, the federal engagement would be working with the federal agencies on the permitting to allow us to do a regular maintenance regime and really get that moving forward. So we're not doing it on an ad hoc basis, and we can get ahead of damages to the community and really provide the capacity in that channel by taking out the sediment and vegetation. So it's a maintenance issue here.
You know, I'll speak to this item. This is another item that's been on the agenda for many years. We sat on a committee, I sat on a committee that went in conjunction with the Corps of Engineers many times, spent many times in Sacramento on discussions and meetings. The county poured a lot of money into it at the time. What came out of it was not what we were looking for because it didn't fit the mold, as Mia said, for their categories to expend money on it. However, it doesn't make it any less of an impact here in the county. Right now, the county pays for clearing, and we don't clear the creek itself completely. We only go up to St. Andrews Bridge. What happens after that, we don't get a chance to do. So if the water, if you look at any time, even over the course of when we had the downpour last Saturday night, that creek, even though we cleared portions of it, filled very, very rapidly, very quickly, and it's because we're not being able to clear on downstream, so we have a total clearing as it goes out past the lake, and that's going to back up. So we need a complete maintenance program, and we need to make FEMA aware that this is an insurance for them that we're not asking for something that won't help them in the future by allowing a regular maintenance program on this project, in order to keep it away from, if we have another catastrophic catastrophic storm like we did in 2006 when it flooded, I'm afraid now with new development that's there and going up, we're going to have even more problems than we had in 2006.
So you raised FEMA, interesting point. With your permission, what I could do is investigate FEMA's pre-disaster mitigation program, since we have had damages, and there is some significant funding there too for doing preventative
Preventative maintenance and more
maintenance and
insurance type.
preventative measures. Typically, it's more, flood control oriented construction, what have you. But I would need to look at the regs, and there might be a place for us there under pre-disaster mitigation FEMA funding for a project here. I'd be happy to investigate that as part of this item.
I think that's viable. I think we even had that discussion when we talked on the phone. So.
Is there any objection to number 4 on the stands?
It goes in, it leaves, where Gary's talking about St. Andrews and everything, it does go down into Rancho Calaveras and the La Cantena into my district. It's not just the vegetation, though. One of the biggest bottlenecks is the bridge going across Vista del Lago. And so there is some infrastructure worries there in my mind when I've seen that, when it floods, that water can't make it underneath that bridge fast enough. Also, I was working this Sunday and I was driving around, and it impacts our partners with Calaveras County Water District. So there might be some other issues with the water plant at the base where Cosgrove Creek empties into Calaveras River that you can work on with them also, that may be able to mitigate some of the things happening to their infiltration gallery at the water treatment plant.
Okay.
But yes, support it.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah.
Supervisor Callaway? Yes. Supervisor Germany, yes. Good on that one.
Okay. Moving now to 5, speaking of CCWD, the issue there is supporting CCWD in their efforts to address the upgrade. The current posture is moving forward on some construction for Copper Cove. The first piece of construction is updating that wastewater treatment and reclamation plant, the $1.1 million, and then they've got another increase in the authorization bill to allow for a higher level of authorization to do the whole plant, $13 million. So the question for the board is whether this raises to the level of a priority for the county, or whether perhaps we, have another level of support for others, rather than, us spending incredible amounts of time for funding that's not going to come to us, but supporting a sister agency in their efforts would not take as much time on my end of it. A letter or something like this. We could develop, just a separate in our platform, our priorities, and then separately support for others and identify this.
Supervisor Toffenall?
You lobby for CCWD also, do you not? So you are employed by them. I think if I recall when we placed this on there, it was to support CCWD, and we were going to go back and help them in support, not necessarily spend a lot of time or effort on our part for our lobbyists to do it, but it was, they were going back at the same time, and we were going to do some support. I don't know if the board wants to continue doing that, but there wasn't.
Put it in a different category, as we're
we could put
talking
it,
about,
yeah.
A lesser category, just support for others, rather than me spending a bunch of time on this, just the general acknowledgement that it's there and support.
And I believe, if I recall, this came out of the CCWD meetings where the chair and vice chair meet monthly, and they were going back, and we actually got back with Mia via those meetings. So I think that's where this item all came.
Yeah, I might want to include, since we're making this new category of support, which I think is a good idea.
Yeah.
We don't want to spend, we want to support them as much as we can, but we also want to remember we got to feed ourselves first.
Correct.
I would hope that under the support, we could maybe include other utilities in our county that run into, may need support someday. They don't have a current thing going on, but if it does, for example, CPUD. If they have programs going on, we'd want to support as well. It's just a question of how much time and resources.
Mm-hmm. Right, and the idea of making that category would be a limited resources, clearly, that's what we're saying.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, and CCWD is going to have to deal with this directly. We currently have about plus 1,600 homes under current development agreements in the county in the Copperopolis Basin. So whatever's happening here is going to take them time to bring it all together. Whatever way we can support them, I certainly would do it, but I would like to see it expanded to the broader spectrum of all of the districts in the county, and how do we help them if we're going to support one, let's support them all.
Okay. Depends on the level of support. That's just
Right.
how
We may need to sort of take that as a, we have an umbrella of support, but, animal farms, some are more equal than others depending on what we've got going on.
Yeah.
Supervisor Stopper, or Supervisor Delfino, both of you look like there's something you want to add.
Well, I was just trying to get a handle on how that looks. Do they contact Mia? Do we give Mia direction that we
No,
have
you would
been
give me
approached?
direction.
Yeah, that we, so how is all that going to work, and do we give her direction on which specific district needs help, or, I mean, this is a wide open question here.
I appreciate where Mr. Toffenelli's going, because I was thinking the same thing. I think at this point, just as simple as we support these different special or entities in that, but if there is to be direction, they need to come to us and ask for our specific support, and then we can give you direction at that time.
Yeah, we can't have you out shopping for everything under the
Right.
sun. But if there's special requests, we could put them forward. Supervisor Mills, did you have something else?
No, that was the direction I was trying to go. Let's not make it too broad to the point where you're just running around, but
It can't work for everybody.
no, but the point is, if they have specific needs, we just already are making a clear statement here that we're willing to support. We just need to know what that support needs to be.
Right. Do we, point of clarification, do we want to mention CCWD or just other agencies? I mean, I just want to follow whatever you want me to do.
My understanding, and listening to my colleagues, is that we drop this. There's nothing preventing us at any time from writing a letter of support to a local, on a local agency who wants our help. I mean, today we have the chair, we're giving the chair authorization to write a letter to the Public Utilities Commission. And we could do that for any agency or organization we choose. I don't think that it should be on our list of priorities for your firm.
And one of the things you might want to look at, Mia, is this sort of combines 5 with the new 7, is that, when I talk to builders, they always say one of the biggest obstacles is cost of hookups. CCWD does their background, they've got their set price. We've definitely got a delta, so who knows, maybe there's ways that we can work to accomplish our goals together in getting affordable housing built. I don't know what that would look like. That'd be your mystery. So we have item 5. The question before us is, do we want, I sense a consensus on a secondary category of support. Is that correct? So the question would be, for me, do we specifically name CCWD, or do we cover it broadly? Supervisor Mills says no. Supervisor Stopper?
Broadly.
Broadly. Supervisor Toffenot?
Yeah, broadly.
Broadly.
Okay, very well, thank you.
6.
I'd like to drop 6. This has been a topic for years and years, and there's probably every county across this nation that's asking for this. At least I know it's happening in California, and it's happening in all the rural counties. And this is really one where the pressure has to go on private industry, not at least the federal government as their position is now. And I don't think I want our firm expending energy on broadband access, even though we all want it. So does every other county. And I think through our respective organizations that we're part of, we can always come back to this as a county, but I don't think this issue is a national issue. It's not just specific to our county, and I'm not sure that I want to have Ms. O'Connell's energies put into this. There's no dent.
Ms. O'Connell and I have talked about this extensively. In fact, we met back with USDA about this specific issue, and you are correct, Supervisor Callaway. It is a private sector issue to try to provide this. However, districts like mine, where it's extraordinarily expensive to run internet to people from that final mile, we don't have dense housing tracts or modern ones. It's something that I think we need to continue to keep on a list of priorities, or we're just not going to do it at all. So it might fall under more of a support role to the agency, to the private industries that's doing it. But if we take it off, then it's really easy to forget about the people in Sheep Ranch or Railroad that don't have.
Or Dorrington, or Camp Connell, or Gans Meadow, or Sherman Acres.
So you
And we
understand
can all-
completely why we ought to keep it
I totally
on.
understand, but I do not think this is an issue that we should be asking Ms. O'Connell to spend any time or energy on. I think this is an issue that we can deal with on our own, or through CSAC, or through RCRC. But I'd rather her spending time getting money for State Route 4 than I would have her stand in line with counties all over,
Okay.
with states.
So I'm going to bet that the internet's going to stick around, so I'm going to vote for it. You're going to vote against the internet.
Yeah.
Gary, do you think?
What I'm voting against is her spending her time on this issue. I mean, I
I'm sorry,
want to.
that wasn't fair what I said.
No, that's true, it wasn't, and I'm trying to be above the fray.
And I apologize.
But the whole thing is a return on investment. We are investing in Ms. O'Connell's time. Where do we want her spending her time? Do you want her spending her time lobbying on an issue that is so much bigger than just Calaveras, when you can work through RCRC or CSAC or the Farm Bureau or whatever?
Let's see where the rest of the board is. Supervisor Toffenali?
Mia,
Supervisor.
your opinion
My thought
on
on
your
this
success rate on,
is, as is the case, at least before the last motion, that we were supporting others. In that case, it was CCWD. Now it's broadly, other special purpose districts within the county. This funding wouldn't come to us. This is the private sector's job. So it could be that we also add to that support for others category, which by its nature reduces my involvement with it. But it could be a letter of support. We put it under support for others. We're supporting the private sector in their endeavors in seeking federal funds. It could be a letter at the appropriate time from the board, to USDA supporting, the private sector's request for funds under a grant program. So, you could put it on there. It wouldn't be a great, time-consuming effort on my part. Certainly by putting it under support for others, it diminishes my involvement, but it would allow us to, me to check on the
It's on the
status of
radar.
the grant or do a support letter for you. It would be that way, and it would still keep it on the radar.
I would support that.
Supervisor Toffenali?
Support.
Supervisor Mills?
Support.
I don't. Her other is now growing exponentially.
Okay. So I will support that as well. So, next one was number 8. We talked about 7 earlier.
If I understood it correctly, and Mr. Osborne, you might, is that the issue is really with the county and the state, and that we don't really need any federal involvement to close things out? Unless you're hearing something different than what I heard?
We are making a lot of headway in our work to close these projects. Winter's upon us, so it's tough to complete some of them right now. Josh's crew has been doing a lot of the work, and we are doing much better at coordinating that through my office, and we are well in hand to close out what we can. The stumbling block and where I think that Ms. O'Connell may be of service to us is we have 4 large projects that were closed out in the Butte Fire, which is data report 4240. They were sent to FEMA. FEMA has a 6 to 9 month return time, or before it even gets high enough in the stack that FEMA looks at it. And that to me seems like certainly a place for improvement for us if we didn't have that 6 to 9 months of waiting, holding out our hands. If Ms. O'Connell could spend some time with FEMA and improve that process, or somehow get us some priority, that would be helpful, because we're working very hard now to close those things out, and then they just kind of float off into
Is
federal
this
land.
true for other states and that have FEMA services? I mean, is this an issue with their process, or is this unique just to us? What about all the other entities across the country?
It is not unique to us as a county. It is a universal truth throughout the state. By that comes from our OES, our state OES folks. They collect this information from the counties, whether it be us or one of the other 57 counties. They review whatever information, and then it's sent to FEMA. Once it's sent to FEMA, 6 to 9 months, it is a pretty atrocious turnaround time when we're talking about small rural counties that are positioned now the way that we are or were, because FEMA just gets around to it when they get around to it.
Supervisor Mills?
Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm getting the feeling that this year might be the real critical year to have Mia focus on this, because if we're going to close these things out, we might need a little bit of help to get us over the goal line. This has a large fiscal impact on our county. We don't know exactly what those obstacles are going to be, but I'm pretty sure there'll be something. And having someone back there to help us get this over the goal line.
I would wholeheartedly agree. I'm not sure I speak for Josh. Josh, I know that on our side, we're inside the 20. We're in the red zone to complete our projects, get these closed out, and get them to FEMA. And it seems like we're going to put an awful lot of work into that, and then we're going to wait an indeterminate amount of months or years before we get that work recognized by FEMA.
Okay, so you're going to be the fullback. Supervisor Stopper or Supervisor Toffenot?
Yeah, and I think initially that was a discussion we had when this was placed on there, the fact that small rural counties such as us have to foot that bill to get the projects completed, and then wait and wait and wait to get money back that we've expended out of general fund. And the idea was to go back to their lobby, at least on our part, and hopefully get them to change their minds when they look at this system for small rural counties, because it is a big, heavy load on us. And if something happens again tomorrow, we still have another heavy, big load, and we're still waiting for payment on monies that we've expended years ago. So I think that was initial, so I support it.
I support it. Anything you can do to expedite the process for us is appreciated.
Very well. Supervisor Mills, you on board? Supervisor Callaway? Yes. Garamendi? Aye. Mia, do you have other questions for us? I know you've got to get on an airplane. We could have, we may have public comment. You may have to watch it on video when you get on the plane. But I also don't want to hold you up, so I want to make sure we answer all your questions.
I think through this discussion, I've gotten the direction that I need. If I have questions, I'll get back to Mr. Alt, just for any clarification, but what I'll do is I'll go back and make the revisions as per your direction, and thank you for engaging so deeply in this. It's very, very helpful to me. Really crystallize the thinking about where we should be spending our resources, so very helpful. I'll put together a draft that I will send to Mr. Alt, and we'll coordinate to see that it makes sure it reflects your needs and direction to me, and we'll go from there.
I want to thank you for making the flight out here and continuing.
Pleasure.
You've been a pleasure to work with as chairman this year, and I'm sure the next chair will also enjoy working with you. Supervisor Toffenelli?
I just want to say thank you, Mia.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
We're going to take a 1-minute break while Mia wraps up her stuff, and then we're going to do public comment on this item. Unless you want to wrap and go at the same time. We'll take 1 minute break.
Okay.
We'll never get this right. Welcome back. We are moving on to the consent agenda. How's that? So, I apologize. We have public comment on our federal presentation we just had and our lobbying objectives for this year. Tim?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, supervisors, staff. Tim Udertes, District 3. I am a member currently serving on the Council of Governments. We do this each and every year, sit down with our prioritization list. I would encourage you to keep your list to 2 or 3, because otherwise your advocate will be overrun. I'd also be curious to know if there are any discussions that went on about the current climate in DC and which one of your priorities may have the best chance of success. So, for whatever that's worth. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? Ms. Worcester?
Anthony Worcester, McCollum Hill. I wasn't here for most of the presentation you folks heard, but I do have some very strong ideas about the problems of water in this county. And I have spoken with both Supervisor Toffenelli and your chair, Jack Garamendi, on these issues and asked them to please come to public hearings, which they did when CPUD did theirs. And, I'm really concerned that in Calaveras County, we have a lot of people who don't have enough money to pay for their property tax, their water, their electricity, and now maybe a generator because the electricity is not that stable anymore, on and on and on. And if you look at what's happening, the cost of living is going up all the time. Social Security does not keep up with the cost of living. Not everyone has Social Security. We have people here. I went door to door in Paloma to gather signatures against the increase for CPUD. And what I heard from the people I talked to was they would not be able to water their trees. They don't have enough money coming in on a month. These are people in their 70s and 80s, and maybe some older. Out of everyone that Sheila Russo and I interviewed and had signed up that they opposed, there only one person, only one, wouldn't sign. And he said, well, he was so grateful because he'd been there for like 50 years. And he was so wonderful when CPUD actually did bring water to them that he couldn't go against it. That's one person. Everyone else was against this increase because they couldn't afford it. So I feel that although these are all separate little water districts, like CCWD, CPUD, we have several others, I hope that the county can do something to help them. I think some of the managers may need more training, education. They don't seem to know how to keep the cost down and how to get money from the feds or the state. So when I first saw this on the agenda the other day, I thought, well, that's good. I'm glad CCWD is at least coming forward and saying, hey, we need help. Can you help us? So I'm not either against or for what you folks have just witnessed and thought about.
Thank you very much.
Just sharing my thoughts and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez?
You can call me Gina, it's okay.
Gina, welcome.
I have a thank you to give to all you guys. This lady's wonderful. She's on our side. I really was enthusiastic about hearing about the Highway 4 corridor. In the last 7 days, there has been 6 accidents, and they were all dangerous, right by my house, right there at Highway 4 and Pool Station. I am on call with the fire department, and I respond to these these accidents. And to see that this is moving forward, like Gary said, it's moving forward. It's a priority, and it's really important for everybody to know that this is not only road in our county that's a problem. There's many, many problems, but to see this is really enthusiastic. And as a neighborhood watch captain for Bar 20, I will be presenting this back to the neighbors because we are all concerned about it. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Other public comment on this? Ms. Gordo?
I think that the trees being removed in a timely way when they're hazardous is really a good idea. And I was wondering if maybe one way of getting funding would be to turn it around and say, okay, we have this program that we're going to plant trees. And in order to make it, the whole proposition viable, we need to have these trees removed that are in the way of planting the new trees. Anyway, it was just a thought. And the other thing is, on the homeless situation, I had a bad day yesterday, and I ended up in Burger King, and I was reading the paper, and this guy wanted to talk to me, and he was like behind me, and I'm friendly, so I started talking to him. And he's homeless for 2 years. And so he had a roundabout way of cluing me in on his homelessness. And his daughter wanting him to get help because she needs help. She's a teenager. And so his brother is making it possible for him to go up north to see his 90-year-old mother and other people, and his sisters and brothers and nieces and nephews. And then he's going to go to a Christian camp. The only trouble is that he cannot have his couple of beers a day, and that's a big holdup for him. And I hope you can read between the lines, because in the meantime, some other guy came in, he had an earring and looked really cool, and his daughter was going to court and probably will end up in juvie. That's his terminology. And he was also talking about his mini cars and stuff like that. So as the conversation wound down, he says, "Do you want to smoke?" And so they both went outside.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cora. Next speaker.
I think it's wonderful that we have a government that can give us money when we have disasters. The storms from February did so much damage in our district. Independence Road was one of them. So we're receiving FEMA money to fix the roads and to fix all the damages caused, and we depend on this. We depend on this as a county because Sometimes when God strikes, we need a little bit of help. Jack, you said a little bit earlier that you don't want to poke anyone in the eye when you have your hand out for money. We have our hand out, we're asking for FEMA money. So why are you going against our federal government by allowing marijuana back in our county? You got your hand out, but you're poking him in the eye. And I'm pretty sure McGregor Scott would agree with me on this concept. Thank you.
Next speaker. Seeing none, that was an informational item, so we will move on to consent.
Okay. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Very well. Board members, anybody have an item on pull? Supervisor Mills?
Item 9, item 20, and 25.
Other items from the board? Staff? Mr. Banner?
Yes, I'd request that number 20 be taken off the agenda to be brought back at a future date.
Very well. I think we need a motion to do that. Is that correct? Sorry. 25. He did pull number 20. So we would have we need a motion to remove it from the agenda to a time certain, or just remove it?
Just remove it.
Just pull the item. Yeah.
To discuss?
No, I believe that Mr. Banner is asking to remove the item from the agenda in its entirety because of no longer a need for action of the board. Is that correct?
Yes.
Very well.
Oh, because it's a resolution. So
It is a
I would move, if you need that, I'll move to remove it.
Thank you, Supervisor. A second?
Second.
No.
Could we please approve what's remaining on the consent
Oh,
agenda?
first.
And
First.
then go through them. That
Got
would
it.
be most helpful for me.
Most certainly, Madam
Thank
Clerk.
you.
Supervisor Mills, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll move the remainder. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Wow.
I'll second.
Supervisor Toffenali, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. Okay, let's go in order. Just trying to make you happy.
Okay, item 9 is from County Council to authorize the board chair to execute amendment number 1 to an agreement with Colatuano, Highsmith, Watley, PC for ongoing representation in Superior Court Case Number 18CV43460 to increase the not-to-exceed amount by $120,000 for a total not-to-exceed amount of $170,000.
Supervisor Mills, you had a question on this item?
Multiple questions here. I noticed in the financing, this would be on packet page 814. We're talking about that's already in the specialized services portion of the budget for this year. However, I did note that it said something about coming back in mid-year for a budget adjustment, so I'm not certain. That seems to be a disconnect to me. Let me just take that question first. Is there going to be a need for a budget adjustment at mid-year?
For this line item, I'm not sure where you're seeing, could you point out where it says that we would need to come back at mid-year in this item? I don't believe it's in this item.
It's not in this item?
I don't believe so. That's why, if you can point me in that direction, I can certainly
I just
review what
remembered-
your concern is
yeah, I
and be able
remembered-
to answer it.
I'm sorry. I remembered seeing something about a need for a potential budget adjustment at
I think
mid-year.
that's a different item.
Okay.
For this item, there is sufficient funding within the budget that's already been appropriated for outside contracts.
So the court has now decreed that there be there's sanctions against these individuals of $2,370 per.
Correct.
Is there going to be a difficulty in collecting that, or is that something the court's going to do, or how's that handled?
We'll certainly be working through collections of that. I can certainly provide the board a memo on the process for collecting that. And then work with Colin Tuno's office as well as far as the process to actually collect on those judgments, but it would be a collections effort outside of the actual defense of this case.
Okay, so it is separate. Okay. Is there in any way that what is happening with this case could potentially affect future Measure C income? So as we go into the regulatory process and there is future Measure C money collected, will this in any way have a bearing?
Unless and until the court says that the county cannot collect a tax, we would be collecting a tax on anything that is taxable.
And then it would be up to the court to decide what's going to happen from there.
Correct.
So what kind of a timeline are we on right now? I mean, I saw a little bit of a timeline here, but this hasn't been set for a trial.
It is not. It has not been set for trial. Are you asking when it's
Yeah, it's kind of an
anticipated?
estimate
I
of
mean,
what we think a timeline might be for us to get this through the court and get it resolved.
We're probably still this time next year, maybe, or this time 2020, maybe? I'm guesstimating at this point. I mean, certainly there's a lot of moving parts with cases through law and motion, other motions that may be filed between now and actually getting to a trial.
So this could run 1 to 2 years.
We're still a ways out.
Okay. Well, that's the reason for the pulling of the item. I'm sure that council will bring this to a closed session if we have more need for depth on the discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Stop.
I think approval of this will keep an institutional element to this case. Right now, we soon have our lead county council leaving. I think it's crucial that we keep the Cullen Tuno, Highsmith, Watley working on this issue. There is over $13 million in collected taxes. The unregistered, the registration fees have already been resolved due to the 4/5 vote earlier this year. A 4/5 vote by the supermajority of the supervisors that understood the implications of the permit fees along with the law on Proposition 26. That they were originally asking for some of the registration fees back with this. I think we've resolved that part of the issue. I support this down, moving forward.
I can make the motion to.
Let me do some public comment first.
Yeah.
Is there public comment on this item, item 9?
Good morning, Vicki Reinke. I was also going to pull this item. So I think it's important that the community understand what this is all about. And as we go through the agenda for the rest of today, this should make an impact on some of those decisions. And I'm just going to read one thing on the agenda document that's here. It says, on August 3rd, 2018, Adam Ray, Golden State Herb Incorporated, and Andrew Grew filed a class action complaint in demand for the jury trial. The complaint asserted that the commercial medical marijuana program implemented by the county in 2016 was illegal and that the county had no legal authority to assess a tax on commercial cannabis activities. I know that that's the question in the courts, but the people have to understand that. These whole taxes are under a lawsuit. and we want to pass another ordinance and fund another ordinance, while this is pending, you think you're not going to see other lawsuits for maybe the permit fee's too high this time? So anyway, I just want the public to understand that that's what this lawsuit is about, and it is public knowledge. You can look it up on, through the court system. Thank you.
Next speaker.
As we've gone through this drama for many years, the most frequently asked question, and the one that never gets an answer, is how much is pot costing this county? We never seem to be able to come up with an expense, a total expense. It's over here, it's over there, it's hidden, no one knows. The auditor or the controller didn't do it right. It's not being recorded correctly. It's this. We don't know, and we've been asking for it time and time again. Now, when you have to start spending taxpayer money for attorneys to protect you against a lawsuit by pot growers, wouldn't that be a marijuana-related expense? Without the marijuana, without the growers, this lawsuit wouldn't exist. This wouldn't have happened. So it becomes an extra expense for the county. Are you figuring that in as you look forward to more of these harebrained schemes that you're going to regulate and all this other kind of stuff? Whether you do it or not, I mean, I don't know, but it's costing you a lot of money. And it doesn't seem like the cost is going down. And also, I mean, I don't know the case, but for spending this much money on additional attorneys, I think we have more people in county counsel's office than we do in almost any other office. Obviously, they can't do this. Where is the money going to come from? And what happens if you lose? You know, just spending money on attorneys doesn't mean you're going to win or prevail. It could come down pretty hard on this county. What are you going to do then? You're going to double down and have another program right behind it, hoping to raise money to pay off the lawsuit? You know, if you ask most professional gamblers, doubling down every time you lose is a pretty good way just to go broke. So I hope that in the future when we ask how much money is being spent on the marijuana program, how much has it cost the county, that things like this get added into it, that you direct the auditor and controller to somehow flag these expenses so at the push of a button, we know every single expense that was marijuana related, and we don't have to go chasing that number around. So it's just a request that I have, and it'll make it a lot easier for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gordo?
The story I was telling about the two guys that went out to smoke something, well, the homeless guy was getting shook down for something. The other guy was a drug pusher. And right there in Burger King, and I'm going, what do people do to help people that are in these kind of situations? And
Ms. Gordo, this is specific.
I know it's specific to this, but this is what, as a watershed problem from pot, and that's what's being discussed.
No, ma'am, we're discussing a tax lawsuit about whether we've appropriately or inappropriately assessed and collected taxes.
On pot.
That's correct.
And that's what I'm talking
So if we could focus on
about.
that, we can talk about it.
Well, apparently, we don't have enough law enforcement to keep people from having drugs pushed on them right in Burger King. And so anyway, that's my opinion.
Thank you. Next speaker.
At the town hall meeting in West Point, Jack, you said that the UO made $13.2 million. Why aren't we using that $13.2 million to pay off the marijuana lawsuits? Why are you coming back to the taxpayers? We're already having troubles between our homeowners insurance and the taxes being raised. Why are you using that instead of the $13.2 million that the county made?
Next speaker. Seeing none, I'll bring it back for a motion or further discussion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Callaway. Motion by Supervisor Stopper, second by Supervisor Callaway. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. All right.
Item 20 is from Animal Services to adopt a resolution authorizing the fostering and adoption of horses seized on August 27th, 2019, and establish adoption fees for the horses.
Sir, this item has been requested to be removed from the agenda. I need a motion to do so.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Stopper, second by Supervisor Callaway. Is there public comment on this item?
I just have a question. I'd like to know how much this cost us. Are you guys prosecuting the owners? Why Calaveras Animal Disaster Services wasn't involved in this, hauling these horses for nothing? It cost the county $0 to use us. Why we are being ignored by Animal Services. And I adopted horses 3 years ago from the county, and not one animal control officer has ever seen or been to my ranch to see what kind of conditions my horses are in. So I would appreciate it if the Animal Services Office would come by and follow up after they adopt these animals out. That's my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item? Seeing none, I have a motion and a second. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries 5-0.
And item 25 is from Human Resources to approve a resolution establishing a new job description for county council.
Supervisor Mills, you had a question on this item?
Yes, on page 38, packet page 388, page 4, this is under the training experience certifications. It says possession of a Juris Doctorate degree from an accredited school of law. Are all schools of law recognized by the American Bar Association?
Is that a question for council?
So there are multiple, law schools, there are California accredited schools, there are ABA accredited schools, there are schools that don't have accreditation, correct?
Yeah, my concern is...
There are different types of accreditation.
Yeah, I didn't ask the question, and I didn't know the answer to it. So the question, the concern that I have is the accredited school of law. I would like to see that to be a recognized ABA school of law rather than just a accredited school of law. That gives us a little, I think, a little bit better result.
Are there two other votes that want to make that change to this item? Supervisor Stopper?
No.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
What do we have to gain by making the change?
At the end of the day, anyone who goes to any law school still has to pass the same bar. So truly, the accreditation that the board should be looking at is state bar accredited. That should be a requirement for the position. Obviously, anybody practicing law has to be state bar accredited, California state bar accredited. But it's certainly within the board's discretion if you would like to have. For instance, there are many law schools within California that are California bar accredited, but they are not American bar accredited for a whole host of reasons, whether it's that it's an only night school program or their law library isn't large enough or it's not open during certain hours. There are a lot of reasons that a school would be California bar accredited but not ABA accredited. That's up to the board.
Question?
Yes, thank you. I don't want to make a change.
I also don't want to make a change. So there'll be no change. Other questions, Supervisor Mills?
Not at this time.
Very well. Public comment on this item? Seeing none, is there a motion or further discussion? 25?
So move.
Moved by Supervisor Callaway. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Carries
No,
five.
no.
Sorry?
Without the API, my vote is no.
4 yes, 1 no. Supervisor Mills is the no. We will continue the regular agenda at 1:30. We will be picking up on item 28 at that time. Thank you. All right. Welcome back to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for December 10th. We are on item 28.
Item 28 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution denying the appeal of William and Judith Miller of the Planning Commission's denial of an appeal of the Planning Director's denial of a variance to reduce the parcel's side setback to 1 foot to accommodate a tram.
All right, I'm opening a public hearing. Scott, take it away.
All right. As previously stated, this is an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of an appeal of the Planning Director's denial of a variance for William and Judith Miller. The variance request was to reduce the northwest side setback of the parcel from 7.5 feet to 1 foot to accommodate a tram. The exact term is funicular, but I don't like saying that word, so I'm just going to refer to it as tram. And for handicap access to the home. The Miller's application was denied for failure to meet the required variance findings. The subject property is located at 4931 Lakeshore Drive in Copperopolis. The property is on the shoreline of Lake Tulloch. The proposed structure was a funicular tram utilizing an open-air passenger car along a 124-foot track between 1 and 11 feet above grade with 4 landings. For some background, in the summer of 2018, the Millers came to the Planning Department to inquire about permitting a tram alongside their residence. They were notified at that time that their home was built up to the setback and that any built structure alongside the home would require their approval of a variance. The staff explained that the needed findings to approve a variance found in county code are difficult to meet and would most likely not be possible for an exterior tram. In September of 2018, the Millers contacted the planning director and set up a meeting to further discuss their project. At that meeting, the director again reiterated the unlikelihood of making the findings necessary to approve such a variance. The Millers made multiple trips to the planning department over the next several months, never receiving information indicating that a variance would likely be approved. The Millers applied for their variance on June 20th of this year and were denied for the inability to meet any of the required 4 findings. The Millers appealed this decision to the Planning Commission, who in a hearing on October 24th upheld the director's denial for the inability to meet the required findings. Now these required findings, which I've mentioned a lot, are found in County Code section 17.80.050. Now, we'll be going over them one by one, so I'm not going to be reading them all right now. But in the initial paragraph in this section, it states, "No variance shall be approved or conditionally approved unless all of the following findings are substantiated," meaning a variance cannot be granted if the project fails to meet even one of the 4 findings. For each of the 4 findings, we'll be going over the Millers' explanation as to why they believe the finding has been met and staff's response as to why the application was denied. So moving along, finding A, exceptional or extraordinary circumstances apply to the property which do not apply generally to other properties in the same zone or vicinity and result from lot size or shape, topography, or other circumstances over which the owners of property have no control. The Millers state that the lot is very steep, requiring the house to be built on multiple levels. The lots in Copper Cove subdivision vary in size and shape because of the topography. Unlike the subject property, most lots in the vicinity have large level areas for building pads. And now because of age, Judith's medical condition, and to provide wheelchair access for friends, mechanical access is needed. And that the tram will be shared with the neighboring property. Planning staff has concluded, first off, the assertion that the use of the tram will be offered to neighboring property owners has no bearing on any required findings. Steep terrain is not unique in the Lake Tulloch area, and the parcel has similar dimensions as others in the area, being the same width as many of the parcels on Lakeshore Drive. Hillside construction also is common in the area, with many homes being built on steep lots in a similar manner to the Millers. Here is a map showing the lots in Copper Cove subdivision, with the Millers parcel highlighted in red. As you can see, the lot sizes are fairly uniform, especially in the area directly surrounding the Millers property. The blue home in this picture is the Millers. As these next several pictures show, multi-level construction on hillsides is common in this area. Again, here's the Miller's home. This is the side of the house where the variance was requested. These pictures of other homes along Lakeshore Drive next to the Millers, again showing that the Miller's lot is not exceptional or extraordinary in regards to the surrounding area. For finding B, it states, the variance is necessary for the preservation of a property right of the proponent substantially the same as owners of other property in the same zone or vicinity possess. The Millers state that the variance is necessary to preserve the ability of the owners and their elderly and handicapped friends to access the home, and that interior solutions are not feasible. Staff response to this is the ability to access a dwelling is essential to the right of having a single-family dwelling. However, having an exterior tram for that purpose is not in itself a property right. Although the preferable option of the homeowner is to have an exterior tram, numerous interior solutions do exist for residential multi-level handicap access that would not require a reduction to the setback. No other dwellings in the Lake Tulloch area are known to have trams. The Millers have provided no evidence that an exterior tram is the only solution available aside from their assertion that it is so. Unless provided evidence to the contrary, the Planning Department asserts that other methods of access are possible. Finding C, the variance would not be materially detrimental to the purpose of this title or to property in the same zone or vicinity in which the property is located, or otherwise conflict with the objectives of any county plan, ordinance, or policy. The Millers state that the owners of the neighboring property are concerned mainly with resale value, and this project will enhance the value of the neighboring property as it will be shared. Any objections of other owners who do not reside in the immediate vicinity of the project are not valid, as the tram will not be noisy and will be barely visible. They state that the tram is not a building and is not on the ground and will not negatively affect any fire access between buildings, and that numerous homes in the area have air conditioning units in their setbacks, and this project will be just as unobtrusive as those. Staff explanation for this. The owners of the unimproved adjacent property next to the proposed tram and other property owners in the vicinity have voiced their objection to this project, citing aesthetics, noise, and separation between structures as their primary concerns. Calaveras County Code Section 17.26.070G1E requires 10 feet of separation between structures. Allowing this variance will effectively increase the adjacent parcel's side setback to 9 feet, unless a variance is also requested by that property owner. The location of air conditioners or any similar appurtenant devices on other properties near the Millers has no bearing on whether or not the proposed tram is subject to the 10-foot separation requirement. The Millers believe that the 10-foot separation requirement does not apply to the tram. Calaveras County Code Section 17.26.070G1E states that there must be 10 feet between buildings. Section 17.06.0380 defines a building as a structure. County Code further defines a structure as anything constructed or erected, the use of which requires attachment to the ground or attachment to something located on the ground. For purposes of this zoning code, the term structure includes buildings, but does not include swimming pools. The proposed tram will be constructed and attached to the ground as well as the house. As such, the tram is viewed as a building for the purposes of Section 17.26.070G1E, requiring any structure constructed on the adjacent lot to have a minimum 10 feet separation from it. To better illustrate the impact of this setback requirement on the adjacent lot, let's look at the submitted project plans. I've darkened the outlines of the house, garage, and deck as well as the property line. And here is the current setback at 7.5 feet, and the setback of the adjacent parcel also at 7.5 feet. The variance proposes to move the setback to 1 foot to accommodate the tram. To maintain 10 feet of separation, the setback on the adjacent lot will no longer be 7.5 feet, but 9 feet. Now, 1.5 feet doesn't seem like much. However, in their application, the Millers stated that the local terrain required them to use the full width of their lot in order to properly construct their home. The adjacent lot is the exact width as the Millers, being 70 feet. The adjacent property owner with the affected setback has stated that this impact is concerning and unacceptable. A finding cannot be made stating that reducing the available width to construct a home on the adjacent lot will not be materially detrimental to that property. Moving on to finding D. The variance requested is the minimum variance which would alleviate the hardship. The Millers state that due to the design of the house, this is the only space that would accommodate a tram for handicapped access to the many levels of the home, and that no interior options exist that would give complete access to every floor of the home and lake access to the patio and dock. Staff responds that the Millers have provided no evidence that an exterior tram is the only solution available. This variance will not be the minimum necessary if a solution utilizing the existing residence in some way is pursued. To summarize, for the variance to be approved, all 4 findings must be substantiated. The variance request was denied due to the inability of the project to meet any of the required findings. The arguments set forth by the appellant do not adequately refute the reasons for the denial, nor do they substantiate all of the required findings, and therefore the variance cannot be approved.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions from the board at this time? Then we will, oh, sorry.
This PowerPoint presentation you just put up there, was that the same presentation you made at Planning Commission?
Pretty similar. I consolidated a couple things, consolidating the Miller's arguments and our rebuttals to them, but the substance of it is the same, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's a presentation by the appellant.
Chair, I do have a question on that. Is that new information?
Excuse me. Has this been provided to the?
Was this
provided to the planning commission, but we figured we didn't get them back, so we're giving you some.
This was given to the planning commission.
Not everything in there.
Sir, could you tell us what?
I have the items that are loose in there were not given to the planning commission.
So those items that are
Can we
loose.
shared or should we collect them?
Or not submittable.
If there is anything that is substantive that you feel needs to be directed back to the planning commission, if you review it and you don't believe that it will not affect or alter your decision-making, then don't include it do not include it in your decision-making process, if that makes sense.
Everybody okay with that?
I would be concerned with anything that the planning commission didn't see that we might now see.
If you feel that whatever it is would have changed or altered the planning commission's decision, then you want to refer it back to allow the planning commission to review this new evidence, you have the ability to.
Is that what you're?
They did not see that, I don't believe, because this is just a picture of a tram that's very similar to our design that's built in Fremont, California.
What I'm trying to determine in all fairness, what I'm trying to determine is if there's anything in what you presented to us that was not presented to the planning commission?
All those loose pages, I do not believe we presented them to the planning
Then
commission.
respectfully, I would prefer not to look at them and potentially cloud the decision.
That's
Unfortunately.
fine with us.
Anything else in this handout?
That's the same handout.
The same handout.
So this was given to them?
Not the loose, none of the loose pages.
All of those pages are
Loose
just
pages
this
are
handout
new.
right here like this.
Yeah, just a handout like
Okay,
that.
so I will accept this, but I'm going to set this aside.
Okay. We just wanted you to see what we're trying to build.
Hand them back.
We tagged the page in the brochure that shows what it's going to
It's
look
okay.
like.
And we'll.
Closest one to
Or
what ours will
people,
look like.
you know, if they want to look at it or they don't, if they think they can pass them on down, it's just probably safe.
They should have,
Safer to hand them back.
but they didn't.
Ma'am, sir, the only reason we're doing that is because we're restricted to just the information that was provided to the
That's understandable.
planning commissioner.
Okay.
So if there's other information, this is an appellate. We're not attorneys, but this is a quasi judicial system. Sir, please.
Okay. I guess I really should start out and try to follow a little bit along what Scott told us. And when we went and applied for the building permit, which I thought would be easy, we went in there and they did tell us we had to go to the planning commission first because we needed a variance. And the planning commission did tell us that it's almost, in their opinion, impossible to get a variance because of the state of California rules or something. So
At that time?
at that time, we had already invested $45,000 in down payment for the tram. And so we decided we had no choice but to go and apply for the variance at any rate. After making that application, we actually I lost my train of thought and lost my notes, but
My husband is very much trying to follow the law all the time, and he insisted we get a legal permit. And a lot of people build things like this without even bothering, and then they go later and ask to get permission to keep it. But he won't do things like that, and this particular company would not build without having all the permits cleared. And we've gotten all kinds of different permits that the county required us to get, and they were very expensive. Even our protesting costs us money. We had to get a new title for our property, and the title company said they never heard of that. When you're not transferring the title, the county requires 12 months or less for your title clearance. So we did that. Then because a house on the other side of the lake fell into the lake, then they required us to get a geological engineer to check the ground and say that it was okay to build on. We're not even building a building, we're just putting in a tram. It's a track up in the air, and you still have access to the space underneath it. So we feel like it's certainly not as impactful as a swimming pool would be, and a swimming pool's allowed. And people do use that space for their propane tanks and for their air conditioning unit. All of our neighbors have those things in that same setback. And this is going to be a track up in the air that you can get under if the county needed to get in the ground for something. It's not a building. In our opinion, they're interpreting a structure as a building and a building as a structure. Well, it works one way, but it shouldn't be both ways.
17.20, let's see. 17.06.0380 says, building means structure. In my mind, that does not necessarily say that structure means building. In other words, if you can say a dog is an animal, that does not mean that an elephant is a dog. So that that particular thing is the key thing here. And I understand the desire for fire safety. But this tram, no more than an air conditioning unit or anything like that, or a fence, would not increase the fire danger. And I feel like when they said that buildings must be 10 feet apart, that's what they meant in order to not have a fire go from one building to the next. And this structure is almost entirely steel, except concrete foundations.
And it's open underneath.
But
It's not like a building.
the other thing is, the thing that started us on this, we didn't plan it originally, but our neighbor next door to us fell off his driveway and injured his back, and he's been in a wheelchair ever since. And they wanted to get a tram. And that fell through, so we decided, well, we'll get one and we'll build a pathway over to his house. He can use it too.
So we're getting it for our neighbor's sake also.
That's one of the reasons that we we got the idea of getting a tram in the first place.
But now I have a heart problem, and in the hot weather, going up 3 flights of stairs just to get to the street level, to our garage, is hard. And even in cool weather, I'm very slow going up the stairs. And it would be nice to have the tram for me, and also my son who stays with us. He's a long-distance truck driver. When he's home, he's at our house, and he has arthritic knees, and he struggles with the stairs. He uses them, but just like I do. But we really feel that we need some kind of mobility access, and we really want our neighbor to get back in his house. That's been going on for about 5 years now. We've wanted to get this tram, but it keeps getting put off for one reason or another. And this part has been the hardest. And our neighbors, they own an empty lot. They've been the same neighbors since we've lived there, which is 25 years. We've never met them. And I tried to contact them to let them know what we were doing and to get their permission, and they refused to contact us. And now one of their trees broke and knocked all of the trash from all the trees it broke. It was a really tall pine.
Bull pine.
A bull pine. It knocked all the trash up against our house, and I wrote them a letter. That's the only way I can contact them, because they won't give me any of their information. And they sent a guy out to trim trees, and he only trimmed trees on their property and didn't even remove all the broken trees that had fallen against our house. We're just lucky they didn't cause any damage, because the way these people communicate with us, it's like they hate us, and we don't understand why. We've never met them. And they've owned the property for 25 years, and now they're going to start complaining about space. We've never seen them. And the only complaints that came from 3 different property owners that owned empty lots. We've gotten a lot of support from neighbors who have homes up there. They're all hoping that we'll get this. And if it doesn't go through, our next step would have to be to go to the American Disability and get one of their lawyers to represent us, because we feel we have no alternative. I know the county says there are alternatives, but our house built like this, and you can't get an elevator inside the house this way when the slope is this way. And besides that, we want it to go all the way down to the water. We bought a house on a lake for a reason, and we've got a dock and a patio, and we need to be able to get from the street level all the way down to the lake. And we presented this to the Planning Commission. 2 of the members voted in favor of us. We were 1 vote shy of getting permission. So we're hoping we can get 3 votes from you guys and get our tram.
It seems like our last choice, last chance, you
Yeah.
might say.
We don't want to have to go through a lawyer and sue the county. It's not what we want to do. We just want to get our tram. This has been going on for a couple of years, just trying to get permits. And we had to get PG&E, we had to get the phone company, we had to get the water department.
And
I told them about the geographic engineer, which was very difficult because those engineers usually work on big projects, and most of them didn't even want to be bothered. I started writing to everybody in Northern California that did that kind of work, and I finally got one guy that felt sorry for us. He came out, and he charged us $2,000, and he said, "Don't tell your neighbors I did this." He didn't want to be called by any of our neighbors for a little project like ours. So we've tried so hard to comply with everything, and we tried to please our neighbor, but we can't even talk to them. They won't contact us.
At any rate, we have also in 17.26050, there are some accessory uses consistent with the definition of the code. Residential garages, fences, walls, various other things. And then usual and customary accessory structures and uses associated with a residence. And definitely this is associated with a residence. I walked down our street, it's a long block, and I took 20 photographs of different houses that have air conditioning units, fences, decks, and in one case across the lake there's a steel stairway that goes up the entire length of the lot. And it's very similar to our tram, except that it's manual. You have to walk up it. And then in addition to that, we found there's even a CCWD sewage pumping station that's right against the property line of one of the lots on our street. So there's other items that go up to the property line. And so I mainly think it's a matter of semantics, where Scott has, I think, mistakenly believed that if you say a building is a structure, then in turn it means a structure is a building. And I'm thinking that just as his definition of a structure does meet our tram, so does the definition of an air conditioning condenser meet the same definition that he gives. It's connected to the ground and also connected to the house. And so I believe that there's no actual mention of funicular or tram in any of your rules at this time.
Yeah, we seem to be the first.
I believe that we're the first in Calaveras County, at least for the company that we've dealt with who builds trams all over the world.
If we get turned
They've never
down,
built one in Calaveras County, yeah.
if we get turned down, probably no one will be able to build a tram on the side of their house if it goes into a setback. We have brought some neighbors who do approve of our project, and we'd like to let them have a chance to speak
Ma'am,
because
that's the next step in this is
Okay.
your presentation. We'll have a presentation by members of the public where people will be limited to 5 minutes.
I do have-
Summation and rebuttal where you'll get to come up again.
I
Then
do have a
staff does their
request.
submittal. We have a whole process.
I do have a question for you. Did you all listen to or read the proceedings from the Planning Commission where we got turned down 3-2?
We have the staff report, sir.
You've all done it?
We have a staff report, yes.
Okay.
Do you have anything else?
There was one other thing, but I can't think of it right now.
Do you want to wait?
Well, he said-
Yeah, I want to wait. Just want to wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on, thank you very much. We'll now move on to presentations by members of the public. You'll be limited to 5 minutes. Anybody would like to get up and speak on this item?
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Stout. I'm a neighbor. I'm also a survivor of polio. And when I moved to Calaveras County in '97, I was still in a wheelchair. And I go over to Miller's quite a bit. And I have a very hard time just getting down to the main floor of the house, let alone trying to get down to the lake. And I know other people that go there have that problem too. But, so it would benefit a lot of people, but especially for Judy and her heart condition. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
I thought you said Pam, and that's my name, instead of ma'am. As my husband said, we've known the Millers for quite some time, and Judy and I are together a lot because we sing to hospice patients and all. But I've watched this woman struggling to go up the stairs, not just in the summertime with the heat, but it takes her a good 10 minutes to get up there. It's just a struggle. And so my heart, is especially for us as we get older. And sometimes we get callous or, laws and regulations I understand too, but have a little compassion on people. Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Mike Kinsley. I am the first inhabited lot to the north of the Millers, and I look at the side of the house where the tram would be, so if I'm sitting on my deck or on my pontoon boat or basking in the water, I'm looking at where their tram would be. Okay, I have no complaints. I would welcome something like that. Being in engineering, I love looking at mechanical stuff as I'm driving around the lake, seeing how people have added elevators or whatever, and there's a lot of elevators on the lake. But where we live, this gentleman obviously hasn't walked down Lakeshore Road. He says all the hillside lots are similar. Well, they start out like this, and then they go like this, and then they get to Bill Mills, which is like this, and then they get to the next property, which is like this, inaccessible by anything but a parachute or a rope and being lowered. So they are different. And the Millers, I've been in their house, there's a lot of stairs. And I have a lot of friends that used to live on Lakeshore. But as they got older, they sold their houses and moved on. And the main reason was the stairs. Now, the Millers, when I met them, they said the stairs kept them young. Well, time's gone on, so they could really, really use this tram, and I don't object to it at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Hi, Dina Morris, Copperopolis. This is absolutely ridiculous that this is not being allowed to move forward. This is a safety issue for these people. Here, our supervisors here sit and bring in marijuana, which is really bad for neighbors, and now you're denying a tram for people who need it? That's absolutely ludicrous. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gordo?
There's a whole lot of compassion going on here for this project that has been rejected by the Planning Commission. I know how important a person's home is to someone. You have a lot of memories. You watch things just come back to you as you notice different things that are familiar to you over the years. And I hope that you'll have compassion for this couple and their son so that they can continue to live in a place that they love, their home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further public comment? Seeing none, next item is summation and rebuttal by the appellants. Would you like to add anything else to your presentation before we have 15 minutes?
I have a question for the planning department. Did you include the letters that you received after you first turned us down, when we realized that you wanted letters in approval as well as letters as an objection?
All letters properly submitted to us are in the project file, yes.
Okay, did you show them to the planning commission or to the supervisors here?
I don't believe all letters are in the staff report. However, after you objected to anyone not in the immediate vicinity to being opposed to the project, the only letters I included were that of the adjacent property owner.
Well, some of the people that live next door to us, in fact, the fellow that fell off his driveway and is in a wheelchair, he did not get a letter because somehow your records didn't have his name on it's a duplex where there are two names on the property and the first name.
Yeah, all property owners were notified, and we got those addresses from the assessor's office, so wherever the tax bill goes.
I know,
our letters
what
went.
I'm saying is that they didn't get the letter because apparently it's truncated and the second name wasn't there. And they never got a letter. So they sent a letter to you, I know, after we told them about it. And some other of our neighbors sent letters. And I don't see them displayed anywhere or told anybody. That was the only other thing I wanted to ask.
All right, next item, staff summation and rebuttal. Trying to go by the numbers, folks.
Nothing to say.
Sir, rebuttal by members of the public. Board discussion and questions. Supervisor Mills, you have your light on?
Yes. I think most of my questions are going to be surrounding the lot itself. If you have that photograph of the lot with the building and the deck and...
Of the project plans?
Yeah, yes.
Let's see here.
We're down one.
That one.
The one that you highlighted, the deck, right there.
That one?
Right. We don't see the other side of this lot. So obviously the neighbor to higher up from where your picture is, that's an empty lot, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's the neighbor then below that that is wanting to share this tram, is that?
I believe that is the case.
So the deck already encroaches into a normal 10-foot setback.
No, the deck goes right up to the setback. There's the setback line there.
But that's not the 10-foot.
Well, this property has 7.5-foot setbacks.
How'd they get a 7.5?
There was a utilities easement between the two properties that has since been vacated. And in this area of Copper Cove, most lots have 7.5-foot setbacks.
So they already have a variance to some degree simply because they're not in the 10-foot. All these properties are not in that 10-foot
Well,
setback.
5 foot is the normal setback for that zone. The
Right.
10-foot separation requirement is 10 feet between structures. So a 5-foot setback plus a 5-foot setback would be 10 feet between structures.
Okay. There was a comment about the lots not, in our findings here, we're looking at that all of these lots in the same zone of facility have to be the same topographies, but it's quite obvious because I'm familiar with Lakeshore, that the topography does change. So there's no one single lot in that whole area that has the same topography.
Right. The point is that hillside construction is common. That the fact that they're built on a hillside in itself is not an uncommon occurrence, and that there are many similar hillside constructed homes in the vicinity.
Is there, and I see Doug's here, is there any way to explain how this would not be considered a structure, Doug, in our code or in state code? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm trying to understand the definition.
Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. As it happens, the new code that I'm moving forward, and 2 items happen to be here. Aside from zoning definitions of what is a building versus what is a structure, the definition in the building code of a structure is anything built, similar to what we've seen. But the definition of a building is any structure utilized or intended for supporting or sheltering any occupancy. In the viewpoint of a building official, if you can reasonably put a person in it, then it is a building. But if you cannot put a person in it or utilize it where a person would enter it to do something like a storage building, then it would be considered a structure like a light standard or a similar.
Right. So that's where LP tanks and AC units and things like that are
Right,
in
so
a
if you're
different realm.
going to build something to bolt a propane tank to, that wouldn't necessarily be a building, but it would classify as a structure.
So obviously, we don't have good tenants or people owning property side by side, there's obviously some rub going on there.
There is the possibility.
So where okay, that's all I have for you, sir, thank you. So where we have a neighbor wanting to share this tram, has there been any statements in writing to staff indicating that this was their desire? And if so, would a tram located in a shared common area on the other side of the building be something that would be considered, in your way, an alternative, a specific alternative? Is it because it's where it is? Take your time to think of it. It's okay. I'm trying to understand specific alternatives here.
I think that the reason why the applicants have proposed on this side is that access to the deck would be available to each level of the structure. Wouldn't necessarily have the same accessibility on the other side of the structure. There's areas where it could be connected one level to another, but not necessarily the entirety of in one continuous length, such as proposed here.
There's more deck on the north side of the house. The south side of the house, there's deck. There's deck on the east side, on the lake side, but not on the south side of the house. So it'd be easier to connect the tram on the north, which is why I assume they proposed to put it there.
Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out here is that if this was something that was on the other side of the house, between those two, would it be a different situation, or would it be in the same?
I think it would still require a variance, maybe not to the same degree. Looking at the site plan, there is slightly more space between the existing building and the setback line. But again, it would not necessarily allow direct access to each level of the house because there's only a deck at the main level, which I believe is 3 levels down.
And the act of sharing the tram would not change our ability to meet findings.
Okay.
It may reduce the effect that it might have on a neighboring property owner, but that would be only one of the 4 findings necessary to be made.
Because I heard the statement of that this would affect value to properties?
Well, that was the
Miller statement.
That was what?
Well, the adjacent property owners have stated that they feel it would be an adverse effect on their property. The Millers have stated that it would be a benefit to their property and the other neighbor who would somehow share the access.
I would sure like to hear from an assessor or somebody of that caliber as to whether or not, there's validity to that statement. I don't see a problem with access for fire under this structure. Has that been a consideration or a concern?
Well, I think that's the requirement, or the reason we have the 10-foot requirement, so that fire personnel can get in between structures to fight a fire between them. And so, as Scott pointed out, that by having that structure pushed to the 1 foot from the property line, then any additional structure would need to be moved further away to allow access for firefighting personnel to get between structures that they need to fight the fire. I would agree that, fighting a fire that's on the metal structure itself would probably not be a fire hazard, but it may inhibit access to fight a fire to get down to the lower levels of it.
So if there was a situation where you would remove the decks that protrude out to that setback and move the tram over, would that make any difference in this discussion?
Well, it could reduce the amount of the setback. One of the findings we need to make is that it's the minimum necessary to provide use of the property. And so if you could reduce the amount of the setback variance request, that might facilitate making a finding that it is the minimum necessary.
But you're still not going to remove the objections from the neighbor?
Probably not.
If I might,
Okay.
I need to pull this back to the question that we're looking at right now. There probably could be some solutions found, but we're just dealing with the appeal. right now.
That's
Of
correct.
of the Planning Commission's choice. So, are there further board discussions or questions regarding the appeal?
I was right there anyway, so
Okay.
good timing.
Seeing none, sir, we're going by the book. And the book has board discussion and questions, and I'm to close the hearing.
No,
So-
you're close to me.
I'm sorry, sir. Very well, if there's any other further questions from the board, then I will close the appeal hearing, and we'll move towards board action. So further discussion or a motion?
I just had some questions. One of the things that came up was they're pursuing options. And Mrs. Miller, if I heard her correctly, said there were no options inside the house. So, I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, I just have to take her word for it. Going based on what Supervisor Mills said, if the deck was taken off and it came back, what would the setback be then? And I couldn't understand if they went to the other side of the house, what kind of variance? I mean, either way, there's gonna be a variance. What would be the variance on the other side of the house? I mean, that's an option, that might be one they don't take.
Well, we haven't reviewed that.
Oh,
We haven't reviewed that.
okay.
You know,
That's up to them.
yeah.
Got it. Okay.
If I may, if we have continued this discussion and there's evidence put forward that we will take into consideration for our decisions, it needs to happen under the public hearing. So we have to decide whether, I've closed the public hearing already. So, Supervisor Callaway, do you wish to continue down this path? In which case, I have to consider reopening the public hearing.
Well, I'm really trying to understand options since that came up during discussion. That came up in the staff report. And so I just wanted to pursue what those were. If that's the case, do we have to open the public hearing to do that?
Well, I think
Okay.
that we're not here to discuss options. We're here to rule on whether this was fairly done as the appellate court to the planning commission. But if you'd like to ask more questions, I'd be willing to
No, that's
reopen the
fine.
hearing.
That's fine. I guess I understand where you're going, Mr. Garamendi. I'm just trying to look at this a little broad base and trying to understand some of the things that came up during the Planning Commission meeting and came up during staff report. And if what you're saying is that's outside the scope of what we're here to do on if it was done correctly and we're supporting or not supporting, that's fine, I won't.
I'll have council weigh in.
I just wanted to make a point, and that's what I had pulled Chair Garamendi aside about, is through the procedures, all of the board discussion and the questions are all during the appeal hearing, because that is when the board is receiving any evidence, having the deliberation, asking the questions. It's all part of the hearing. Once the hearing is closed, the only remaining
Got it.
procedural thing that needs to occur is board action. So if the board is wanting to have additional deliberation, additional questions, solicit additional evidence for purposes of deliberation and making your decision, I would recommend that Chair Garamendi reopen the hearing, continue the discussion, continue asking the questions, continue deliberating, and once all deliberation is done, close and take action.
Would you like me to
Thank
reopen
you.
this, Supervisor?
No, that's fine.
So I am willing to. Supervisor Toffenelli, you look like you.
No, I think what happened, though, is you asked for final public comment, and then you said, I'm going to close it. You never left it open to come back to the board to ask questions of any of the presentations that were given by...
I was going directly by...
No, I understand, But
if you'd like me to open it and you continue to ask questions, I'm more than willing to.
No, I'm fine. But I think that's where maybe if you just brought it back and said, board, have any questions before it closes the hearing, these questions could have been answered. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so, board action. Somebody want to make a motion? Yes means no to the appellants, right?
Correct.
The recommendation before you is to deny the appeal, so a motion to accept the staff recommendation and the planning commission's findings would be to deny the appeal.
Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
What is the motion? To accept the
It's
resolution denying?
Yeah, but it's a difficult situation only because of the relationship to a neighboring parcel on this particular side of the home, which creates the problem. Based upon everything that we have in front of us and the findings that are required to be met, I don't really have any options here. I can't find anything to override those 4 findings necessary to allow you that variance. If this was in a different situation with a different neighbor on a different side of the house, et cetera, it might be a different situation. But based upon what we have in front of us right now, there's nothing here that gives me a latitude to override. So I would have to make the motion to deny.
Well, is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Mills, a second by Supervisor Toffenelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
You,
No, yes. No, yes.
I vote.
Just a little delayed, sorry.
All right. I think we've checked all the boxes, Mayor Council. Did that correctly? Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 29 and 30.
Can we have just a moment for staff to...
And I'm going to recuse myself and pass the gavel to the Vice Chair.
Jack, could you make me... Yeah. I'd like to move to item 29, conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution disestablishing a land conservation contract and ag preserve for Raymond Garamendi and simultaneously establishing 6 new ag preserves. Gina?
Good afternoon, Board. Gina Cathan, County Planning. February 16th, 1970, Ag Preserve Contract Number 56 was established for Raymond Garamendi, consisting of a total of 2,040.26 acres of land. The Garamendi Ranch spans east of State Route 26 and both east and west of State Route 49, south of the town of McCollum Hill for approximately 3 miles. Beef cattle has been the primary agriculture production on the ranch since the establishment in 1970, reporting a gross annual income of $90,000 from production in addition to $30,000 lease income. Now, the agriculture preserve land within the Garamendi Family Trust is to be distributed amongst the recipients. Division includes establishment of 6 new separate agriculture preserves. The first one being Agriculture Preserve Contract 367, totaling 284.36 acres for Megan Long. This action will also include in the next item a zoning amendment of 2 of those parcels. The next Ag Preserve contract is number 368, totaling 662.24 acres of land for Robert Garamendi. The third one is Ag Preserve Contract 369, totaling 409.73 acres for Catherine and Bridget Connolly. The fourth is Agriculture Preserve Contract 370, totaling 116.80 acres, again for Catherine and Bridget Connolly.
Next, number 5 is contract number 371 totaling 191.12 acres for Samuel Garamendi. And last but not least, we have Ag Preserve contract number 372 totaling 276.85 acres for John Garamendi. Approximately 99.16 acres of this original Ag Preserve of non-contiguous parcels did not qualify for the Ag Preserve, and the trust did file a notice of non-renewal. All these contracts propose to continue the utilization of land for cattle grazing. Scott Oneto, our county farm advisor, conducted a feasibility study on the ranch. Each individual preserve was found to be a viable agricultural land, able to meet the minimum requirements eligible for an ag preserve, capable of producing a gross annual income of $54.45 per acre. Your Agricultural Advisory Committee, along with your Agricultural Commissioner, as well as your Planning Commission, have all reviewed the contracts and approved, recommended that you approve and establish all 6 contracts. And the zoning associated with these will be in the next action. Do you have any questions?
I just have one, Gina. The one that's going out of, it's being non-renewed,
Yes.
the 99 acres, is that part of this one, or is that?
It was part of the original contract 56.
Right.
It's 99.16 acres, but they're non-contiguous parcels. They weren't eligible for the Ag Preserve, being that they did not meet the minimum 100-acre requirement.
Okay.
And the trust has already filed a notice of non-renewal for those.
So all we're dealing with at the moment is disestablishing the one and establishing the other. The zoning amendment will go to the
The zoning amendment will be on the
next
second action.
Yes.
We're disestablishing 56, reestablishing 6 new contracts,
item. Okay.
and the notice of non-renewal has already been filed.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone from the Garamendi Trust who would like to address this? Is there anyone from the public who would like to address this item?
There's a question of how much money is being spent at the planning department, and they're trying to make all people pay all fees and things to do with the planning department, which amounts to a lot of money. And I think that is wrong. And in this particular case, the Garamindis are not paying money, and they're going to keep pushing for people to pay more money for every little thing that happens in the planning department, or other departments for that matter. And so I totally think that it should be passed, and but people should remember that the Garamindis were allowed this, and so should everyone else be. And the other thing I have to say is that whenever changes like this occur, it means that some parcels may be used for growing marijuana. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments on this? Okay, I want to bring it back to the board, or is there any questions that the board has on this item? I'll close the public hearing and ask, I'm sorry.
No. It was after she's closing the public hearing, I turn on my light.
Done. Thank you. Good, thank you. Is there a motion on this item?
I would like to move it.
Okay, is there a second?
Does that mean you're moving it, or you just like to?
I'd like to. I guess I will also.
Okay, I'll second it.
I have a motion by Supervisor Stopper, a second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor?
Wait, no.
Wait? Oh, you didn't second it? What did I say?
Garamendi.
Oh, gosh.
Wait a
Scratch
minute,
that, could you?
that opens this all up, since this is splitting the trust up, the individual, I'm a Garamendi.
Oh,
The name has been mentioned quite a bit.
Thank you for the correction. All right. Let's move on. A motion by Supervisor Stopper, a second by Supervisor Tuffanelli, a longtime colleague of mine. I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 4-0. Supervisor Garamendi has recused himself from this vote. I'd like to move to item 30. I guess I missed Diane on the last one. I went to old time. It's the way we did it. Diane, did you want to do this, please?
Item 30 is to conduct a public hearing and adopt an ordinance approving the zoning amendment to agricultural preserve to recognize agricultural preserve contract number 367 pursuant to the Williamson Act for Megan Long and authorize the summary publication.
Okay, so during my review of Megan Long's application for the Ag Preserve, I came across two little errors that need to be cleaned up, and that was that we had inappropriately zoned two of the parcels that were previously under contract under 56, and they were receiving the Ag Preserve, benefit. They were noted in the assessor's record as being correctly but we just didn't have the zoning record correct, so we just want to clean that up. So assessor parcel number 1624001 is currently unclassified, and the second parcel is 1638017, which is currently zoned rural residential existing parcel size, and those two parcels need to be zoned appropriately Ag Preserve to signify the Williamson Act that you just approved.
Thank you. Are there any questions at this point? I'll open the public hearing. Is there any member representing Megan Long that would like to talk? Is there any member of the public that would like to address this item?
I just have a question. Let's just say that they're going to grow marijuana on this property. I don't know that. But didn't you just say it was zoned R&R, now going to be appearing as AP? Am I incorrect?
Yes.
Okay.
Agenda numbers 29 and 30, which this is 30, include 232 pages of work by the planning department and the farm advisor, and I don't know who all else. And again, changing the zoning of properties makes it available for people to grow marijuana on that land. Not that it will be, but it makes it possible. And I think that it should be separated and done what they've planned to do, and not keep people being on hold about what their plans are. But I think that's it. Thanks.
Michael Falvey, District 2. The previous the appeal of the Planning Commission for the variance, marijuana was introduced to that. I don't think the Millers have any plans for putting marijuana on a tram or something. I don't know what that was all about. Now we got disbanding of the Williamson Act contracts. Marijuana is going to be part of that. When did the band zealots deal with issues as like they're supposed to? What's next? What's marijuana going to have to do with numbers 32 through 34? Come on. Jesus.
Does anyone else have anything they'd like to address on this item?
Whoa.
He just called Okay, if you all have an issue, could you please take it out in the lobby?
No, I have an issue with him doing that in
Oh.
the boardroom.
I didn't hear him. Deanna, could you please sit down?
I will please sit down.
Thank you.
I refused for people to call me a bitch right here in the boardroom during your
Okay.
meeting.
Did I call you anything?
Hey, well,
Order.
all of you,
Order.
please, if you have, hey, Mike, please, Deanna, if you all have an issue, please take it out in the lobby. If you'd like, I'll go out and join you after we finish this item. Okay, thank you. I want to bring this back. Mr. Wright, did you have something you wanted to say on this, please?
Kevin Wright, the Ag Commissioner. When these contracts come in or when these issues come in, they come into my office first, and I just would like to clarify one of the misconceptions.
Mr. Wright, could you please?
I just want to clarify
Thank
one
you,
of the
gentlemen.
misconceptions that were
Thank you.
presented by a member of the public,
Okay,
that
thank
this
you.
was a free service that was provided to the Garamindis. It was not. They pay the fee that was established by the board for agricultural preserves, just like everybody else who presents agriculture, who prevents for a contract for ag preserve. Garamindis were not let off the hook for any of that. They paid their fees. Each one of those ag preserves paid a fee for the process of going through that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wright. Okay, if there's no other public comments, I want to bring it back to the board before I close the public hearing. Are there any questions?
Well, I just want to point out, I don't know the eruption that happened, but the one parcel is just about a half an acre, and the other parcel is 2 acres. So the minimum size in the ordinance, 1795, is 10 acres. And that would be with the CUP. The rest of it is 20 acres. So neither one of these 2 parcels would be anywhere near close to being able to do that. I think it's just to get it all cleared up, and it's all in the ag preserve, it's separate parcels across the board, so.
Our county code requires the zoning amendment of parcels entering into the Williamson Act to be zoned agriculture preserve. So since we've established the contract, there really isn't anything else to say. They have to be zoned AP.
And these are contiguous?
Absolutely.
Yes, they are.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Is there a motion on this zoning change?
I'll second.
That was quick.
Gentlemen.
Do I even have to say anything now?
I don't know, you're going to call me Garamendi? or-
No.
I guess I'll move
Mr.
this.
Stopper, could you please proceed? Is that a motion, Mr. Stopper?
Yes, it's a motion.
All right, is there a second?
I second.
A second by Supervisor Tuffanelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 4-0. Supervisor Garamendi is recused and out of the room.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gina.
I certainly can.
Supervisor
Tony
Garamendi.
owes you some property.
Excuse me while I take my...
Mr. Garamendi, would you go in, Mr. Garamendi, please?
Yeah, I heard that. Speaking of those of us with vowels in our name.
And I didn't use this, so you can have it back.
You can have it back?
What's
Okay.
it say?
So do we need a little break, or is everybody still good? We're good. All right. Doug, item 31. Sorry, ready?
Item 31 is from the Building Department to introduce, waive reading, and authorize the summary publication of an ordinance amending Chapter 15.04 of the County Code.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. I'm going to apologize right up front if my voice goes sideways. I'm fighting a chest cold, which means I'm also fighting the urge to entertain myself by talking to you guys. like my favorite actor, Morgan Freeman. So that being said, man, my kids loved that a lot more than you did. So, as said, I bring to your board. I want to keep trying. These are the jokes, people. All right, so I am bringing to the board for the first time our 2019 ordinance adopting the 2019 California Building Standards Code, Title 24. Also, through the rest of this, I'll be referring to the entire thing as the building code. This is one piece of it. There are 10 more just like this, as opposed to what was adopted or was the beginning of it all, which is the 1927. Before you go, wow, how'd you get a hold of this? This was reprinted in 87. But I much prefer adopting something this big. How do we get from here to here? Well, in an adoption cycle, which is a 3-year cycle in California, we have a process where several state agencies communicate with the Building Standards Commission in hearings going over what are called model codes, which are published by International Code Council, International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials, et cetera, et cetera. And at the end of the 3-year cycle, July 1st, they adopt a standard for California, which then each city and county has 6 months to adopt their own ordinance, adopting these codes with whatever modifications they wish to have specific to their jurisdiction due to climatic, topographical, geographical reasons. What I'm bringing before you today is very similar to the last one 3 years ago. However, I took the opportunity to look a little deeper into some of the appendices to see if there's some things we could do to help housing and help some of our processes looking forward, and also remove some redundancies and some things that over time in our own ordinance has been superseded by some additional language and flexibilities within the code. So I'd like to just kind of highlight some of those items very briefly. First, the appendices in the residential code, many of them I didn't have to adopt because Housing and Community Development adopted them at the state level, so tiny homes and things like that, which give us some additional flexibility. We're going to get those without me having to specifically adopt them, so they're not contained here. However, Appendix F for rodent proofing, it's a couple of pages of an appendix that basically outline if you want to keep animals from getting in your house or getting into livestock, grain, feed, things like that, or eating establishments, here's some methods that you can employ to get that done. I thought that was handy, not necessary, but it's something that we often get into with substandard housing and other code compliance items. So an extra little tidbit there. Appendix J for grading, we do have a grading ordinance. Public Works administers that very effectively. When we have grading that is in conjunction with a building permit, then often we don't have a grading permit as well. So having this appendix on file for the building department essentially kind of reinforces our ability to inspect and enforce on minor grading items that don't rise to the level of a public works permit. In addition, Appendix N, replicable design. This is a very interesting appendix for me because throughout California, every jurisdiction has created their own way of allowing a subdivision to put on file one set of plans and then reproduce it over and over again in order to save the cost of permitting and that sort of thing. What this appendix does is it opens the doors and says you as a jurisdiction can allow someone to come in with a prototype plan, put it on file, and use it wherever you want in the county. So one plan review fee establishes this plan is on file. Doesn't matter if it's a shed, a garage, a restaurant. You can say this is a template I want to use anywhere I want, and then over the course of the code cycle, which we could put it out to 3 years, they could come in and say, here's my site plan, I want to use those plans, here's my site-specific conditions. That means a reduced fee because there's no plan review. You pay for the plan review once, and then from there you build how you want. I can see this being very handy for homeowners who want to, pick at template garages or template accessory dwelling units, things like that. So I found that to be very helpful, so I'm recommending that we adopt that. In addition, Appendix O, emergency housing, if our board decides to adopt an emergency or declare an emergency, then this appendix can be used for emergency temporary housing. So for instance, immediate emergency shelters, that sort of thing. You don't necessarily have to comply with every component of a house in order to put somebody into a shelter that is safe, during an emergency. So this gives very good guidance on how to do that. With those added appendices, we're going to see a lot of very, very minor changes in every code text: building, plumbing, mechanical, electrical. Most of them don't apply to the day-to-day workings of building residential structures. But there are a few minor issues that aren't going to cause a tremendous amount of cost to construction in the county. What will impact the county is the increased energy requirements in our energy code. What we're seeing is a lot of to dial this back a bit, every 3 years the energy code does have elective measures and mandatory measures. The elective measures give a credit in your design, but at the end of the next 3 years, those elective measures become mandatory, and then they come up with some new elective measures. So what we're seeing now is solar, which was a trade-off that you could use in your energy audit, now becomes a mandatory item. I looked into trying to exempt areas of the county, but the language in the code is very site-specific. So we'll be working with the builders directly on whether or not their site would qualify for an exemption from solar due to shading from trees, landscape, tall buildings, mountains, that sort of thing. We're going to provide additional training after January for things like the energy and some of these other changes. But primarily, it's all fine-tuning this go-around. With that, we get to repeal a handful of ordinances in Chapter 15. Glossing over them briefly, most of it is related to existing building regulations that were put in our ordinance that we can sunset now, because what used to be a small chapter of the building code is now an entire book, existing building standards code. So if you have an old building and you want to, that's not quite historic, that you want to seek some flexibility, we have a code for that, so we can take out quite a bit of our ordinance, and it offers a greater flexibility. And just kind of moving along with my feel for how we should employ the code, understanding property rights, understanding housing flexibilities that are necessary. The less we put in our ordinance, the more flexibility we have in the building code. As soon as I make something an ordinance, if I don't build an exception into it, you have to do it all the time. If it's already contained in code, there are allowances in code built in for site specifics, for construction specifics that we get to employ on a case-by-case basis. So a lot of these changes are really kind of stripping that out. There's a couple of things that I did want to kind of focus in on. There is a section that is specific to liabilities, 15.04.090, related to our liability regarding construction practices and code enforcement. It's a redundant code item. We already have protections in law for government activity, and we do have an entire section in the building code that's been around quite a long time that essentially says that the building official, member of the Board of Appeals, or employee charged with the enforcement of this code while acting for the jurisdiction in good faith and without malice in the discharge of the duties required by this code or other pertinent law or ordinance shall not be thereby civilly or criminally rendered liable personally and is hereby relieved of personal liability. Essentially what that's saying is if we're doing our job right, we're protected. And this is reiterated through state law. There's no need to have it in a section of Chapter 15. So essentially I'm going through and just streamlining Chapter 15 so it's a lot easier to understand and employ and shed everything that I can in favor of what we can do in the code. So that's essentially it in a nutshell. It's fairly simple. So if there's any questions, let me have it.
Supervisor Stopper, would you like to go first, or Supervisor Callaway?
Let Ms. Callaway go. Get this over with.
A little bit of abuse here. I want to try and understand on the solar exception, that's all site, has to be site-specific, so we wouldn't require them to, if they remove this tree, then they can do a solar system, or
Well, we're not going to tell anybody to cut down trees.
unless you're an insurance company?
Well, let us say the building department will not tell
No.
people to cut down trees. However,
Okay.
there is one exception out of 5 that eliminates solar from your energy requirements, and that's if you can demonstrate that your building, no 80 square foot portion of your roof is not shaded. So what will happen is, if anyone wants to claim that exemption, we're going to process a permit and let them begin construction, but make them aware that once that roof is built, we're going to go out there and we're going to check and make sure that that is correct. Because if there is sunlight hitting that roof in a way that allows solar to operate, we're going to have them redo their energy calc. So it's something that's going to be, Valley Springs is not going to get this exception, but maybe further up the hill.
So,
Sorry.
that's it.
There's Calaveras River's in the canyon. There's a few spots that may qualify.
Will this impact the way, or the type of roof then they would have to put on? I mean, like, if you have the tile roof and those individual tiles?
I don't expect that to be the case, no. The attachment mechanisms designed for these different solar systems are designed based on what type of roofing material you have on your roof, yeah.
If someone builds an addition, is there a minimum square footage where it would not apply?
My understanding is the solar is for new construction. So in addition, you have an entirely different energy calculation method that you would employ. You wouldn't necessarily be required to do that.
Okay. And house hardening?
Yes.
Because that's, I hear it at all the fire meetings I go to, so.
CAL FIRE has provided a lot of very good information on what they're calling hardening. In new construction, it's wildland-urban interface, and so everything you'll see in pamphlets about screening your attic ventilation, providing non-combustible siding, tempered windows, non-combustible roof decks. There's a series of things that you can do to harden your home. The intent is for existing homes, if you have concerns about wildfires, this is what you do to harden a home. In new construction, these are mandatory requirements.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they've been around for a few code cycles now.
I wasn't clear. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Stopper?
If it's all right with Ms. Callaway. Sir, I want to thank you for stepping up and following through what you said you would do. This will make it easier for you to proceed as the building department and streamlining part of this process and be able to facilitate giving out permits in a lot of circumstances, and also lessen the cost primarily to the builder or the homeowner in some instances, which is one of the best things we can do for the people as the government agency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from the board? Very good. Is there public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion.
If there's no other discussion, I will move this item.
Motion by Supervisor Stopper. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Callaway. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We will take a 10-minute break. We will come back at 3:10. Thank you. All right, welcome Welcome back to the Board of Supervisors meeting. We are on item 32.
Item 32 is from the Public Works Department to receive a presentation regarding the 2020 Calaveras County 5-year Public Works Capital Improvement Program.
Good afternoon, Chair Garamendi and members of the board. My name is Joshua Pack. I'm your Director of Public Works and Transportation. I have a presentation for you today based on the long timing of the board meeting today with the items left before you and the time this may take. I would like to offer to the board today to continue this item to the next regularly scheduled meeting. That would be December 17th. There's nothing in the capital improvement program today that schedule will be affected by that, and I just want to offer that up to the board. The total time frame on this is probably going to take about 40 minutes, and so I want to offer that up, in particular with next week's schedule looking considerably lighter.
Very well. Discussion from the board? Does everybody open that idea? Or?
Yeah, the next week's schedule is light?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'd be in favor.
I'd be in favor.
Let me, do we need we'll have to have a motion, but let me have public comment on this first. Seeing none, bring it back for a motion. I'm sorry, did I miss somebody? All right.
So moved to move it to next week.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much, Josh.
Thank you,
$100 million project, we ought to give it adequate time.
Is from the OES Department to adopt a resolution authorizing the County Administrative Officer, Deputy County Administrative Officer, and the Director of Emergency Services to accept funding in the amount of $121,460 for the fiscal year 2019 Cal OES Homeland Security Grant Program, and authorize the submittal of any applications or amendments thereto with the State of California for the purposes of executing grant activities.
Thank you.
Mr. Osborne.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. John Osborne, your OES Director. This is for our annual Homeland Security Grant Program. Bless you. It is an annual grant cycle that you see before you. The amount of $121,460 is consistent roughly with years past. It varies sometimes from year to year by a few dollars or even sometimes by a few thousand. This particular grant is operated cooperatively between 5 stakeholders, 2 from our law enforcement friends, 2 from our fire service responder friends, and our public health department. The budget that you see in the staff report was a proposed budget, and since the author of that report, there has been a few tweaks. I'm happy to go over them now if you would like. However, most of the projects are the same in nature, with the command channel, the Sheriff's Office, Emergency Operations Center, Dispatch Console, some signal service for Angels Camp, some mobile equipment for Angels Camp PD, some mobile equipment for OES, and some public health equipment.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, John, you're going to be the one submitting the biennial report then?
It's actually a quarter report, yes.
Or quarterly? Okay, so it's all on you to get that turned in to keep this thing going?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yeah, this grant, you'd have to expend funding first and then get reimbursed?
It's a reimbursement grant, yes, sir.
It's a reimbursement grant. That being said, it says no net to general fund, but we will have to expend the money. And then the grants, the stipulations on the grants for the money being spent, these all conform, so we won't have a problem getting money back if we expend it. They're well within the realms of what the grants state.
Correct, sir.
That's all I have.
Further questions? Public comment on this item? Seeing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion.
I'll move aside.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
sir.
Item 34 is from Health and Human Services to approve the Health and Human Services Agency Behavioral Health Division Mental Health Programs Mental Health Services Act Fiscal Year 2019-20 Annual Update and the 3-year Prevention and Early Intervention Evaluation Report.
Hello,
Susan.
good afternoon. My name is Susan Sells, and I'm the Mental Health Services Act Senior Department Analyst for Behavioral Health Services. I, too, had a presentation that would take 20 to 25 minutes, which I'm happy to delay till December 17th. So I wanted to offer that up to you, because I know you still have a lot of items on your agenda.
It's the presentation, it's on our packet, so as long as we've read the presentation.
Oh, I was supposed to get on the PowerPoint and...
Okay. Well, is there,
Your choice.
do you want to postpone it and have a longer presentation? Or do you want to just do it now, Susan? We've got time.
You've
We've
got time?
about 20 minutes to
Okay,
get
I
the
just
item.
need to set it up real quickly.
That's fine.
I'll talk fast.
Just- We're going to take a 1-minute break. Just turn the cameras off.
Is it working? Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, so I was asked to come, oops.
All right, we're on. Susan, you've got the ball.
Hello, this is a test. So I am here today, was asked to come and talk briefly about what Mental Health Services Act funding provides in our community. And it's a major part of our funding sources for behavioral health. But I had a wonderful slideshow that you're not going to see. So, but what each year I come to you and ask for approval for it's either an MHSA annual update or a 3-year annual update. It varies. Next year will be a whole 3-year process, a little more extensive. But a plan is developed every 3 years, and then the next 2 years, I come back to report on how those services are going. So I am going to try to talk fast, but you need to know that this year we're anticipating in fiscal year 1920, $3,249,000 in our annual budget for MHSA, and the actual number varies based on income tax. Income tax revenue. This revenue comes from Prop 63 in 2004. They designated a 1% income tax on millionaires in California, and all the funds from their income tax is used to support county mental health programs. So again, ours is $3 million. We anticipate $3 million. It can vary based on income tax revenue, but we pretty much think, we're pretty confident that that's about where it'll go. I'm going to keep going so I can. So one of the things we do that's an important piece is we provide something called full service partnership, FSP case management services to persons with severe mental illness, and it's a extensive case management support. And since July 2018, 57 clients of behavioral health have been accepted into the FSP program. We also provide MHSA supports 4 part-time drivers to assist clients with transportation to mental health, medical appointments, hospital discharges, as well as socialization activities. And we've been averaging 1,600 trips per year, so it's a real significant service that behavioral health does. We also have supportive employment, and this is new as of April of 2019. And this program we have a full-time case manager who provides employment preparation, job development, and placement. And since April of 2019, 37 have been referred to this program, 9 have been placed in employment, 3 have been placed in internship opportunities, and 4 have been pursuing educational paths. So the remaining are still working with getting employment options ready for them, but we've been real excited about those outcomes. Also, we have a wellness center. We call it the Living Room Wellness Center, and it's open 4 days a week, and it's 9 o'clock to 2 o'clock, downtown San Andreas, and it's a current site for socialization that provides education, resources, outreach, and helps people in achieving recovery in a safe and caring place. So last year, we had 129 participants of the Wellness Center, with an average about 18 participants each day. With a contract, ongoing contract from Behavioral Health, we have a number of contracts that are out in the community. So one of them is through NAMI Gold Country, a real important contractor, and they have implemented a program that provides socialization activities for persons with mental illness living in Calaveras each week. So since 2015, the NAMI program has provided weekly activities that again average 15 to 18 unduplicated consumers or clients each week throughout the year. We have the Vision House, which you guys of course know about, and that's our transitional housing. And we opened in July of 2017 with MHSA funds. The Vision House is a transitional program implemented using MHSA housing funds, providing safe, transitional supportive housing services for up to 5 clients at any one time. So we've had, since July of 2017, a total of 25 persons who participated in the program, 18 of which have been successful in making positive changes, including finding permanent housing, employment, and pursuing an educational path. We provide older adult outreach with a case manager that for those older adults that are needing mental health services. And last year, we served 55 older adults unduplicated and provide services to them. We also have a full-time case manager who provides peer support, case management, and outreach and engagement to Latino and Hispanic families. And in last year, 70 families of Calaveras County have been provided these services. We also have a contract with MACT Health Board, a tribal consortium providing medical and dental services to American Indians in Calaveras, and they receive a contract to provide preventative mental health care in this primary setting, 1 day a week by a licensed therapist. And 48 clients in the last year have received preventative mental health care there at MACT Clinic. We have, as you have heard and know about, since January of 2014, MHSA funded grants have provided, at first for 3 years, a triage mobile crisis case manager housed at the Sheriff's Department. And then once that grant ended, we applied again and received 2 grants, one that serves children and one that serves adults, and that'll be a 3-year contract. So between 2015 and June 2018, 598 persons were served by our triage case manager that was there at the Sheriff's Office. It's been a wonderful collaboration with them. And I don't have data for the next 3 years, but I'll be coming back with that. So we also started a very large innovation project, and it provides peer specialist case management support to clients who experience high rates of hospitalization for mental health crisis. So that data is not available till next year. We do evaluate outcome evaluations on each and every of these programs. We have one of our largest prevention and early intervention contracts is with First 5 Calaveras' Strengthening Family Program, who provides community-based educational training for parents struggling with youth who may be at risk for mental health problems. So the services include parenting seminars and workshops, training for local educators and childcare providers, and counseling for parents. And last year, 44 parenting training opportunities were provided, 68 sessions total. Of those, 378 adults, which were parents, caregivers, grandparents, educators, and other providers, attended, who had an estimated 700 children indirectly served. We also provide mindful schools. The implementation continues at West Point, Mark Twain, Copperopolis, and McCullamy Hill Elementary Schools, with a total of 51 educators trained and implementing mindfulness in the schools. We also have recorded 164 hours of counseling that was given at no cost to 23 parents, with 6 sessions each of parent coaching counseling with a licensed therapist. These parents had 46 children indirectly served. So now there's another we have a number of contracts with County Office of Education and their prevention programs, and they include Youth Mentor Program, Breaking Down the Walls, Bullying Prevention, Sources of Strength, Suicide Prevention, LGBTQ Youth Support Groups, and Grandparent Support Groups. So since between 2016 and 2019, the Youth Mentoring Program created 21 new mentoring relationships between adult mentors and young people living in foster or kinship care or at risk of placement. The Breaking Down the Walls is a bullying prevention program provided for all 3 middle schools in the county, Toyon, Mark Twain, and Avery Middle School. The entire student body is engaged to build a common sense of purpose and identity to improve compassion and respect on campus. Over 750 7th and 8th grade students participated last year. We have 3 support groups for LGBT youth, and which stands, of course, for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and or transgender. There are 2 support groups held twice a month at both Calaveras and Bret Harte High Schools, and Murphy's First Congressional United Church of Christ Church provides a support group for the community, and that's twice a month. And these programs have been really well received in the community. So we also have Sources of Strength program, which is basically a rural suicide prevention pilot program. And we're starting off as a pilot at Bret Harte School, and the school counselor there has been able to train 22 students and 8 adults last year, who are now implementing support services to the entire school body this school year. It's a strength-based comprehensive wellness program focused on suicide prevention, but impacts other issues such as mental illness, substance abuse, and violence. And then we have Grandparent Project, which we've had supported for a number of years, and there are 3 educational support groups offered monthly throughout the county, as well as individual consultation to grandparents and other caregivers who are raising their grandchildren or relative children. This is helping to identify children and youth with serious emotional or behavioral disorders. So 40 grandparents were supported last year, along with other non-parent relatives, who are, as a total, raising 54 children. We try to capture that because it shows how we indirectly can support others, children in the community. So then we have Question, Persuade, Refer, QPR Suicide Prevention, and it targets a broad range of individuals such as school staff, students, parents, employers, faith-based and spiritual leaders, community-based service staff, and a natural community helpers. Helps to recognize, review risk, and intervene to prevent the immediate risk of suicide. And since 2011, 1,199 persons have been trained in the QPR method. We also offer mental health first aid trainings, and they're 8-hour educational course where you learn skills, resources, and knowledge to help an individual in mental health related crisis connect with appropriate professional, peer, social, and self-help care. These have been real valuable. We offer it to persons working in nonprofits and county agencies, the community, schools. So since 2015, 418 people have received this training. Every other year, we offer a 3 full-day crisis intervention training that offers skills resources to police officers and first responders when dealing with individuals experiencing a mental health crisis. So we of course, approach the Highway Patrol, the Sheriff Office, who are doing they're working side by side with us to help sponsor the next one, which is in this coming March. So we'll have outcome data on that. We usually have 30 to 35 persons participating. We also, I'm almost done, I promise. Art therapy program, which provides art therapy workshops titled Teen Art and Self-Discovery and Healing Through Expressive Arts for at-risk youth and adults with mental illness. So we offer weekly youth and adult workshops that have been held with an average of 8 to 10 participants since November of 2015. We have 3 veteran services, and one is called Veterans Night, and we have 2 volunteer veterans who have taken to basically facilitate this whole event. And so twice a month, they and veterans meet informally to provide support when needed to veterans with stress, trauma, and post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. So in the last 3 years, Veterans Night was held 68 times with an average of 17 veterans at each event. In 2 years, 61 veterans were referred for medical, dental, and mental health services. It's been a really wonderful program. We also have Women Who Love Vet Support Group, which is provided twice a month for women whose spouses and family members of local veterans or active duty military are facing mental health challenges and adjustment to civilian life. We have 2 wonderful volunteers, veterans' wives, that help with a private psychologist who facilitate these groups. And in the last 2 years, the group's been held 44 times with an average of 15 participants at each event. One more service we provide is a contract or an MOU with Veteran Services, which is also under HHSA. And it supports a part-time veterans outreach specialist who does outreach and engagement services to isolated veterans, arranges for veterans trainings, and provides information on mental health and community resources. And just last year, outreach and support was offered to 256 veterans and referrals made to mental health and substance abuse services along with other local services. So that's it. Again, my name is Susan Sells. I'm the MHSA Senior Department Analyst. You can reach me through behavioral health. My phone number directly is 209-754-2810. If you have any questions, because I know this was a fast presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. It's been a pleasure working with you the last 3 years on the behavioral health. Supervisor Stopper, you had a question?
During a discussion and summary here, you have $162,477 under innovation. I'm all for innovation. Just, can you give me an example?
So this is our case. We have case manager full-time who goes and reaches out to anyone within a 24 to 48 hour period who's been recently hospitalized with a severe mental illness. The idea is we're trying to stop the repeat hospitalizations, which are very costly to the county, of course, and we believe if we can reach out and provide the support they need, and so it's basically supporting one full-time position. And just started up in September, so it's fairly new. It took us a year to get it approved through MHSA. It's just a long, long process. It's like writing a grant and being successful with it.
Thank you.
But it is a 5-year project.
Thank you. Supervisor Mills.
So you've got 19 separate projects that you're dealing with?
Well, I don't do them, I monitor them. That's the key for me in community building, and is to identify those experts in the community and making sure that funds are going to them with a very tight evaluation of their services, because that's what they do and what they know. So the county schools, the first 5, it just makes sense not to try to do them internally, the prevention services.
Thank you.
All right. Any public comment on item 34?
Thank you for what you do. I have a question on not just suicide prevention programs, but eating disorder programs. My family was touched recently with eating disorders, and so I'm trying to find somebody that I can go with, that I can get the education and the knowledge and pass it through to the schools.
Excuse me. We don't do the exchange, but certainly that is a specific question. I'm sure we could help
Okay,
after we finish up.
okay, I will.
I just wanted to verify, is HSSA the controlling department for the Veterans Affairs Office? Okay. I told them, I think it's Angela, this is one that I deal with a lot down at Veterans Services, that whenever something came up in front of the county involving HSSA or Veterans Services, that I would come in and tell the board, and whoever cares to listen, what a terrific job they do. They are dedicated people. When you walk in there, they take over everything. You don't have to worry about a thing. They are competent. Their systems are tied right into the Veterans Service, the Veterans Palo Alto. They take care of all the paperwork. They know the shortcuts. They know the questions to ask. If there's paperwork that you don't have, they'll get it for you. I was discharged from the service in 1974. And I've been waiting for my records ever since. One call to the Veterans Services Department in 10 days, I had a big manila envelope come to the post office, and it was all my records. That's how helpful, and I needed those records. That's how helpful they are. When I told them about the traffic problem getting to Livermore on 580, which sometimes takes you 7 hours to go 6 miles, they suggested, well, we can transfer you to Mather. They make everything easy for you. They're professionals. And through the whole veterans system, and it happens right here in San Andreas, when you walk in, the first thing they say to you is thank you for your service. And so I feel compelled to thank them for their service back to us. It was my honor, my responsibility to serve. These people go way beyond. And I told them I would praise them for my entire 3 minutes, every time the subject comes up, that whatever you can do to help the Veterans Health Services that is funded by Calaveras County for the people who are taking care of the vets, please do it. There is not one veteran, and things have changed a lot in the veteran system, had a bad rap for a while. But starting in Washington, D.C. with President Trump, the Veterans Administration has been modernized, it's been expanded. There's a whole new attitude. It's not just people showing up because they got a government job. People are showing up because they want to take care of a veteran. And when you go to Livermore, you see veterans helping veterans. And it's just great to have that experience in Calaveras County. And I want to thank you and the ladies over at the Veterans Office. They do an excellent job. Thank
It's
you.
just a pleasure working with you.
Thank you very much. Other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there further discussion or a motion to approve?
So moved, sir.
By Supervisor Stopper, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Susan.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Susan.
Now, Susan, on your way out, if you could talk to Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 35 is from Health and Human Services to authorize the board chair to execute an agreement with Sierra Hope for the purpose of delivering homeless emergency aid program allowable services to eligible community members in Calaveras County, and the Health and Human Services agency director to make modifications to the agreement so long as they do not affect the not-to-exceed amount.
Thank you. Who is presenting on this item?
Good afternoon, Marcus Munoz, HHSA Fiscal Administrator. So on October 8th, 2019, the board received an informational update on community-wise housing and homelessness-related strategies and provided direction to HHSA regarding where to take the homeless emergency aid program services. This contract is a result of that discussion. This contract provides services in our community to residents that lack stable housing, and they may include services such as homelessness prevention, motel vouchers, rental assistance, and so forth. So any questions?
Questions from the board? Public comment on this item? Sir?
Hi, I'm Jerry Cadotte from Sierra Hope, and I just wanted to introduce myself and let you know that we're very happy and proud to be able to be a part of this effort in this community, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much.
Are these federal funds or state funds?
These are state funds.
Thank you.
Other public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion.
So moved, Chair.
There's a motion by Supervisor Mills. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Callaway. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you very much, both of you. All right.
We're just going to go in order on 36.
Would you like to get, who's running this next item? Can I run, do you prefer, when I was reading through these last night, it seemed like they might have been out of order.
They are.
Would you rather go 38, 36, 37?
We should do the 36, then 38, then 37.
Okay.
Very well. We'll do,
We can make an all three of them at once.
all right. Council tells us we could do all three of these at one time. So good with board? Okay.
Okay, so I'll read all three into the record. Item 36 is from Health and Human Services to conduct a public hearing for the purpose of soliciting citizens' views to set priorities for the potential submission of a community development block grant application to the State Department of Housing and Community Development in 2020. Item 37 is from Health and Human Services to conduct a public hearing to receive public comments on Community Development Block Grant Number 16CDBG1148, funded programs and services as a requirement to close out the grant, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or his or her designee to approve, sign, and submit the closeout certification for Community Development Block Grant Number 16CDBG11148. Item 38 is from Health and Human Services to receive a presentation regarding the 2019-2020 Community Development Block Grant Call for Projects process and direct staff to initiate a call for projects.
Very well. I'm opening a public hearing. We will be taking item 36, 37, 38, and this and one presentation, and there'll be a single motion for all three of those items.
Okay. Good afternoon, Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. I do have a voluntary sign-in sheet for anybody that's attending this public hearing, and written comments regarding the county's Community Development Block Grant Program can be addressed to the Health and Human Services Department. So we'll start off with soliciting projects for the 2019 and 2020 cycle of Community Development Block Grants, or CDBG. These go to the State Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. Now, that being said, CDBG is in chaos at the moment. Everything is changing at the same time. So that includes the Notice of Funding Availability, or the NOFA, which is what they put out to solicit projects from the cities and counties. So they do expect the NOFA to be issued in the middle of January. However, most of the other details are still a little vague. They think that the total amount that a jurisdiction can request is $3.5 million. And then how this is divided up varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Since you have expended more than half of your funds off of your last grant, you are eligible to apply for the full array of activities. Not everybody is in this cycle. They expect the due date, according to what they're telling us, to be about the end of March, the NOFA coming out in the middle of January. So you can see it's a pretty quick turnaround time. Now, the eligible activities are the same that they have been in the past. So they're home ownership assistance, housing rehabilitation, public works, community facilities, public services, economic development, and planning grants. So there will be a cap on the total number of activities. In the past few years, it's been 3. We're not exactly sure what the cap will be this time, but it'll be roughly the same as the last. Now, there is one big difference this time, that in the past, the county had one shot at it. They made their selection of activities. It went in on a specific date, and then either you got all the money or you didn't. So this time, that process is the same for the activities that go in at the end of March. However, they separated out public works and community facilities. And they're going to do that through a new process this time. It's an experiment. It's likely to have a few issues before they're all done. But anyway, they're going to do it as an over-the-counter process. That is, they will open the doors for applications, so they say around the end of February, and then you can submit projects after that until the money runs out. So they figure maybe 6 months to use up all the money, but it'll just depend on the projects that are submitted. Now, instead of having a public works project or a community facility that comes in with a preliminary design and a budget and timeline and those pieces that would have been what you submitted in the past, now they would like what they call a shovel-ready project. That is a project that has full plans and specifications and has completed HUD's NEPA process. So even if you would have done CEQA environmental with the federal cross-cutting overlay requirements for the State Water Resources Control Board or USDA or some other agency, you would still have to go back and do HUD's NEPA process. And that not only has to be complete, but the noticing has to be done and has to be approved by the State of Housing and Community Development before you submit. So, you know, we're working on the end of December. In order to get that done by the end of February, anybody who's familiar with the NEPA process will know that this is pretty tight fit. So in that it is an over-the-counter process, you would just get your project done and then submit. Now, for all other activities besides those, you do have to have your full application together, approved. There will be another public hearing. The board would have to authorize a resolution to submit the application, and then that would all be done by, the end of March is what they're saying. So this public hearing opens that process to take citizens' comments about possible projects. The second component that we had here in our public hearing was to actually issue the call for projects. So in the past 6 or 8 years, every time the county has done a new submittal, they did do a call for projects first. So there would have been a notification in the paper. Any interested citizens or agencies would be notified that this was available. It would go up on the county's website. And this particular one, if you authorize it, would be due January 3rd, 2020 at 12 noon, not 5 o'clock. And there will be a meeting to answer any questions about the CDBG process, and as far as we know it at this point, that will be at the Sequoia Room in the Health and Human Services Building on East St. Charles.
at 11 o'clock on the 18th of December. So also, people can call Chris Redmond at the Health and Human Services Office, and all this contact information is in the Call for Projects form. If you're doing something other than public services or public works / community facilities, it's probably best to call me. And my contact information is also in the Call for Projects. So would you like to take public comments about this part now, and then we'll do the closeout on the 2016 afterwards?
Yeah, that's great. We'll do the public comments on CDBGs and soliciting citizens' views. So, citizens.
Good afternoon. I'm Tina Mather from the Resource Connection Food Bank. I would just like to say that I hope that you will consider the food bank a priority when you come with, set us as a priority for funding for CDBG funds. We currently serve upwards of 700 families, unduplicated families per month at our site. And funding from CDBG plays a large part in our ability to be able to serve the citizens of this community. So thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you for all the work you do in the community.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Santa's Express, how many families do you serve coming up here next week? I think we started delivering
We just finished signing up last week.
last week.
So we're crunching the numbers, and it looks like we're going to be pushing about 670 families
Yeah.
this year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's our pleasure.
Tina, I've got a question too.
Sure.
And I know I'm totally breaking Paul's process here, but you had a call out for more volunteers. Do you need more volunteers in the food bank, or are you guys staffed up and good?
We're not staffed up.
Okay.
We're having a problem there, but we are working through applications that have been submitted. We can always use volunteers. We've had a pretty rough go of it the last month and a half. We are still looking for volunteers to help us with Santa's Express at Mountain Oaks School. We need people to help our clients shop for gifts. There's a sign-up link on our Facebook page, or give me a call, 754-1257. I'll be more than happy to help you sign up, to lend a hand.
Thank you, Tina.
Thank you.
Other public comment?
A lot of times when you hear a presentation, people think that everybody knows what all these things are, community block grants or whatever. But one of the things that I have feelings about, and I don't know whether it's got to do with these three things, but after last night watching that drug dealer try to push pot on this guy in Burger King, and he took it very quickly. Everything else fell away. His plans to go to some Christian camp in Oregon and see his family and his mom just went away. And I think that sometimes crowding people together causes or facilitates drug dealers being able to get a hold of clients easier. And, you know, I don't think it's fair to cram people together in tenement-type settings or whatever else kind of settings in crowded areas. I think that's part of our problem in our country. If you get a bunch of rats living together, you're going to have a lot more rats.
Thank you. Other ideas on CDBG funding?
Anthony Worster from McCallamy Hill. I very much support getting HUD funding for Calaveras County, and I'd like to see it. I haven't worked with any nonprofits here, but I do know that at least, I don't know if it's still true, but a couple of years ago, our CCWD, CPUD, and our other water agencies could have gotten HUD money for infrastructure to replace broken lines, put in new lines, extend lines, etc., if they hired low-income people and trained them. So I'd just like to say that I'm not up to speed. I haven't read the very latest regulations. I'm about 2 years behind, I think. But if there is some way that that could work out, I'd just like to suggest it as something to look into. And the other thing is, for the people who lost their homes in the Butte fire and still have not a home, if there's some way that the CDBG funds can be used now to help them, that would really be excellent. Or to partner with Habitat for Humanity, who I understand has gotten a huge amount of land from a billionaire donor. And it would be really great if there was some assistance there for maybe along with Habitat for Humanity for people to build their own homes. And one thing I know for sure, if you work on your home yourself, you tend to take good care of it. If you help build it, you're not going to wreck it. And I've gotten police department feedback on the type of programs that are good. And what they say is it's really wonderful to have people dispersed. In other words, if you can put up a home in between two homes of working people, then it gives the person who is poverty level and who is able to move in there really inspiration. They may do yard work or whatever for the neighbors, and it gives them hope that they can achieve something. And I'd just like to put in my 2 cents that all 3 of those things that I mentioned would be really marvelous for Calaveras County should we be able to do that. Or also if we could partner with Department of Ag and go in what they used to call their 504 program, which is rehab of single-family homes owned by poor people who cannot afford to do the repairs anymore. So I'd just like to toss those things out there. I don't have answers. I don't have a bunch of groups that are ready to go on these, but I'd just like to toss them out as possible things to consider. And if you folks know of somebody, you can pass the word.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other public comment on this grant opportunity CDBG? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Before you close the public hearing, I have some questions.
Absolutely. Fair enough. We have some
Hi,
questions.
Ms. Cox. I wasn't really clear. CB.
Cat, dog, boy, girl.
Yeah, right. I should, CDBG, should know after all this. About planning grants. So if we do a call for projects, those are supposed to be for health and safety, right? So if you do a planning grant, well, when I went to the public, to the board packet, it talked about it being
What page are you on, Maria?
871.
671?
871. On item 38, on a call for projects, I thought it said serious health and safety issues. So a planning grant's not a serious health and safety issue.
Well, the planning grant itself would not be at the stage where they would be able to address the serious health and safety issue, but typically they are for things that would develop into those sorts of projects. So some kind of planning grant that's about preliminary engineering for a water sewer project. It could be for development of affordable housing. It could be, and all of those things they would consider in the realm of health and safety issues.
So if I'm interested in a planning grant for a sewer extension, would that be applicable under a call for projects?
A solar extension
No, sewer
extension, okay. Yes. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that they do with planning grants.
Okay, and the other thing I wasn't clear on that you talked about on the NEPA project, do we have to have all that done prior to submittal, or we can submit, and then if we get it, we can do it?
For a planning grant, that's an exempt activity under NEPA, so that's a pretty easy thing to do. But for an actual construction project, yeah, you have to have the whole thing done and approved by HCD.
That's an awful lot of work and expense for a submitting agency without any guarantee of a return on that investment.
Well, that's what the planning grant's for.
And they're talking about possibly at least 100,000, maybe up to 200,000 to do that, and you could use that for your engineering and for your environmental review. Sometimes that's not enough, though.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it? Anybody else like to ask questions or make comments before I close this public hearing? Very well, public hearing is closed. Now we have it back to the board for action. In a single motion, we can accept all three of these items, including the sub-parts for closing out the grants.
We didn't quite get to that part.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
You want me to reopen the public hearing?
we didn't deal with the closeout of the 2016 grant yet.
Public hearing is reopened.
Okay.
Please
Yeah,
continue.
so one more quick step. So all grantees are required to have a public hearing at the end of their grant so that citizens can make comments about the activity. So that's what this step is taking care of. And the specific activities included in your 2016 grant were food bank, dental services, and housing rehabilitation. The food bank served 5,982 people. The dental services did 133, and the housing rehabilitation program, and this was also in the Butte Fire area, did 3 households. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that
Any
also.
questions from the board on the closeout of this grant? Any public comments on the closeout of this grant?
It's hard to just come here and make comments. I just note that, given the time of day, to call this a public hearing to get input from the public, it's pretty difficult. Working people generally can't take time off from work and come here, so you have retirees like me. But you don't give working people the opportunity to speak, and that's disturbed me for some time about these meetings. And it is a public hearing, so you folks are here to hear, but you don't really give us a lot of information, like are you already working with Habitat for Humanity, since there is a project that is going to be coming up? I don't know.
We're not working with anybody yet.
Can you work?
This is the part about we're closing out this grant. We funded food bank.
I was interested in the
housing.
3 houses, the rehab part of it, so I'm wondering, are there more houses that went down or were severely damaged during the Butte fire that could be part of the new grant? In other words, as we close out the old one, okay, so they rehabbed 3 houses. Are there more there that need rehab? I understand there are still people whose houses burned down and they still don't have a place to live, or they're renting someplace that's really not satisfactory, that doesn't really accommodate their family. So I'm just kind of saying, as you close out that grant, it's also good to look ahead and say, this part of it was really successful. We got 3 families back into a home that they lost in the fire. Can we do it more? Are there more people waiting for some kind of relief, money from PG&E or whatever, that we can help them to get back into a home sooner with the new money? And I guess this hearing is for not only to close out the old grant, but it's what you want to do with the new one. So I'm just trying to say maybe there's a connection between the two. And you can look at, do we still have other folks who lost their home who we might want to say we'd like to get HUD money for that? If they've already got their plans done, perhaps. So that's shovel ready. If they already have their plans done, they already have a building permit, they're shovel ready. Shovel ready is difficult. It's difficult whether it's a DOT project or a HUD project.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other public comment on this item, CDBG closeout? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. How can I close the hearing, or are there more questions from the board? Seeing no further questions, I will now close the hearing and bring it back for the board for a motion for item 36, 37, 38.
I move these three items.
Motion by Supervisor Callaway. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I assume you guys set up? All right, we're going to take 2 minutes to set up for item 39. Stand up and stretch your legs.
One, to adopt a Division of Cannabis Control, Cannabis Regulation Operating Budget, and the Cannabis Regulatory Fees Special Revenue Fund budget for the fiscal year 2019-2020, and approve related budget transfers. Direct the Auditor Controller's Office to post said budget transfers, and authorize and direct the purchasing agent to adjust the fiscal year 2019-2020 capital asset schedule to include a vehicle in the amount of $25,000, a vehicle radio in the amount of $3,050, and an identification card machine in the amount of $10,246. This action requires 4/5 affirmative vote of the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Mr. Alt.
Good afternoon, Chairman Garamendi, Board of Supervisors, and members of the public. Thank you for giving me this opportunity again to present the Cannabis Regulatory Operating Budget. Before we get started and I dive into the content, I want to make clear for the public's sake that when we had a poll at the end of last meeting to bring this item back, the next day was our board deadline for these items to come forward for this particular agenda. So I'm sure everybody has noticed that's exactly the same content that we had on the last agenda, but I wanted to make clear that we hadn't had opportunity to make adjustments, so we just renewed the item. And through today's presentation, I hope to be more clear about some of the specifics that were written in the staff report. But I think it's important to note, I don't mean any offense by repopulating the exact same agenda item. The purpose for today's presentation is to explain the detail. So real quickly, I think one of the first most important things to touch on is recognizing the work group that's been putting a lot of time and effort into operationalizing what this program will look like and what the ordinance and the background program will look like. I won't go through all their names. They're in no particular order, no order of importance, but this is the group that has been meeting either every Friday for several hours or in small groups or in different collaborative ways to try and bring this program to fruition. I think it's important to note this because these are all experienced professionals. We trust them in the work that they do, and they're putting their best foot forward on this program as a program, regardless of what the content of the program is. I can't tell you what anybody on this work group thinks about cannabis or cultivation or whatnot, because we're not talking about that in this work group. We're talking about how we're going to operationalize the program that has been approved by the board.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Guys, this is a very charged issue. I'm going to ask everybody to keep their comments in the audience to themselves, if that's all right. Okay? Mr. Hall, please continue.
All of these graphics that I'm going to show today are in the staff report. They're in the fee studies, et cetera. But I want to start with some context here. This is the staffing request that was put forward in the fee study. We've seen it before on several presentations, but I'm going to walk through how the staffing in the fee study connects to the budget transfer and then ultimately to the personnel item that you see before you today after this item, and explain some of the detail underlying this information. So along with the Excel spreadsheet, this is the backdrop on the budget item that's in your board agenda package. And I know you can't see that well right now, but I'm going to go down into very specific views and talk about how the Excel spreadsheet in the fee study and the staffing that's been requested ties to this budget transfer that's excerpted here directly from the board agenda package. In the budget, you'll see that for permanent personnel, it's documented that there's a little over 200,000, about 228, I think it is the number, for permanent personnel in the cannabis regulatory budget. I got a little excited with the highlighter here. This position, which is me, is already budgeted in the CAO's budget, but the $228,000 are these positions: the program manager, the department analyst, and the admin assistant. And I'll show you where those are at in the budget. Again, I know this is difficult to see, but I was trying not to pull data out where you can't tell exactly where it's coming from. So if you look in the board agenda package, you'll see the 228 there. So all of the permanent personnel in the CAO's office is reflected in that particular line item in the budget. So the numbers tie out from that which I'm requesting for the program office specific to the CAO's office is in the budget under salary and benefits in that particular line item. However, it's been recognized in several of the presentations as there's a lot more money in the fee study and a lot more funds allocated to staffing beyond the CAO's office. So in the fee study, it reflects all of the other departments. So in this case, county council, code compliance, planning, environmental health, ag, et cetera. All of these positions here, while they're permanent personnel, they're not listed as permanent personnel under the CAO's office because they wouldn't report through the office. So in this particular case, let's see if I can size this a little bit better. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to size it. In the budget, in the board package, this line item is reflected as $1.6 million. And I should say for the public, there's also, if you want to look at the detail on the presentation, there's copies available. So this is an important key. This has come up in several discussions. And again, I apologize that those numbers are so hard to see, but that's $1.6 million from the fee study that would be collected, that is allocated in the budget. And we've spoken about this several times, that in the UO, we didn't document our hours and our times sufficiently to understand what our costs and our expenses were for that program. So the fiscal work group that has been responsible for implementing how we're going to control this program came up with, and we've begun, a cannabis timesheet that all of the departments are using to record their time on. The importance of that timesheet is when they're submitted ultimately through our office to the auditor controller's office, is the departments will be reimbursed for their time under this $1.6 million. Now, when I presented 3 weeks ago in November, we hadn't had a particular piece of feedback and hadn't recognized through the timesheets that all of the departments that you see that are tracking time in that $1.6 million, they're different departments. So one of the things we've added since we had feedback specifically from Supervisor Toffanelli is that we're categorizing each department, the allocation in the fee study to each department, and going to track against the department's claiming time against that $1.6 million. So we'll be able to track if departments are getting close to expending, what departments might need more resources, what departments are under on their resources, and we'll be able to report that out as we go through the program. We'll be able to work with the departments on how to monitor that as well. So that's one change as to how we'll track this $1.6 million that has occurred since we reviewed this item in November. So there's a lot of equipment and services. Obviously, these are non-personnel items. Each of the items listed here, it's real easy to just call this equipment, but some of it's beyond equipment. Everything that's non-personnel is reflected in the fee study in this particular graphic. In the budget, all of the items that were recorded in the fee study are listed here under services and supplies. So any of the dollar amounts that we record in the fee study that would be expended on equipment are reflected in the budget. To an item, they're reflected there. So essentially, in summary, while you can't see all of the numbers here, permanent personnel in the CAO's office is here, all of the equipment in the fee study would be expended here, and then all of the department expenditures would be reflected in the $1.6 million at the lower line I've pointed out earlier. So this one gets a little bit clearer, able to not post a whole document here, and that this document isn't as large, but this is something that comes after this item that shows 10 positions that we'd be bringing back as a personnel item actually in the next item today. And so one of the questions I had after the last presentation is that there's 10 positions reflected in the personnel item. So how is it there's so much personnel in the presentation that you've seen that I've highlighted, and there's only 10 positions moving forward? And so and I did drill down here, this is an excerpt from the fee study. All of the positions in the fee study either show that they're existing or they're new. And if we go through that spreadsheet, back out to the bigger spreadsheet, you'll see that wherever there's a new position, those tie out to the positions that are in the personnel item. So we go from the larger request, permanent personnel, we reflect them in the budget, and then there's a subsequent personnel item that ties out exactly to the positions that are new positions, with the exception of extra hires. Extra hires are already, once we approve the position title and whatnot, we don't bring those back to the board. So the permanent positions that are not coded in the fee study as extra hire, they're not listed on the personnel control list, and they aren't in any of the other budgets that we bring forward as either. And so that's why there's a difference between the 10 positions that are listed on the position control list versus the, much longer list that's in the bigger budget. And I'll skip back to that real quick. You can see there's quite a few positions that are extra hire listed in this budget. So those positions aren't specifically listed in the personnel item here, and that's why there's only 10 positions here, even though there's a broader list back in the fee study. So some additional questions that we had or I may have created in my last presentation is what happened to the staffing from the urgency ordinance. And so we've gone back and tracked those positions. There were 25 positions total. 11 positions were moved or deleted. What I mean by moved is there may have been personnel in a UO-funded position, but ultimately they were moved in either through a competition or transfer into a position that was open in a general fund budget. Many of the positions, for example, all of the positions in planning that were created during the UO were deleted. There are specific areas that have been noted that were created in the urgency ordinance that still have positions remaining in them. There's 14 total. The sheriff's office obviously has the lion's share of those. I think there's 8 or 9 there. There's 3 or 4 in code. There's 1 position that was created in admin that was a limited term to help with the program that has since been converted to the general fund, and then there's also 1 in council. So the notion that there has been positions that have remained in the county after the urgency ordinance is true, and this is where those positions reside. Another question that we've had about the program and how it might look initially, quite frankly, whether the budget's approved today or not, the program's going to be hindered to a certain extent for the next 3 or 4 months, because our recruitments for new positions in the best case scenarios and easy to recruit positions take 3 or 4 months. So many of the positions, if they were to be adopted today and we began the recruitments, we won't see them start until the last quarter of the year, which will reduce the expenditures on the budget. It'll also make it tough on the program, but that's why we have the extra hires in the budget that we do, is so that we can bring people in to try and ramp up the project, at least initially, and then scale up to the total of approximately 150 permits. Quite frankly, we see that the biggest plate of work is going to be in January and February, when the lights first go on for this program, and initial permit issuance will make every effort to begin those in January and February. So, looking back up here to all the permanent positions, if we're going to be issuing permits in January and February, we obviously won't be at full staff, nor will we be incurring full expenses against the fees either. So just to give an example of what it might look like in the ramp up, and this is only for illustrative purposes, I really cautioned against putting any numbers in here, because it gives an idea that we might be setting a cap or only setting that as a goal. But just to make the numbers easy, I wanted to show, for illustrative purposes, if we have 50 permits that we're able to process in January and February at $12,561, the revenue from those 50 permits would be $628,000. So we could do the math and split it in half, or whatever number you want to insert here, you can derive the revenue. My real point to putting this illustration up here is that 50 permits is plausible, and so that revenue is plausible, but while we're at least initially receiving this revenue, we won't have permanent personnel on the budget until after we've processed these. So there's going to be a disconnect with the amount of money that we're spending, and as we're processing these through, quite frankly, that'll create a big load for us beyond these 50 permits off into the second quarter or the fourth quarter of the year, and into the initial beginning of next fiscal year, that will need to be staffed up for processing somewhere around 100 permits. And these are only the cultivation permits. This doesn't even speak to the revenue that would be generated by the CBCB in the background process. $600,000 or $400,000 of revenue in the last half of the year for 5, 6, 7 positions. Generally, we would go out the backside of that budget. So that's why I wanted to be illustrative about the potential revenue and how our expenses and revenue may line up. Another thing I wanted to touch on, we saw this slide similar in the last presentation, but what's the impact? In this slide in the November presentation, I'm afraid I may have given the impression that there was some sort of threat from my office being responsible for the program, that we would initiate the program regardless of what the will of the board or anybody else is, that we're moving the program forward. And the reality is that we have a legal obligation to implement the ordinances. They've been adopted, and the ordinances became effective November 22nd, and our fees technically become effective 12/23. That's a weekend day, so this is 12/23 is 12/21 rather. 12/23 is the first Monday following the fees becoming effective. And so before I go too far along, I asked Ethan to touch a little on our legal obligation to implement ordinances, and that's why he's up at the table with us here.
Thanks, Al. It's just, and as the board knows, I'm repeating the obvious here. The ordinance was passed by a majority of the board. The board also implemented the policy by majority vote to establish the Cannabis Control Office. And we've been steadily working towards the creation of those offices. And as Al indicated, the auditor's office has created a budget number that we can start billing to and have been recording our time to since October 22nd. Many departments have been incurring expenses, which would be reimbursed if this transfer occurs. So I'm just here to say, basically, the board has spoken, and staff is under an obligation to proceed with this regardless, and have been. And so we've all been doing a lot of work towards accomplishing these goals, including many people in the room and those that have been thanked in this slideshow. And the board obviously is free to choose whatever they want to do. A budget transfer is a legislative act. But staff is in a position where we have to do what the board has already directed us to do.
So what are the impacts to our departments? Given our legal obligation, whether or not we have a budget, frankly, we'll perform the duties identified in 17.95 along with all the other departmental programs. If we don't have a budget and we don't have the staffing to support the program, then the efforts will be divided among existing and new.
Oh, certainly.
Our time and effort will be split among the programs we already have, and we've seen many of those here today, but our time will be shared with implementing 17.95 as well. The majority of the initial staffing would be in along with planning, but Cannabis Control Office would be virtually left unstaffed. And I don't say this lightly, but in one of the meetings, Supervisor Toffanelli was giving us his feedback, and he said, you know, what are the options? And we were considering some of those in my office, and I said, well, you're in the Office of Cannabis Control right now as Plan B or C or D. We won't have the opportunity to start the office as has been authorized by the board. So the duties that we already take on will be shared across implementing this program and all the other duties that we have in the office. I'm concerned also that in some of the equipment that's been put forward, there's safety equipment, training relative to cannabis and things like that, where, you know, we recommended the equipment necessary to offer us the opportunity to have a strong regulatory environment. And so we'll have to scramble for where those items be purchased from existing budgets if we can find capacity. It's going to create a competition between, you know, what the original intent of the budget was for certain equipment and us, you know, repurposing it for cannabis. So I want to come back to this last slide before I open it up to questions. I want to reiterate that I've really enjoyed the opportunity to work with this group of professionals and how they're moving forward with the understanding that it's our obligation to put a program together regardless of a budget or anything else. We're working hard to create a streamlined process. Frankly, I think some of our discussions are going to influence all the other work we do in permit issuance across all of our land use departments because of some of the work that we've done in this work group. And for one, I want to say thank you to the group and their commitment. I want to say thank you for their hard work, and I'd really appreciate if they had opportunity as we go through this to be able to tell you how this program and the budget will ultimately affect their departments if it is not in fact approved. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Questions, or you want to, Supervisor Toffanelli, you brought this back, but are there any, do you want to listen to staff have anything else they'd like to add? You guys have been intimately involved in this. I see a lot of the work group back there in the corner. Well,
don't be hard on us now. I'm Brad. I just want to say that Al's worked closely with us. And we've done a lot of work and analysis to try to calculate the staff that we would need with this program. And there are some variables, like the number of applicants that we're going to have, but I think we can say that we've really support what the CAO has put together. At least it adequately reflects the departments that I'm responsible for.
Mr. Benner, what will happen without this budget?
It would be pretty crazy, I think. I'm not sure what we would do. We have two aspects, environmental health. We've got the existing programs that we have. We do grading permit reviews. We do well permit applications. We do septic soil profiles. We do septic permits. We have fees for those. And so we're able to look, because we've been doing daily timesheets for years, and we did a fee schedule a couple years ago, if you recall, and we use that time data, so we know how much time those activities take us. And so we have an hourly rate that you adopted, and so we know the cost, and we can compare that with the cost of the program, because we know what the fees are too. So we're able to do some pretty good calculations based on the number of permit applications, and we've looked at it at 50, 100, 150, and 192, just as different variables to look at the cost. And you're able to get a pretty good figure of what those, what the additional time put into that would be. And those costs are not reflected in the cannabis registration fee. But there is a general service cost, because when you adopted our fees, it was a 3-year progression, 60% cost recovery, 70% in year 2, 80% in year 3. So there is a general fund component. It's fairly small, but it's in those existing programs. Then we had to look at the time involved in what we project, for the regulatory program. And we broke it into each subcategory, from taking in the permit, reviewing the site plan, doing the file search, communicating with people, dealing with the well situation, and we came up with our best estimates on that. And so we came up with 2.25. We know we won't get the 0.25, but we do have, 2 positions, and that's kind of the information that we gave the CAO then. So.
Thank you for that, Brad. That's coming to the point. No, I have some questions. I won't be hard. I promise. Okay. But that's enlightening to how you came to the conclusion and how you inserted and built those fees based off of fee schedules that you worked before and everything. So if you don't get those 2 positions because the budget's not approved, it will take away from other services. I'm asking if it will take away from other services if you need to work forward towards implementation of this as the ordinance has been approved.
Yes, we have 2 kinds of services. We have the services where people come in and demand permits, reviews, and things like that, like the well permits and septic permits. Then we have the services they don't really want to see us, for the facilities and businesses that handle hazardous materials, for the restaurants, for the public pools, body art. Those are the things that tend to get left off. And I understand there's a neighboring county that hasn't done food inspections for some time. And we hate to leave those things off, but that would be the first to go, as we would struggle to meet this demand workload.
Thank you.
Mr. Oliver, would you like to pitch in on this?
Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. I guess what I want to do is kind of give you my perspective with eyes looking into the program. In a previous life, I was involved in drafting through a similar process, and I'm seeing things that are very reassuring to me. The first thing I want to point out is a few years ago, when this was all firing up at the state level, I attended a symposium at the state with Sacramento, and one of the things that struck me as something that was understood amongst every organization that was adopting cannabis regulations for commercial, and that was get the staff now, the money will come. Now, whatever that amount of money was regardless of the program, if it is adopted, you have to have the people, just get the people. But I understand, looking in on this program, that there's a concern. There's a concern about being able to handle the workload. There's a concern for the product you're paying for, the budget you're adopting. I'm hearing from every board member through the course of the last 3 or 4 meetings that, what are we getting for this? What I'm seeing in this organization, this discussion, is a unified mindset amongst the department heads here, where this is no longer special. There's an ordinance, there's a permit requirement. It's a permit. Not only is it a permit, it's a permit that has processes very similar to business licenses, occupancy inspections, building or planning reviews. It's no longer special. It's something we all know how to do. And so we've all plugged it into our own department's processes, very similar to everything else we're doing. Okay, and for an example, the initial intent moving forward with the building department's organization was, we're going to have code compliance go out and do all this. Well, once I got involved in this and we started talking, the realization was this is no different than anything else. Code compliance is not something that we send out for an occupancy inspection. No one's in trouble. Code compliance isn't somebody that's going to do a plan review. That's not what they do. They come in when they suspect something's wrong, not ahead of the game looking for something wrong. So we're distributing that workload across staff. So when I say I need an FTE, that FTE, I'm not going to have one person all day long doing one thing. That makes absolutely no sense. If we plug it into our department in an effective manner, every building inspector out there is going to know how to do it, so there's never a loss of service. Sure, reduction in service, but that happens whenever any workload goes up, because once again, this is no longer special. So I could get a huge bump in commercial plan review and inspections. I could get a huge bump in single-family residential, or everything could tank in a recession. This is going to be part and parcel to that, and it's going to be treated no different. And what I'm seeing is that every department has recognized that, and it's being woven into their plans. So that's very reassuring to me that, and I don't know if that's been expressed that way to your board before, that what are you getting? You're getting a process that rides along and is woven into every other process we do, because it's no longer special. And therefore, if it's done this way and we have the staffing that we need, the reductions simply will not be as terrible as if we don't have the funding and we approach it the way we used to. I mean, I wasn't part of the urgency ordinance, clearly, but I've seen the aftermath, and I've seen the repercussions in morale, and there's a lot of things there because it was handled differently. The departments now see that, and the department heads working together the way we have. I think it's a strong framework, especially when we tie it in with our permit software that we've recently acquired, which everyone who's participated in it has roundly said, this is good stuff. And it allows a lot of electronic processes, a lot less hand carrying of paperwork, immediate review responses. And we plan to showcase that to you because we're retooling it now as the building department to handle everything that we're doing for our plan reviews, inspections, our permit process. And once again, this is no different. It will get the same benefits as every other permit we have in the queue. So that means that if we go out to an electronic process, if it becomes a realization, this could also be part of that, and that reduces our workload here in the office. So I don't know if you want to answer any questions about what will happen if there is no budget, but I'll tell you, if there is a budget, this is what you can look forward to. This is what we're trying to sell, is this better process.
Mr. Olmberg, do I understand that we're going to be using the Track It system for this program?
Correct.
And everyone who touches this program will then be able to utilize Track It?
The intent of this is that everything is tracked in the system and everything can be extracted with reporting very simply. The process will flow electronically like it would if you were hand carrying, but if this works out right, this is going to be, I'm very confident, the system is very robust.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hellner. Mr. Maurer?
I'm just really available if you have any questions of me, but I think there's a couple of points that we have a responsibility to process applications in a timely manner. I have a staff of 7. We receive somewhere between 75 and 150 applications a year of all kind, everything from a special event permit to a major subdivision. If we are going to be receiving somewhere up in the range of 100, 150, 190 applications for cannabis, that's going to adversely impact my department, our ability to process other applications, as well as all the other things. We have a general plan implementation program I'll be bringing back to you next month, and there's just a lot of expectations for our department. So it will have an adverse effect on our department if we aren't able to staff up to handle this anticipated workload.
Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Counsel?
Since department heads are chiming in here, I figure I would take this opportunity as well to, considering we were very hands-on with all of the other departments through the implementation of the UO, we did a lot of learning as far as what worked, what didn't work, what was needed, what didn't ultimately get built out in the implementation of the UO. And I know that there have been some statements as far as the size of my office, which is, my office is the same size now as it was under my predecessor, with the exception of one position that was funded through the UO. Here, as some of the others have discussed, is the need for FTEs rather than bodies per se, and how that works with implementing a program. And one of the things that you will see is that we are requesting 2.0 FTEs because that is based on our experience under the UO and what was needed in actually assisting all of the various departments from a legal perspective of implementing and rolling a program out. Under the UO, we had 1 FTE that was funded for the one body, but at the end of the day, we were billing across the board. Everyone in my office who worked on the UO was billing to the UO, and we found that it was closer to 2 FTEs. So what we found was, even though we had 1 additional body in the office, there was essentially a 2-person impact to the office. So we essentially went down 1 attorney to work on other day-to-day operations, other assignments, other cases, other assignments to departments, because the need was there for implementation. So the notion that there's no need for two councils because council's office is too big is just patently false based on our experience. And my hope in my request for the 2 FTEs is to get back to where the core staffing level that this county has historically seen within the Office of County Counsel, which is 5 attorneys and 2 paralegals, will be able to focus on day-to-day operations, cases, assisting clients, handling all aspects of legal matters that are not related to cannabis, and allow for the 2 FTEs that are provided in the fee study to really focus on assisting the departments that are implementing and rolling this program out, so that we don't see as much of an impact across the board for departments, particularly within my office, on the overall implementation of this program. So that is where that number came from. It was actually what we experienced in implementing the UO, and my hope to have a fee structure that would not have an impact to my office, to where we can have a continued working on things that are not cannabis related issues and not having an impact to those assignments like we saw under the UO.
Thank you.
I would also just add, sorry, if I'm on my platform, I might as well use it, where because my office is a general fund department, that is the other, the other concern is, we don't have, if the board doesn't approve a budget to utilize the funds that the county will receive through the fees and what is being proposed through this budget, my office is a general fund department. So if we don't have a budget or an ability to access the fees that are coming in for the specific purpose of implementing this program, essentially the general fund that is currently funding my office will be shouldering, for lack of a better way of saying it, the implementation of this program, because our office will be working with the various departments and working with all of the staff in rolling this program out. So I just wanted the board to be aware of that impact, since my office is a general fund department.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Supervisor Toffenelli? Oh, sorry, Supervisor
no.
Callaway?
Mr. All, when we get applicants in, the owners of a business, at what point do you know that would we start seeing employees? Because we might get 10 applicants, business owners, but then we might have 20 employees.
Well, so our initial approach is to get the owners or cultivators at least far enough along through the process in our county so that they can move through to the state processes. And I can't speak eloquently to how long the state processes take, but I've learned primarily from listening to our council that's worked with us on this that they're required to have a state water resources board permit and then ultimately a permit for the state that's going to take some time. So we're not focused right now on the employees. We're focused on trying to take that first group of cultivators, the owners, and get them into the state process, and then we'll pivot into, now what are we going to do about CBCBs? But we expect that we'll have some lag from the initial application period before we have the employees start rolling in.
So if a cultivator or owner wants to bring on 1 or 2 employees to help himself or herself with that process, are we going to be saying, no, you can't because you haven't gone through it? Or, I mean, it doesn't seem like to me that's our decision to make.
That's not our intended approach. Our intended approach is to try and layer in, the first priority is to get the initial owners into the process. And then the next layer is employees and other owners that come forward. I mean, I'm trying to answer your question directly, but right now we're facing this with the possibility of very few staff. So we're trying to front load as much as we can. What are the priorities? The first priorities are the owners and to get them into the permit process. And then the second priority will be to bring along the employees with them.
And also, I would just add that a worker within the meaning of Chapter 9.22 that has to have a CBCB is one who's directly involved in commercial cannabis activities. So if a cultivator needs workers to help him with the application process, those people don't need CBCBs unless and until they're later involved directly in commercial cannabis activities.
So that means until they start planting a crop.
Yeah.
So if they want somebody to start helping lay an irrigation line or anything that isn't handling the product.
That's correct, and anyone who's involved in, there's a contractor or provides other professional services that does irrigation, construction, or any of those type of things, they don't need a CBCB.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Toffenelli, you asked for this item to come back. Do you have any further questions?
Well, I did ask for it to come back, and the poll was that we had a poll with the majority wanting to bring it back. And part of bringing it back was that Supervisor Mills and myself would meet with the CAO. And that was kind of a strange thing to begin with. But having got through that, I think I met with Mr. Alt twice on 2 occasions and went over my concerns and my issues with this program and how it's being implemented. And I appreciate the department heads and everybody that's been sitting on this committee. However, I have not seen anything change that I gave indication to the CAO. I have a problem with, even though we're using Track It and we're feeling very comfortable with Track It, and I brought up the fact to Mr. Alt that there's going to be a review committee reviewing whether they're going to accept these charges from the departments or not on this big pool of money. There's a big pile of money here. Everybody's going to be tagging onto it and going through Track It and getting their department money and funding for it. What happens if you kick it out and they deemed they were not, those weren't legitimate hours spent on this program? Then the general fund is going to pick up the difference. And who knows how much that is with the amount of employees that we're bringing on. Again, they're not all extra hires. There's 10 permanent positions. What happens to those after the initial funding has gone through and you're now into just renewal fees? There's not enough renewal fees there to sustain those 10 employees. The other issue that I had was this board created a department of cannabis, a department. And we're housing employees in other departments instead of just coming up with a regular budget for a department and utilizing all those employees in one department. Then you wouldn't have pressure on Brad. You wouldn't have pressure on Doug. You wouldn't have pressure on Peter. They're running the departments day to day. The pressure would be on this one department where it belongs, just like their department has pressure on them for what they do. That's not what the case is here. We're splitting a department up into all these other departments, and we're trying to put a budget together that is just a pool of money, and it's not a dedicated department with employees in it doing these functions. And that, to me, is not the right way to go. And we had that discussion, and the presentation to here today is still the way it was. There's nothing been changed here other than a little clarification on the employees, the permanent employees, and how you're going to utilize this pool of money. So I can't, nothing's changed, so I can't support going forward. I don't know how Mr. Mills feels. He was there for only one meeting. It was only part of the time. So maybe you have something to add?
Thanks for the setup. Well, as I said before, I think that there's some university out there that should take a business administration course and do a study or a course on how not to put something together in government. This is it. There was no feasibility study done. I don't need any
Excuse
laughing
me.
in the audience, please.
Supervisor Mills, I'll take care of it. Audience members, if you please not do that. Talk. Thank you. Supervisor Mills.
Appreciate that. There was no feasibility study on this thing done, and usually when government starts anything, the first thing they do is decide whether or not it's feasible. The second thing that they'll do is an economic impact study to determine whether or not there's viability in the long term for whatever that project is. I don't care if it's cannabis or it's putting pipe in the ground. If you're in a private business or you're in government, everybody looks at the same thing, is when the widget is finally out there in the public, is it something that is viable in the long term, and is it cost effective? But we have never seen the numbers on the cost to build this project. We have never seen the costs of outside legal counsel to be involved in this project. Yet we want to charge fees strictly based upon the number of staff we're going to put here after the fact. There's no Gantt chart. There's no real timeline for here's the money coming in, here's the staff I'm going to need to do what needs to be done in these particular functions at these particular points in time. So in year one, here we are, we've got a disconnect between what are the fees that we're going to receive and when will those actual expenses be incurred. And to say, well, if we're not going to take it out of the fees, that we're going to take it out of the general fund, that's a nonsensical approach. I couldn't do that in a business. Remember before, the sheriff, the DA, there was many people in the staff that made some very lengthy suggestions on what they felt could be done to make this work. I don't see any of those suggestions were accepted. In fact, all of them in my world were rejected. They talked about capacity. They talked about the staffing, the equipment, the training needed. But the biggest thing that the sheriff talked about, and that struck with me, was the lack of mitigation or remediation. Are we really discussing anything about complying with the ban prior to accepting some application and issuing them a license, or are we just going to let that slide? So I look at the amount of hours that were expended in the UO on appeals, the amazing amount of staff that was used on that. Hopefully this program won't be able to duplicate the amount of appeals and time that the Planning Commission and the board spent on those people that were rejected. All of this at this point is the cart is in front of the horse. And I believe that if we want to do this and people are willing to listen to at least one other supervisor besides the three that are approving of it, then let's sit down and let's talk about it. But it cannot be a my show or no-go situation. So I think Gary and I, in our attempt to talk with the CAO about it, I know that CAO Alt agreed with many of the things that we had said and understood what we were trying to say. But the bottom line is that the money has to match the need at the time that the need presents itself and our ability to perform. We don't do that, we're back to another urgency ordinance on steroids, and it will be an unfortunate result.
Thank you. I'll make my comments, and I should probably let Supervisor Stopper go first, but sometimes I feel like there's two parallel universes happening here. Because when we talk about the cost to build this program, perhaps I'm one of the people who actually read the fee study that outlined exactly what the costs were going to be. I'm sitting here after 3 years of listening to everybody say, trust our staff, trust the professionals in the room. Professionals are in the room and they're up there and they've been part of this, and they came up with a very clear study, a very clear plan on how they can implement this in an effective way. There's consensus there. All suggestions rejected. I would ask specifically what suggestions for managing this program have been rejected that were put forward by staff that aren't in here now. I don't know of any. Cart in front of the horse. We've had 3 years to learn our lessons. There's no cart in front of the horse. We've lined this up correctly. We have the people that we have to trust as our professional staff telling us this is what to do. And if we don't do what we're legally obligated to do by putting this program in place, we are picking the pocket of everybody else in the county when there's no purpose in doing that. We have money, we have a plan. This shouldn't cost anybody in this county except the growers a nickel. And that is what I spent 3 years up here with everybody saying, what's this going to cost? And one of our public came up to me and said, what's this going to cost? Well, guess what? We now know. The urgency ordinance wasn't perfect, but we do know how to account for our hours. We have a system in place. It's automated. I'm just not sure why you're insisting on voting against a budget that is going to keep people who are not cannabis growers from not having to pay for this. We must be on parallel universes, because this is not how good professional work happens. Supervisor Stopper, you had some comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Garamendi. The general fund comes up, and the general fund, without approval of this budget item, will be levied. Unfortunately, it should not be levied for this. it will come down to the very fact that general fund, within the confines of what's been put forward, department to department, can be transferred with a 3/5 vote, based on what we approved earlier this year for the fiscal budget. So regardless, we will be just taking away from other services because you want to say no to a program that you can't agree with 100%. Well, look, we put forward a ban 2 years ago. It was a 3/5 vote. Mitigation or remediation, there was no mitigation or remediation in part of that ban. Mitigation and remediation are brought up in part of this ordinance. And this is part of effectively going out and hiring the people within the areas that need to go out and inspect those to make sure that stuff has been properly done. So in fact, you're saying no to mitigation and remediation by saying no to this. I've sat here and I've been patient. I was very hopeful that the two of you could go in there and speak up to staff and insert what you wanted to have them move forward with it. Mr. Alt, the CAO, just said, look, we brought this back forward because literally the day after the board was pulled, they had to put out the same thing. But you could have sat here and worked on it with all of us to a conclusion where we could work forward collaboratively to the best benefit of the people of the county, whether you agree with cannabis regulation or not. Because I guarantee you that those people in the back that have been working with the CAO, not all of them agree with cannabis regulation. But you know what? They've done their job. I see people like Ethan Turner that I've seen both sides dislike. This guy has always done his job, whether it be regulation or a ban. You gave him direction, he sat down, he did his job. We have a lot of good staff here that follows direction. And if you guys would sit down and work with them, like you had pulled the board for, I really think we would be in a better spot right now instead of hearing that I just can't approve of the same damn thing again.
Supervisor Callaway?
I don't see, I read the fee study too, and it was really no different than any other fee study that we do, whether it's a building fee or any permit fee, a planning fee. We go through that on a yearly process. The department will determine what the fee is. Maybe it now costs, with Track-It, it costs a little bit less for a building permit than it did when we established the fee. So with everyone charging their time to the fee, we will know next year when it comes time to look at the fee. Is this the right fee? Like, is it the right sewer connection fee, is the right well fee, is the right building fee, is the right cannabis fee, and we can change the fee if it isn't correct. I understood what Mr. Tuffanelli said about wanting a department that was all-inclusive and everybody should be in that department, but if you're only using a person out of Mr. Banner's department 2/10 of the time, why do I need 2/10 of a time person sitting in the CAO's office, in that office? I just go to Mr. Banner's office and have that person work on it. So not all positions were full-time positions. And it's no different than any other department that utilizes a service of another department for a project. And of course, planning is a prime example of that, but not everybody who works on a subdivision project, for example, is in the planning department. So I think that we treat this like any other permit fee, and then we evaluate whether we've got it or we don't have it, the same as we would anything else. And if we contract with Mr. Banner or Mr. Mauer or Mr. Oliver to work one of their employees 0.25% of the time or 0.5% of the time. They do not need to be sitting in the cannabis department. And I'm sorry my two colleagues can't go aboard with this. I mean, is it perfect? Probably not, but it's as perfect as we could get it at this point in time. And it's an ordinance, and we need to go with it. And as Mr. Garamendi and Mr. Stopper said, the money's there, and we're going to be asking the other departments to pay the price. And so I don't think there's any action to be taken on this. Is there?
We have a action, but we have public comment.
Public comment.
So while you guys are starving for money, it'll be sitting across the hall, unable to be accessed. Public comment on this item.
On the what?
You may
On this
begin.
item. Good. From being in the private sector and trying to understand how the public sector looks at this, where you're focusing so much on funding for different departments. And well, I see this as the county has people in it who are investors. Okay? As a taxpayer, I'm an investor. If I invested in anything else in the world, my family had pears, we had an ag business, pears and apples, and we had investors that invested in the business. So we put out all the information that we could possibly find and to show these people so they could be educated in what we were doing and how it was going to affect them. And if the bankers were the ones who said, they looked at our contracts at the end with the canneries. The canneries said, we will buy this percentage of their crop. This is how much we're going to pay. The banker said, okay, we'll give you a line of credit so you can perform everything you have to do in overhead costs and everything that's related to it. And so when you look at the public sector here, where you guys, you have a product that is going to be sold for a tax benefit for the taxpayers, for us in Calaveras County. As a taxpayer, I'm looking at this as an investment opportunity. So if the cannabis is sold and contracted at 3 different cannabis dispensaries, what if the dispensaries get overloaded? Then those people who are providing this product, this commodity, they don't have any other source of revenue. They can't sell it any other place. This is where you get, and this is where the county gets the tax revenue. As somebody who is an investor in the county, I'm looking at, this doesn't make sense. If they can't sell their entire product where I can benefit, looking at it as this is a source of revenue for us as a county, but they go and they take their product to the black market, we lose every avenue of income. Doesn't matter what the source of money is for all of the processes, because the bank isn't going to guarantee it. There's no way that a cannabis producer can pay his Measure C taxes, his sale taxes, everything that we're looking at as these $13 million is going to benefit the county. As an investor, I'm looking at the $13 million. How is that going to be guaranteed? There's no crop insurance like we could with the pears. There's no way to make this pay for the county as an investment. All this talk is overhead. It has nothing to do with the bottom line. As an investor, I'm like, this overhead is immaterial. It's just the way you guys run your operation. And the way we ran our operation at the ranch was I made sure that I had.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Sharon Romano in District 1. I want to address my comments directly to Supervisors Mills and Toffanelli. This board passed an ordinance. It is now the law. Your reluctance in approving this budget is putting a burden on the employees of this county. You need to trust the department heads, and you need to quit destroying the morale of the people who work for this county. Give them the money and the tools they need to do the job on an ordinance that was lawfully passed. Now, unfortunately, I have another commitment, so I have to leave, but I'm going to be listening to the online streaming of this and see if maybe you guys will reach into your hearts and do what's best for this county, and for once put aside your personal agenda. Yes, you don't like cannabis, and that's fine, but this county has an ordinance that was passed, and let's handle it directly. Trust your department heads, trust the CAO, and do the right thing. Thank you so much, and good evening.
Well, here we go again. What I see in this plan and the attitude of everyone is all the CAO, Alt, and Megan, and some of the department heads, when they're talking about this problem, they're already baking in the excuses and the problems that they want to be freed from when this rat race falls apart. You don't have the funds to do it. The CAO has already said it's going to take 3 or 4 months to train people or find people. What are we doing in the meantime? You guys going to run ahead with it? We have a chairman that is running a pot squad that is extorting 2 supervisors on this board. If you don't forget your moral compass, we're going to use general fund people. We're going to borrow people from other departments. The lights are going to dim in this county from them doing something else, and they're not going to be able to provide the services. And when people call up and say, how come it takes me so long to get an inspector or get a permit, they're going to say it was because of Dennis Mills and Gary Toffanelli. That's not the way it's supposed to work. You know, just because they're looking at it reasonably doesn't mean they're doing it wrong. I went through the 10 employees, the 10 new employees, and I'm really a simple guy. And I looked at it as 1 year, 2,080 hours, down the columns. This is the original spreadsheet, because you staple paper together. Went through it all, extended the lowest rate and the highest rate for 2,080 hours all the way down. And then compared it to some of the numbers that we're getting from the CAO. You know, that they're anywhere between $500,000 and $700,000 off. And I didn't put in the burden for pension, for health care, or anything else. This is just straight hours times rate, about as simple as you get for 1 year. And it's not going to balance out in the first year, and Supervisor Toffanelli is absolutely right. What happens at the end of the first year? We saw what happened under the urgency ordinance. How long did it take to process applications? We're going to run out of time and money before 192 are done. And it's going to be the fault of the county, again, for not processing them fast enough. And you've been told by every expert, maybe not the experts here, but the experts from other places, that if you do more than 25, you're in peril. This rat race is going to fall apart. And I'm sorry to say it, but there is something wrong here when I don't get a feeling that you or any of the department heads really support this plan. You're doing it out of panic. You're doing it for the wrong reason. Just slow down, listen to the people, and do it right. You know, get your budget authorizations together, do it right.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Vicki Reinke. Well, today we got some new information that we didn't have in our agenda packets for the public, so I wasn't able to review what was talked about today, so I had prepared statements based on what I had in my hand. Some of it maybe was sort of explained, but nothing is different in my mind. And I do want to thank Dennis and Gary for your very common sense approach to this whole disastrous ordinance and what it's going to do to the county. It was one of the things that was written in the staff report at the beginning. It was said if the budget is not approved, performing existing duties with the addition of the extensive volume of work from the cannabis regulatory program will inhibit work in all existing programs as well as the new regulatory program, which is what you've been talking about now. And sort of, I take it as a little bit of a threat to, well, you know, we're just going to have to overwork our, well, guess what? The 3 of you voted this ordinance in, you didn't have a budget, you didn't have staff, and you did it anyway. You could have waited, you could have said, look, we got to do some other planning, we got to wait for the proper time to do the budget. So anyway, it's your responsibility. Don't blame it on Dennis and Gary, because it's not their fault. They didn't even vote for that ordinance. The other thing is the departments. I know now they're on board. Excuse me, but who's their boss? Who's the staff's boss? Is it the Board of Supervisors? Gee, do you think maybe they're going to toe the line and say, okay, yeah, we're going to get that done because that's what you want done? Of course they are. That's what they're hired to do, and they don't want to get fired. So I'm not so sure I agree with a lot of that based on the April 16th meeting that I attended when the staff got up and talked about the UO. This isn't any different than the UO. The only money you guys are concerned about is this permitting fee. That fee can only be used to permit things. It doesn't help with the public safety. It doesn't help with anything else that goes on with this. It's ludicrous. And again, the public safety is the big piece for the people. They didn't want this. They've been getting up and talking about not wanting this ordinance in our county, and now we have to hire 10 new full-time positions over and above the 25 we hired from the last UO. And in those 25 positions, or the 10 positions, I looked to compare it with the fee study, and the people that were taken out were code compliance, code enforcement. They don't have anybody in that new thing. And then added was the building department.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, it's a
Thank you.
disaster.
Next speaker.
They say, don't fight City Hall, and City Hall is kind of like divided. And so I'm here to support the people that have common sense and realize that it's better not to bite off more than you can chew. And this here is a good example of
Excuse me, Ms. Rinke.
subterfuge in that who's going to be able to read that? Not me. And there's plenty of room. It could have been enlarged, but nope. And one of the lines with the budget, somebody, one of the salaries, you can't read it because half of it, over half of it, is not printed so that you can read it. It's been said already in different ways, but basically, when you guys voted on these different issues on a 3-2 vote, it boggles my mind. 3-2 vote, and you voted on things that set the Board of Supervisors up for what we're facing here. Oh, it's the law. Well, how come you didn't address this budget issue before the ordinance to do this? It does not make any sense except for those who want to push it through and ram it down the Calaveras residents' throats. The public is subsidizing the expense on those who want to grow pot any way you want to cut it. The sheriff's office is poised to guard pot fields instead of law enforcement issues. Drug pushers abound and thrive. And this is a high priority to grow more pot. I am very sorry about this.
Next speaker.
Anthony Worcester, For you folks who don't know, I'm a fiscal conservative and have been for 75 years. I have worked for county government when times were hard and there wasn't enough money. We had real budget problems to do simple things like keep the roads okay, fill the potholes. And state government went through that. People got laid off. People were put into other positions. I was one of the lucky ones. But I have worked through times with different levels of government when times are hard. And when I see Calaveras County, I see times are hard. When I see that people can't afford to pay their water bills, times are hard. Okay, so enough of that. What you folks have done here is you haven't done what I asked you to do, I believe it was on the 19th, when I came before. And I told you it's not really your fault. You don't have anybody advising you. You don't have somebody who's really into legislation and budgets and financing and all that who actually gives you advice. So I'm not here to speak against marijuana growing. I'm not here to speak against a bill or, appropriating money. However, I am here as a fiscal conservative. I'm very conservative. And I think if you look at what's happening in Oregon and California, and that the illegal market has grown and is growing so much that it is overtaking the legal market and their prices are lower, I don't see a whole bunch of money coming in. I don't see the growers getting super wealthy and being able to give all this money to the county. So that's what I was after when I asked you guys. I said, you really need to do a cost-benefit analysis and look at the cost, and not just the cost now in the next year and 2 years, the future cost. All these folks are going to have CalPERS, except for Al. His is the only position that doesn't. I mean, come on, folks. I just think you need to do a very good fiscal analysis, look at the real cost, and then maybe you need to do a pilot project with 25 or 50 growers and have it sunset and evaluate it. And if it's good and it's working, and my worst fears haven't been realized, where all the prices are going to go down and the growers are not going to be happy, then expand the program. Maybe expand it after a year, after 6 months. With the state of Hawaii, they do it usually after you try it for a year. If it works, you find out what the bumps are, you fix them. And I was hoping that you guys would have worked out something by now where we say, hey, we're just going to change, we're going to get the sheriff back in there. We're going to improve it.
Anthony.
Thank you
Thank you
for
very much.
listening. Please, once again,
Thank you.
consider.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jennifer Smith. I'm just going to ask that our board members and our public really start to educate themselves and bring yourselves out of 1975. First of all, let's talk about the ordinance. The 17.95.050D6. The applicant has never owned or leased a parcel at a time when cannabis was eradicated from it by the county pursuant to a warrant issued by the Superior Court. To me, that means that you had to be in compliance with the ban. Another piece, Dennis Mills, you said that there is no requirement for remediation. It is, in fact, a requirement to be in compliance with the ban to have remediated your property, and it is also in the new ordinance. Regarding public comment, there is indeed crop insurance. This is an ag commodity approved in the state of California, and we are indeed entitled to crop insurance should we pay for it. There are contracts. My entire crop is contracted to 2 different distributors this year. I don't have enough legal product for the legal market. So please, educate yourselves. Quit reading the fodder on Facebook. Ask me. I'm a legal grower in another county because I left this county to continue my business. True, our fees only support application processing. It's our excise tax voted on by the public that pays for the money to go straight into the general fund. Over $13 million went to the general fund to be used for law enforcement, for safety, for roads, to be used exactly as the county chooses. Nothing was dictated. And finally, man, this chaps me. I sit here and I listen to fellow conservatives, fellow Republicans who revere Tom McClintock, who is such a great constitutionalist, who is in favor of regulation. And just yesterday, he said, democracy only works because the losing side always respects the will of the voters. The moment that social compact breaks down, democracy collapses into chaos. That is exactly what we have here right now, chaos.
Next speaker.
Hi. The Calaveras Residents Against Commercial Marijuana has filed a lawsuit, so it's premature to vote on this budget. Is there something funny, Ben?
Guys, let's stay on focus.
Okay.
Please continue.
All right. There's all the talk about the regulation. By the way, the ban was also a form of regulation. And there's talk about the program and the program fees and regulating this program. But what I really don't hear much talk about is all the illegal activity that this will bring in along with our regulated grows. Measure C is in litigation, so we're not going to see any funding from that. Again, I asked Mr. Stopper if there's something funny.
I'm smiling.
This is not an exchange. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. So anyway, the illegal activity that will come here, and our sheriff has stated it twice, that illegal criminal activity increased under the UO, and it will again increase under this regulation. But there has been no discussion, there's been no discussion about giving the Sheriff's Department extra funding to keep us safe. And I know that the taxpayers will be picking up that tab, as we already do, for the illegal activity that has gone on, and the illegal activity that increased under the UO, and the illegal activity that will increase under this new ordinance. That's a huge public safety issue. I'm glad there are two supervisors here, Supervisor Mills and Supervisor Toffanelli, that really think about the public safety issue side of this. I'm not sure why it gets brushed under by others. In fact, Marita, I don't think you realize the public safety issue you put me in earlier by asking me and that gentleman to take our dispute outside when he was being very aggressive towards me. I was very fearful after that, looking over my shoulder and very fearful. And you just said, take it outside like it was nothing. You need to think about our public safety. I would like to hear the board discuss that, discuss all the illegal activities that are going to come.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jack, my apologies for laughing earlier. I couldn't contain myself. Supervisor Mills, thank you for the opportunity to comment on your silent poison, because that would never in a million years stand up to any peer review by any university in the world. And I find it hilarious that you think that you can bring up this idea that this study would not stand up under such scrutiny when you can't even do it yourself. Now, this is a real disgrace. You guys didn't win, and now you want to sabotage the program. You can say you have concerns, but I'm not buying it. You guys voted for a ban. You won that ban on a 3-2 vote. People had to comply with it. Now you lost on the ordinance, and now you just want to sabotage the whole program because you didn't win. Now, There's something that's said about people that hate government. When you put them in charge of that government, they always mess it up, and they do it deliberately, which is what you're doing today. You are deliberately, willfully sabotaging a program that's going to hurt the implementation now is going to hurt the effort of the overall county government. That is incredibly irresponsible, unbelievably irresponsible. It's outrageous, but I don't think I'm going to convince you otherwise. You're going to do what you're going to do. We have an election coming up. We'll see what happens. But really disappointed. Really, really disappointed.
Next speaker.
Mr. Toffanelli, thank you. Mr. Mills, thank you for looking out for us, our safety. I understand where you're coming from because I feel the same way you do. I have read it, and I do think there's lots of parts that need to be touched on more than you displayed today. As far as putting it in one pot, I agree with that 100%. I had a business, and I didn't put my parts and my labor in one group. They had to be in a separate itemized section. That needs to be a separate entity, all its own, because it could be a golden child for us. It could also be a nightmare coming. I think we're pushing this too fast. I think that there's an agenda on the other three, not on the two that I'm discussing with. I think that maybe we have our hands in something going on that I don't know about, that maybe the public doesn't know about. But I think we need to put the reins on this and really have discussions. I would like to know what the issues are, as in Jack said that they weren't brought up, that they weren't handled, that you did not get them acknowledged by them. The discussions that you had with our CAO, I'd like to know what those were that were ignored. Thank you.
Next speaker. Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion. Supervisor Toffanelli?
Yes, I want clarification from Mr. Alt. When he opened this up, he apologized for what's on our agenda item as being the same as last week. Is that correct?
The text is exactly the same.
Yeah, so it had nothing to do with not having anything presented by myself or Mr. Mills. It had to do with just apologizing for this agenda item being identical, same, because you had to put it back in there. We were bringing it back on the 17th versus the 10th. So you had to put it back on IQM2 exactly the way it was. You couldn't make any changes to it. Is that correct?
Correct. I wasn't editorializing about the feedback we got. I was simply trying to state for the public that I hadn't changed anything because it was due the next morning. We just converted the item over exactly the way it was on the 19th.
Thank you. And we did meet two occasions, and I gave you my concerns.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Is there any further discussion or other follow-up statements before there's a motion? I got to tell you, I'm beside myself. I mean, we hire professionals. We seek their advice. We say we don't want to be micromanaging them, and the first thing we do is we micromanage them. They are going to be working hard, looking across at a big pile of money that can help them do their jobs and serve our community better, and they are not going to be able to touch it because two people are serving as obstacles to moving this forward. This is common sense, logical, and needs to happen. And the fact that we're not doing it, Supervisor Mills, Supervisor Toffanelli, you are hurting everybody in the county and obstructing the will of the majority of this board to carry out the law of this county. So that's my statement, but if anybody wants to make a motion for or against this, let's get it done.
Well, I move that we adopt the operating budget and the cannabis regulatory fees for 2019, 2020, and authorize and direct the purchasing agent to adjust the fiscal year 1920 capital asset schedule as presented.
Is there a second? I will second it in that case. Very well. Do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Callaway.
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Yes.
Supervisor Toffenelli.
No.
Supervisor Mills.
No.
And Supervisor Stopper.
With my vote, I'm befuddled, because truly what we see here is just a stick in the spokes of wheels of progress. I think it was brought up earlier today by one person about McClintock talking about democracy and the minority obstructing after the majority has made a vote. Today, I will vote yes on this item with the knowledge that I work towards the best intent of the people in this county in putting forward this ordinance and the budgetary items to regulate it, and show my disappointment in the other supervisors that aren't willing to mitigate the environmental concerns and remediation and everything else that comes with this.
So the motion dies for lack of a 4/5 vote, with a vote of 3-2, with Supervisors Mills and Toffenelli dissenting.
Item 40. Let's see if we can do this without pouring gasoline on ourselves and lighting it on fire.
So I'll cover item 40 real quickly. I foreshadowed it here in the presentation. The items before the board here for consideration for these 10 positions. I realize absent a budget, the easy question is, why would we put the positions forward? Well, there's a few reasons. One of which is there's 2 new positions that are forward with the personnel item. Regardless of whether we have a budget or not, at some point, we're going to implement the program fully as has been adopted by the board. The board's authorized on October 1st that the CAO's office would have oversight of the program office, including the concept of a program manager. So at some point, even if it's at budget development, we're going to ask that a budget be put forward for this program. We've heard people say, plan ahead, get the personnel. If we don't have a budget, then what we'll do is ask for the positions to be approved so we can start the hiring process to align closely with the budget adoption for the next fiscal year. If we wait for that budget adoption and then adopt these positions, then we'll still be 3 to 4 months in arrears for being able to hire these positions. So I would ask in this particular item that you give us the opportunity to plan ahead to hire these positions, to be able to start the recruitments and align them with the next opportunity that we have for budget approval.
Supervisor Stopper, you have a question? Well, are there other questions from the board? Move to public comment. Is there public comment on this item?
I did have one question. This is what's been put forward by staff overall on what they feel is needed to be able to best proceed with this program?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Very well. Public comment.
I guess I just have a question. Isn't this something after the lack of the last vote that should come back and maybe just have the new positions approved rather, because isn't this also then going to approve some of this budget at the same time? I mean, not approve the budget, but say that you're willing to support all these positions rather than just looking at the 2 new positions that they're wanting to form in the county and putting these into the personnel files so that in the future, when you talk about a director of cannabis control, this part's been approved. I guess I'm confused as if you vote on this, what are you voting on? Thank you.
Next speaker.
You know, before I told you guys it'd be really nice if you would think about what you're doing and work together. And I had really hoped that you would say, okay, we think it is a good idea to have the sheriff do the background checks again, and we will keep an eye on what's happening with the market. So we'll start small as a pilot project, or we'll start full blast and take the risk of losing some money, but we'll have it sunset after 1 year. In other words, the common things that legislative bodies do for policy setting. And it's very hurtful to all of us in the county. You know, we respect you folks. We respect the 3 of you who wanted this, and we respect the 2 of you who didn't, who wanted something better. And it would be really wonderful if you guys could work together and do a little compromise. Why not put the sheriff back in the equation? Why not? And why not really try this small? And if it succeeds, build on it. If this is something really good for the county, go for it. But don't take the kind of fiscal risk that I see you taking. And I remember the last meeting I said, I hope I'm wrong. I'm just afraid that the costs really outweigh the benefits. And I think you guys didn't take me seriously, and I think you didn't really understand where I'm coming from. I respect every single one of you. You have a hard job. Like I said, you don't have someone really to help you. But you need to think of each other as colleagues and work together. So why not, if Dennis and Gary want a couple things changed, why not change the ordinance? It's done all the time in other jurisdictions. A new draft, pass something better, and then you can go forward. And if you start on a small scale, it's not a big risk for the county. If it succeeds, great. We can have the best marijuana in California. I mean, come on. It could be great, right? But you guys just fight against each other. And I totally agree with Dennis and Gary. They have valid concerns. So why not address the concerns, come up with something better? I really hope that you do, and I hope you understand where I'm coming from. You guys have a very hard job, but open your eyes and try to work together to get something better for everybody. Please.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
I do not believe that we should have a drug czar until these other things get worked out. The Sheriff's Department needs to know what's going on. They need to have access to the personnel. And the reason is because this is has been an illegal business. And so people who have victims whom they sell their drugs to don't have respect for the whole person that they're selling them to. And that's been going on for quite some time. So why do they not want the Sheriff's Department involved? Or, for that matter, the DA. You know, this is a good example of this whole thing. The DA and the Sheriff's Department are excluded. The Sheriff's Department will be guarding the pot grows, but they won't be involved with trying to make sure that things that should be going on are going on, because they're cut out from that. They're just going to be called in for an emergency. And they're going to be right there for the emergency because they'll be guarding the park rows. Our sheriff's department deserves respect and honor, and they should not be treated like guards of pot. It isn't right. And so, I guess that's all I've got to say.
We're completing public comment on this item. Is there further public comment on item 40? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion. Supervisor Callaway?
I move that we adopt a resolution authorizing the changes to the position control list as it relates to the cannabis regulatory program, understanding that not all these positions are going to be filled at once. We're just setting up for when there is a budget with funding.
I have a motion from Supervisor Callaway. Is there a second?
I like some clarification on what we're actually doing here. You're going to go out and advertise for these jobs without a budget?
We're first getting them approved.
I'm asking a question. Are you going to advertise for these positions without a budget? That's what I'm asking.
Not in advance of the budget. We're asking for approval for the position, so when we have an opportunity to consider the budget at a later point, we will already have the positions approved. We're not going to start advertisement on January 1st for these positions. We're just asking to front load the approval of the position so that as we move forward, we've already got the approval.
Okay, my question on this then is, off the county website, under employment, right now, for over a period of 30 days, all it says is either time 0 to 30 days, and then if it's up there longer, it's over 30 days. It doesn't say how long. It used to say how long it's been open. But you have a building inspector, 1, 2, and 3. That's the position being advertised for right now on the website. Doug, hang on a second. Environmental specialist that you have on here on the website right now, you've been advertised for more than 30 days for an environmental specialist. So if we're advertising for those now and we can't fill them and haven't been able to fill them for a number of days. Why are we adding more here?
So these positions were specifically identified in the fee study with the department heads as that responsible FTE for implementing and enforcing the ordinance 17.95 and 9.22.
Doug, you wanted to say something? I didn't mean to shut you down, I had additional questions before.
Oliver, Chief Building Official. The position that we're flying right now, it's an open recruitment. It's not an open position. The open recruitment is to establish an eligibility list so that we can start interviewing candidates. I did use that list previously, which allowed me to hire an employee 2 weeks ago to fill a position from retirement. So currently we're basically reestablishing the eligibility list so I can start calling recruits again. I am in the process of retooling my shop, and in the near future I'll be bringing forward some changes to our job descriptions and staffing levels. So there you go.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to also clarify on the environmental, it's assessment and enforcement specialist. That is a new position, so currently it is not on our website. So it is a different position because this one actually is not
Well, I
established
understand
yet.
that, but I'm saying we're already advertising for these two positions. They've been open for a long time. And so we've been operating without them for a period of time. So I was just pointing out the fact that they've been there for more than 30 days. This website used to give a period of time of when it was advertised for. That's no longer the case. It's been changed to where it just says over 30 days.
Right, we're on a different platform. We're now using NeoGov, which is why it's different. It's a different website than what we used to have. And like I said, this one, the environmental position is completely different than the REHS, and that's also what Brad wanted to speak to. This position is higher than an REHS, and I think we will have success in being able to fulfill this position. And I'll let Brad speak to it.
We have two RHS classifications, RHS 1 and RHS 2. You can't fill those positions. We send out 600 specialized recruitment things to the people who've been registered in the last 5 years. We got zero response from that. We do have 25 trainees lined up. What happened is we had a staff person that left for a job in Sacramento late spring, and staff knew that they'd get a trainee, and during the busiest time of their work year, they asked to delay filling that position until the end of the year. That was a unanimous request because of the burden it is to train somebody, and so I agreed, and meanwhile NeoGov has been collecting these things, and so we plan to fill that soon. The difference in this environmental assessment and enforcement position is it doesn't require the REHS. It's well salaried. There's been a lot of support for this classification. It's based on one that Tulare has called a environmental coordinator. We think that could get filled pretty readily because it's this REHS thing that really slows down filling. And the problem is if you don't have that position, you're looking at a trainee, which is somebody maybe with a biology degree right out of college that needs to get intensive training for like a year, and then they have to take a test. Or you have a tech, which is pays minimum wage. And I think what we need for the program is somebody that has a higher level of expertise in hazardous materials, water pollution, soil pollution, that sort of assessment. That's what we've heard from the community, and that classification was actually developed. We based it on the Tulare's environmental coordinator. We had Todd Talhammer, who is the cow recycle person, oversaw all the soil testing following the fire. We had Marad Gabriel comment, and we had our undersheriff, Jim Macedo, looked at it, and so the classification that's included in this packet is kind of the summation of that. So anyway, that's the story of that.
Thank you, Brad. So basically what we're being asked to do here is create a parking lot. Basically the old term, Marita, you know what I'm speaking of, exactly what's happening here. It's called a parking lot where we're going to park these positions until budget. And we eliminated that several years ago. I'm not sure I understand.
Well, these aren't really parking lot
Well, there's no
positions.
funding
We're
for them.
having-
You're creating them with no funding. That's the
Yes.
definition of parking lot.
There's funding, it's just not able to get from point A to point B.
You have no
We're not
funding
short
because you have no
money.
budget.
Let's go one at a time. We're not short money.
There's-
Supervisor Toffenelli?
So there is no budget, regardless if there's money somewhere else. And that's the definition of a parking lot. And that's exactly what we eliminated before. So those are my comments.
Second.
Comments? I have a motion, and I have a second. I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, it carries 3-2. You know, before we move on to the next, to our final item, AB 1234, I want to ask Gary and Dennis, please, I would think, just take a second to reconsider your vote. We're not voting on whether we're going to do cannabis or not. So this doesn't put you in a support vote for cannabis. Only thing we're voting on is whether we're going to do this the right way or the hard way.
That's
So-
not, whether this is cannabis or not, that's not the point. You guys are you are tying the cannabis section into it and trying to say that I'm against cannabis, I voted for a ban. I've tried to bring regulations to this board and it got shot down. So that's not the point. The point is how we're trying to do this budget. I don't have the ability to agree with it. I've tried to. I met twice with Mr. Alt. Not one thing that I went over in his office appeared today. Nothing. So there's no reason for me to waste my time to go meet with the guy.
Okay, then you're not
So
gonna
that's where I'm at. And so
Let's go on to Supervisor.
Hang on.
Supervisor Mills.
Because the way the conversation has transpired here, we all have to realize we're representing a district, and we are a single vote. And we have to be able to respect the opinions of our counterparts here, understand to some degree where they're coming from. And I know we've had several people come before us at the podium and want to say, try to find a way to compromise. That is the art that I think that has been missing here. And you have two I don't need a side comment, sir. I think that it's important to understand the background of many of us and what we bring to this table. And it's important for all of us to have respect for one another in our decisions.
Good point. Last item.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, such as mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
I was given a call by Lance Doyle, who's the executive director of Mountain Valley EMS. If you recall that we were supposed to go out for an RFP for ambulance service in the county. The RFP went out, and we did get a response from Evis Pass, but we did not get, we got an initial letter from American Legion Post 108, who is our provider right now, that they were going to supply a bid, but when bid day came, They did not. So at this point, we do not have any bids for the RFP for ambulance service. And we will be meeting on Thursday to go over our plan from there. Some of the information I got from him that was provided by American Legion was that they currently are losing money on their contract now, and the stipulations in the new RFP would cause them to lose even more money. And so they had put together, and he didn't go over with me exactly what they would like to see change in that RFP. I think that's part of the discussion we'll have Thursday as to whether we're going to go forward with another RFP with changes to this one. Obviously, we didn't get anybody to bid on it. So we have to do something. We have to do something quickly because we're going to run out of time here. June 30th, 2020 is when this contract is up. So I don't think we're going to run out of ambulance service so we don't have a new contract. I think American Legion will go forward, but we will still need a contract at some point. So I will have more information at the next meeting on the 17th. After meeting, Dennis is part of this meeting, and Al, I think you're going to have an invite to it also. We will go over our options then and discuss on the 17th how we're going to go forward with it. Okay?
Thank you. Supervisor Stauber?
This last week, I attended the week-long conference with Marita Callaway, CSAC in San Francisco. We were pleased that Peter Moyer was also able to attend. He did a thing on affordable housing along with other planning directors. I sat in on that. Diane Severud was there also with the clerks, and phenomenal job by everyone there. It's very interesting sitting in on legislative committees, because people can sit up here all day and say, I support this or I support that, and but when it comes down to it, you really have your voice heard when you start working with these legislative committees. There was a few things they had brought up when it comes to governor's orders, and when I was sitting in some of the planning sessions. Also, I said environmental sessions, but these governor's orders were to the tune of, a lot of them raised the costs on our buildings and our houses as we move forward. At the same time, they said at the end of their speech, they're going to hold us accountable for building affordable housing. And I just had to speak up to them, because you just raised the costs on everything and then told us you're going to hold us accountable to build something cheaper. This is our state. And I think that, a lot of times while there's good intentions, while they're putting things forward, they aren't on the ground level of what's really going on in the counties. And they don't see the repercussions of some of the laws they put forward. But it was very enlightening. I want to thank Ms. Callaway. She introduced me to a lot of good people throughout the state. Overwhelmingly, the rural counties agreed with what I had said. And, I think that there's, a majority of the land in California agrees with us moving forward. But I think as a role model and someone that, has a lot of experience in government, Marita led the way for me very well, and we built a lot of good relationships there, whether we see eye to eye on a lot of things politically or not.
As long as it's mine, go
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Stauber. Mr. Mills?
Yes, outside of the ambulance contract, I wanted to let everybody know that 2 of the 5 generators that were auctioned off by the Sheriff's Department ended up back in Calaveras County. So that's a little bit of a positive. On a note about the Council of Governments, the Wagon Trail Project, Public Works is working on right-of-way easements, and we're still on track, as Gary well knows, for 2021, start construction, Phase 1. So maybe we can actually get a big project out of the way sometime next year. Thank you.
Supervisor Callaway?
Yeah, it was an honor to have Mr. Mauer as one of the speakers at the conference. And even more exciting is our clerk to the board, Diane Siverud, was sworn in as vice president to the California State Clerk to the Board Association. And so that is a real honor. And- No. So she's going to want shorter board meetings so she can spend time on state issues.
Good. Oh, according to AB 1234, I have nothing required to report. This meeting is closed.